to get a stalking trip if he can take the kickback, which is going to be the big question, because normally he's kind of up close, but I don't think he's fast enough on the dirt to lead them out.
Yeah, that would be the question. I do think that you're going to need to be away well and have a very handy position early on to win the Godolphin Mile. Indeed, that was what happened last year. And so beyond that, he's got an interesting collection of runners, but Mutafag will be the one for me I think is interesting in the Alquaz. He's been running over 7 as well. He's been acquitting himself really well, but it would be a surprise if he can beat Charlie Appleby's big 3 in that.
Look, that race is so wide open, and it's on the straightaway, and everybody's been talking since I got here on Sunday, the stand side, the stand side, the stand side, and look at these horses that are drawn on the stand side. Man of Promise is drawn on the stand side, Castle Creed. I think, of course, A Case of You is drawn furthest on the stand side. So some of the big favorites are on that stand side. So it's going to be up to the track itself and everybody else to see how the race plays out. But I don't think Saeed's without a chance in there at all, because I think one of any about 10 or 11 horses are certainly live in that race this year.
It's interesting, the whole perceived stand size bias in that race, because Justin Byrne, the ERC, who will actually be joining us a little bit later on to preview the Cahaler and the Godolphin Mile, he said on our breakfast show the other day that it might not necessarily be a bias, it's just that if that's where all the jockeys decide to go, it creates one. It takes a brave jockey to break off from the pack and say, I'm going to go straight. But really, I think you'd equally be foolish if you're drawn in one to try and track across this side. You've just got to go straight. And
Storm Damage, I mean, to be fair, Storm Damage ran 1,400 meters earlier on in the carnival, and he was drawn in gate 4 and had no problem. I know it's a little bit longer distance, but he was able to do it. And William Buick came out earlier this week, and he said, look, it didn't matter what gate Man of Promise was drawn. He was going to win, and he was going to win by many. So it might have looked that way because he was drawn so far outside. He's been drawn outside in his last few starts, but Man of Promise on that day was probably the most impressive winner of the entire carnival, I would think.
Oh, absolutely he was, by 4 3/4 lengths, being a Group 1 winner in a Case of You. And we'll hear from William Buick a little bit later on about just how agonising that decision was between Man of Promise and Creative Force. And then you've also got Naval Crown in there as well, who certainly is no forlorn hope for the Charlie Appleby team. Charlie got 5 runners on the card tonight. He's very select with where he puts his horses. Any of them could win, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts and ends with Manobo, though, right? This horse, who knows how good he can be. We talk about A Life is Good, and we've hyped up A Life is Good, but Manobo's the one that's undefeated. Manobo's 5 for 5. He's done nothing wrong, and every race seems like a thrashing. And at the end of the day, you're sitting there and you're making your notes, and you say, this horse is a front runner, this horse is a closer. Manobo can win from anywhere. It doesn't matter where he breaks. He just seems to always put himself in the race. He's got to be a jockey's dream.
Be a real surprise if Manobo's beaten, but this is the toughest cast he's faced, I'd say. He's got to stay foolish in there, of course, was a good winner last time in Saudi, and also Baron Samedi, a Group 2 winner for Joseph O'Brien, his only runner on the card. So, yeah, it's certainly not going to be completely a cakewalk, you wouldn't have thought, for Manobo. So look forward to bringing you the Dubai Gold Cup, which takes place as race 3. We can return, though, for the moment to concentrating on our big race. The Dubai World Cup was born back in 1996, and it's got a pretty interesting history. Here's a bit more.
Virtually in line on the far side. 6 coming in. It's Salon Chili. Hit it for Shaheen. BS the
Renegade drawn on the gun runner. He is very absolute super. Paranoid. We see waiting in the war first set. Arabian, brilliant of the World Cup. Dubai home. Victor Trans Cape on the outside. Big one in front, drawing the big one in front for Japan.
He's away. He's got one. Dubai is well clear of Millennium. What of us? Millennium dead.
But if I clear 100 left and ceiling from the tail trap, then even try.
Mystic got away in the inside the meters line away by to our wizard across like a magnet. It's going to be a winner. When US discharges all the Dubai.
Yeah, we've had 5 different countries win the Dubai World Cup. It really does have a brilliant history. I sort of flip-flop when asked who my favourite winner is. California Chrome, second time of asking. I felt he was kind of mugged the first year. Arrogate was obviously amazing, but actually I'd probably say Cigar, even though I wasn't here, just because I feel he was so important to the race.
I mean, I was 12 years old watching that race, and it was just, it was this place that was, it seemed like a forever away, and to, you know, fast forward years later to come here and be a part of it and win a race here. I mean, this is what stamped the Dubai and gave it its credibility from year one. Cigar was undoubtedly looked at as the horse of the world. He was the number one horse. He came here, he performed. I think Bill Mott and his staff were so gracious in coming here. And it just kicked off to how many champions we've seen perform here, both on dirt and on turf as well. And it really starts with Cigar and the performance that he had on that night. But for me, best win of all time has got to be Dubai Millennium.
Yeah, Dubai Millennium was very special, of course, and to go back to Europe and win huge Group 1s on turf as well, that makes him stand out for me. And I think it's one of the reasons as well I was such a fan of Thunder Snow, who was also able to do it at the top level on both surfaces, which is pretty rare still.
No, it's not easy, but the way that top horses perform now and the connections are so game to try. When they put this money on the line, all of a sudden you see them showing up, and it's good that they're coming out here for a big race. Not only are they coming out for the Dubai World Cup, but you see a horse like Colonel Liam, for example, trying the Dubai Turf, $5 million race, not too shabby about that either.
It's around about 11-1, Colonel Liam. I looked at it and thought, he's a good horse.
He's America's best. I mean, he came back off the layoff, had the perfect prep last time out in the Pegasus Turf, and there's no reason to think if ever there's going to be an American win the Dubai Turf, maybe Todd Pletcher's not known as the turf training superstar, but he's won everything. Why wouldn't it be Todd Pletcher to win the first ever Dubai Turf for America?
Because there's lots of really good Japanese in the way. That's why he's 11-1. Schnellmeister so strong in there. Panther Lasser as well. We know he's going to go from the front for the Japanese. So it is a very, very good race, the Dubai Turf, coming up as race number 7. We haven't spoken much about your race, the Dubai Goldin. Shaheen, a huge blow for Mather Belabeda, who owns him, and the Masaba Al-Maheri team, that Maras Lame came out this morning. And
looked so good all week long. I had kind of racked my brain all week about where I was going to go. I mean, look, the Americans are really, really good, and they're fast, and they have speed, but they haven't done on this track what some of these other horses, some of these other brilliant sprinters have done in the past, where they really take a hold of the track and grab a hold of the track. And watching him train in the morning time, I thought, okay, you know what? His 2 dirt races, and look, it took forever for them to finally move him from turf to dirt, but his 2 dirt races, they looked Americanized. They looked
he
like
went
a proper
American fast, didn't he?
And so I got a chance to speak to the ownership earlier in the week. They said that about maybe bringing them to America for a race or 2. I'd love to see them kind of maybe take that path. But let's talk about the horses that are in here. Mm-hmm. And you talk about the Americans because they do have that blazing speed. And I think you start with Dr. Scheibel. He was second, beaten just barely a nose in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I mean, some people thought he won it. Some people thought it was a dead heat. And he came back in the Malibu, which was a race that Minor Biscuits won later on before coming out here, and he was dreadfully bad. And he got beat 17 lengths, and he never looked himself. And trainer Mark Glatt said, listen, he was sick going into the race. I shouldn't have run him. Kind of kicked himself over it, and then designed a plan to get here. This has been their plan all along. It was never to go to Saudi. I thought maybe they should have had a prep race, but they elect to come in here fresh. He's been working really, really fast back home, and had a really fast piece of work here earlier in the week with Antonio Fresu, who basically has breezed every horse in the race that's been here.
He breezed something like 7 in one day, did Antonio, on Saturday. He really has been working very hard, helping out in particular the American connections. Well, we can hear a little bit more now about the Goldin Shaheen, because Fawzi Nass runs a horse in there called Mabadel, who's pretty much unconsidered, but he's been winning really nicely over in Bahrain. And earlier on this week, Mikey caught up with Fawzi to hear about him and the rest of his squad for tonight.
Confident enough with RB Rich like me. And the draw is quite nice to have. Hopefully he gets away from the gates all right. He usually pins them, so the draw should be a plus. Drawn 1. And yeah, very happy with his breeze today.
And he's a horse that obviously comes out of a tough race. Has it been a situation where you haven't had to do much since, or have you been steady breezing him?
No, I think he's so laid back. It didn't take much out of him, hopefully, to travel. But I think he got caught out of the deeper surface in Saudi, which obviously doesn't suit a front runner like him. and we probably underestimated his fitness going into that deep surface. But here, obviously, it's a surface we know he likes.
Yeah.
So let's hope, fingers crossed.
And Withering had a nice little blowout here. Just talk about his chances, and obviously the post seems like it's, I'd say, neither here nor there with him.
He's drawn 11. Well, we've seen him come from last to first in the past. He obviously handles the kickback. It'll all depend on how he jumps from the gates, really. I'll have to leave that one to Adre and see how he jumps. If he jumps slow as usual, then they'll have to face all the kickback and hopefully they go fast enough. Otherwise, it will be nice to slot in the mid-pack somewhere.
He's been a bit of a revelation. A lot of people didn't expect the Mondialese to take to the dirt first and then to do it 2 or 3 times here impressively.
No, nobody expected that, but for some reason I saw that in him in England when he was with Jamie Osborne. He's got that high knee action, and it sometimes takes to the surface here.
And Emperor the Sun is going into the Dubai Gold Cup over 2 miles on turf, and he is one a lot of us haven't seen since November at Bahrain. And just tell us, catch us up on what he's been doing and how he's coming in form-wise.
Well, he came in November. He had a hard campaign in Ireland, I think. And there was only the international race for him to run in, which is probably half the distance he wants, over 1.5 miles. So obviously there was nothing else for him to run in, rated 110, wanting a trip of 2 miles or at least 3,000 meters. So we had to wait with him, which is probably a blessing in disguise because he looks a lot better than when he first came. So let's hope, fingers crossed.
And Mobado is one that I know you're high on in general. He goes into the Shaheen. It's his first time going against, obviously, these level sprinters on dirt and a sharp left-handed bend. And how have you approached all these challenges with him?
Well, obviously, he's been running on turf and beaten everything he had to beat quite easily. Hence why he's rated 113. But we train on the sand track, on a dirt track in Bahrain. And he goes well on it. So let's hope I'm right.
Pace-wise, and I know he has no small amount of speed, and you can probably place him where you want at that point. Is he one on this surface, this change-up surface, that you want him to be a little bit more forward and aggressive?
He's usually quite quick out of the gates and gets a good posse. And I'm sure he will be here as well. But obviously it's a different ball game, it's a different class of horses he's tackling, so let's hope.
Is he one we could possibly see at the Carnival next year? He looks like one you're positioning to be a future star for you.
We'll hopefully change his status to permanent and stay here, especially if he takes to the dirt. He's a spikes down, rated 113, so he probably could be a Carnival horse next year.
They really did break the mould when they created Fawzi. He's brilliant fun. He doesn't always actually, in fact, rarely now does he own the horses. He's got a lot of them in partnership, but we don't actually see the Krypton Factor Navy and Gold anymore. Of course, he's already won a Golden Shaheen. His last 2 or 3 seasons here have been very strong. The night could start really well, realistically, with RB Rich Like Me, but he has chances throughout.
And that's with the horse that he does own. I mean, obviously in company with Victoria's, but how exciting has RB Rich Like Me been? As the first ever Arabian horse that Fawzi ever bought, he decided to go and buy one from America. That was a nice horse in America. Obviously, we don't do a lot of Arabian racing as much as they do here in Bahrain, but, I mean, that horse has come here and just sent a statement, right? I think it was in the beginning of the year, the horse won by 15 lengths first time out. And for me, the Arabians are interesting because you never know what you're going to get with them. One day they're good, one day they're bad. RB Rich Like Me has been good every time, and in Saudi, he gave it his all on a track that wasn't really conducive to speed. He gave it until maybe about 200 yards out, gave up the lead, and then still battled back towards the end of the race and comes back to his home track. RB Rich Like Me is going to be tough to beat today.
I think he's going to be very tough to beat. A few people concerned about the distance for him. He drew 1, a bit like Life is Good. The favourite draws 1, you think, oh, maybe that's it. Just speaking of Saudi, 4 weeks between the races. Last year we had 5 weeks. We did see a couple of horses come on from Saudi and do particularly well, notably Derian, who was beaten in the Obey Arabian Classic, came here and of course won the Kahela, and then we also had Chua Wizard, well beaten in Saudi, was second, so it worked out okay last year. The 4 weeks, people I'm sure will have it in the back of their minds.
I think 4 weeks better than 3, right?
Absolutely.
And it's just so tough to come here if you're an international and run a big race and then you're kind of stuck in no man's land because you only have time for one breeze. At 4 weeks, like the American horses that came over there, they shipped over 2 days later, and they both got 2 works in. That was really, really important for horses like Country Grammar, coming back, making his second start back off the long layoff, and Midnight Bourbon as well.
Yeah, it is interesting. As you pointed out, the track is very, very different over in Saudi. It favours the turf horses more. It's got wood chip in it. This is more of a conventional dirt that the Americans would be used to.
Yeah, and I think that's why you've seen sometimes in these big races that the Americans have gotten beat in the Saudi Cup the last 2 years. Obviously, it was an absolute shocker this year when Emblem Road came from the clouds and Rigoberto Ramos kind of brought the nation to its feet. But America, they just haven't really performed as well, and that includes horses like Knicks Go 2 years ago and Mandaloon this year.
Yeah, it has thrown up a few surprises, the Saudi Cup, in its very short history, only 3 years that we've had of it so far. And talk to us about connections. Most of the big names are here from America. Obviously, Todd Pletcher here for the first time in some time. No Steve Asmussen, though.
Steve Asmussen staying home. There's something about this filly, Echo Zulu, and obviously in Dubai they get the Breeders' Cup races and able to watch her. She's an undefeated daughter of Gunrunner who's done nothing wrong. She's going to make her 3-year-old debut. This is going to be her only run before the Kentucky Oaks, and he feels so close to her. It really was a surprise because he does love Midnight Bourbon. I mean, all Kentucky Derby week, he schooled him himself. He was on the shank, schooling the horse in the paddock every single day, and he's not that easy of a horse to deal with. Scott Blassie is going to deputize. He got here yesterday, so he also was in fairgrounds, with Echo Zulu and Epicenter, and it is a surprise because Steve Asmussen does love this place, and he has been here before, but he's well manned with Carlos Rosas, his assistant and exercise rider, and of course Scott Blassie, his longtime assistant.
And no Bob Baffert, hasn't done a lot of travelling of late for obvious reasons. Jimmy Barnes, vastly experienced, will obviously be taking care of Country Grammar and Pinehurst.
When you talk about Dubai World Cup, it's tough not to talk about Bob Baffert. I mean, his email address starts with Dubai Bob, right? I mean, this means a lot to him, and it started with Captain Steve. It wasn't one of those big fancy horses. It was Captain Steve's that kind of started bringing him over here, and then what Arrogate did in the past. He's won the Golden Shaheen. It's not just this race, the World Cup, that's done well. Country Grammar will be one with the choice, but right now it's the other one. It's Pinehurst, who's the current favorite for the UAE Derby. If he wins, he gets no points for the Kentucky Derby. This is purely a money play, but he is the favorite and is the one that they're going to have to pass to win.
Earlier on in the week, Combustion, the Japanese horse, was favourite for the UAE Derby. I thought he was the worst favourite on the card, personally. I'm just not sure he's going to see out the 1,900 metres, Combustion.
Combustion's not built like a horse that wants to go a mile and 3/16. But Combustion's a really talented horse. William Buick was out here this week. They wanted him to get to know the horse. He's never been aboard him before. Obviously, he is the first call rider in Dubai. He's going to ride Magna Cours later on the card as well. So you know that the Blue Silks are there and he's going to get a chance. So he breezed, and they're like, all right, who is Combustion going to breeze with? We need to get a breeze made for him. He's just a 3-year-old. Oh, here's an idea. Let's breeze him with Chua Wizard, who was second in the World Cup last year. Well, guess what? Combustion beat Chua Wizard in the breeze. He galloped out better than him, and William Buick was skiing on the gallop out as well. He had plenty of horse. Now, look, that was a half mile. It wasn't a mile and 3/16. But, man, can Combustion really, really run? And I do think that he can see out the distance on this track especially because he'll be close enough early, and I think he sits right off of the trip there early on because you know that Bob Baffert's going to go, and Bendu's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, I thought Bendu ran a huge race in defeat on Super Saturday in the Abbas Dakir. He's going to probably have improved a lot for that. He's a big horse. He's very interesting indeed. As we take a look from the skies at the iconic Meydan racecourse. And I said I did a little piece on the radio yesterday, and they said, what makes the Dubai World Cup so special? I said, we've got it all. We've got the stadium, we've got the hospitality, we've got the horses, we've got the prize money. We don't want to get competitive with elsewhere in the world, but a few people, they don't have a fancy stadium like this. This is an amazing racecourse.
And it's consistency. I mean, you know what you're going to get, even though it did rain back in 2017. But for the most part, you're going to get a nice day. You're going to get weather. Weather's not going to be a factor when you're training, so you're able to get in and make that walk and enjoy the experience. And the hospitality that they provide over here is above and beyond. You talk about this year we had the post-mission draw at the Dubai Opera House. We were sitting there. We had the first ever breeze up sale, which was really unique for all the 2-year-olds that changed hands, 69 of them that were over here. It really is just a full experience.
Yeah, it really is an amazing day of racing. Round about 40 minutes now from the first race on the card this evening, the Dubai Kahela Classic. Well, we can find out now a little bit more about what goes on behind the scenes, because a hugely important part of racing anywhere in the world, sadly, is keeping it clean, and the Emirates Racing Authority go to huge lengths to do so, and I found out a little bit more about it a few weeks ago. It's a gorgeous Sunday, sunny afternoon race meeting here at Meydan Racecourse, but I'm here to discover a very different side of the industry, because behind the scenes there's a colossal operation that goes into keeping racing clean. They are testing every horse who will race on that track tonight. So I'm going to go into the bowels of the racecourse and find out a lot more about it. This is the nerve centre of the testing unit here at Meydan Racecourse, and I've never actually been here before, so it's fascinating. And Kieran, tell us what goes on in here.
Right, okay, so we have a bunch of guys in here who are in charge of the packaging of the samples that we collect off the horses post-race. So the horses come off the track, they're followed by one of my guys who have identified that they've been requested to have a sample from the stewards. They come in here, again identified, and the representative of the horse watches us open up the packaging. So there can be no sort of arguments as to was it a package that was already opened. The horse goes into the box, urine's collected off it usually. If we can't get urine after about an hour, we take blood. Samples are brought back in here and then packaged up in a slow, deliberate manner in front of the horse, the trainer's representative, again, so there can be no issues with packaging issues or problems. And then it's all signed off, and I sign it off, and then it goes in the fridge waiting to be taken to the laboratory.
And you always test the winner of every race, is that right? And then the stewards would tell the team which other horses to test?
That's correct, usually. Almost always the winner will be tested, maybe second and third, maybe a horse that would have been maybe thought to have performed better but hasn't, then we might take a look at that. We might also look at a horse that shouldn't have performed very well but did perform well, so we'll take a closer look at that horse as well. We test for absolutely everything. Therapeutics, banned substances, supplements, the whole lot. All race day samples should be drug-free. So every horse that's entered to race today here at Meydan is going to have a pre-race blood test. So that's what we're doing right now. So again, every horse is ID before we take blood off it. The packaging is opened up in front of the trainer's wraps, and everything's done to a protocol.
Unfortunately, we'd all like there to be no rogues out there, but you are catching people. We have had even high-profile names banned.
Yeah, look, I always say that because of the amount that we are testing, we're sort of going fishing with a net. We're not going with a rod. So, you know, statistically, we're not out of place with what other jurisdictions are doing. We're just testing a lot more. But it's important to show the public, the other trainers, owners, that they can have confidence in our industry here, that it's clean and fair.
It is such a hugely important part of racing. There's 130 runners on the card this afternoon. They'll be testing every single one of them beforehand, after the race, the winners, the place horses, anything that underperform. They really are diligent in making sure we keep our sport clean. Let's head back out to Mikey, who's with Christian Demuro, who's got some nice rides on today's card.
He's got a pretty busy day, and you have some live chances, I would say. We're going to start off in the first race, the Kahela. You got Jarif in there. What did you learn about him last time? What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, last time we get a bad draw, but he ran okay. I was finished 7 or 8 good. So I don't know if he will improve a lot after last race. He have a chance.
And Solis Thunder comes in, and you haven't been on him, but he looks like the best from Japan in the Godolphin Mile.
Yeah, first time I ride. He ran very good last time in the Group 1 February Stakes, finished 4, and he's dart horse, so I don't know if the same dart, but he have a good chance as well.
A lot of Sion comes into the outcalls here. She goes from about 7 furlongs around a bend to 6 furlongs on the straight. Do you think that plays to her strengths at all?
Yeah, last time I ride in Riyadh, we have to be careful in the gate because it's a little bit electric in the gate. So if you jump good, I don't know if you have a lot of speed for the sprint, but he ran okay last time. So it will be a little bit difficult today, but we never know.
And a lot of people think you have a big chance for Sekifu today in the UAE Derby. He ran huge last time with you in the Saudi Derby. Your thoughts on stretching him out today?
Yeah, today is more longer distance and he put a little blinker, I think. He was lazy last time and doesn't like too much a kickback. So we have a drove outside, we will see. But if you repeat last race, for sure you have a good chance.
And last but not least, only a $6 million race. You have Shahryar as the co-favorite right now, along with Yabir in the Shima Classic. Your thoughts on getting on such a talented Japanese Derby winner?
Yeah, of course. I'm really happy to ride this horse. He finished third in the Japan Cup, and this winter I ride a lot for Northern Farm, so they give me a chance to ride this horse. And it's a good horse, so we have the same horse authority to beat and same line, so we will see, but he's in good form, so I hope.
When you look at his races like the Japan Cup, like the Japanese Derby, he seems to be a sort of a mid-pack player, and sometimes you get bunched up here. How will you play it from the gate?
Yeah, I see he's an easy horse to ride. In the Derby was pretty behind, so in the Japan Cup it was more in front, so easy to ride. Depends how he jump out of the gate, and then he will choose the position.
Well, best of luck to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, man.
Christian Timura has ridden, I think, 2 winners in the UAE, and both of them were at Abu Dhabi. He had a little spell here as a local jockey, so yet to really hit the big time, but that could well change this afternoon. Some nice rides, as you heard there, on today's card. Well, we're joined by Justin Byrne. Great to have you back with us. Many thanks. How many World Cups is this now? You must have done 15, 20?
Far too many, yeah. I think my first one was 2002, so been 19. I've missed last year like everybody, unfortunately, but yeah, it's one of my favourite days out. This and Super Saturday is what you look forward to.
And you're particularly keen to come on and talk about the Kahela. Why?
I'm probably one of the weird people that really loves the Arab racing. As you know, I'm involved in the UK with James Owen at his stables, and we've got 7 or 8 horses that we hope to bring out here next year and race out here. We've got a really nice one called Wanassa that we brought off Shadwell, that we got for Gary Alsop, who also has Felix, and hopefully he'll be out here or she'll be out here next year running in this race.
How strong do you think the Kahela is today? Because I think now we've got Qatar back, we've got the horses from Saudi, Europe, here in the UAE. It's top notch. It's
definitely one of the better races for a few years. I actually think it will be a local horse that wins it, a Bahraini-owned horse, but I know Adre was very, very strong on it when the draw came out and they got the one draw. And I think with a shorter running than Saudi, it's going to be hard for them to peg it back if it gets out. But it's a really strong race, and obviously, as you know, I'm good friends with Houses. If that wins, I'm going to be happy. If not, you wouldn't be upset to see Mr. Nabuda's horse win. You know, he's such a strong supporter of racing here, and worldwide, of course, but I mean, his breeding operation here is next to none, and it would be good for Ernest if that came in, but looking forward to the race.
Yeah, me too. AF Alajaj, you mentioned there, that does have a good chance, earned himself a spot in this by winning the Masra Arawaya last time over, a little bit shorter. The only thing about him, I suppose, Alajaj, he was a non-runner on Super Saturday, which is never what you want, Chad, even if it's a minor thing like a temperature. If your plan is to have a 2-race prep and you miss one, it's not ideal, and it applies later on to Algiers as well in the Godolphin Mile.
The only thing I'll say, though, is after he won last time, Ernst wasn't sure if he really wanted to run on Super Saturday. He's been taking him over to Meydan, vanning him over weekly for weekly gallops, and he said that's really helped him, it's really built him up, and he thinks he's going to stay the 2,000 meters, and maybe he just wants to have a little bit more of a fresh horse, and he's not really too upset about scratching, because I know he talked to you last week, and he was very, very confident.
He is incredibly confident. Yeah, we put out a little piece on social media. I said, how you think you're going to get on? He said, win. He was really, really keen on AF Alajaj. And looking later on the card, Justin, any particular races you're looking forward to once we get to the business end?
Yeah, I know it's probably the best race for locals is the Godolphin Mile, but I'm really looking forward to that. You know how much I like Mubaka. I'm a huge fan of the horse. I'd love to see that win. But also, you've got a couple of the sales horses are in it. So I'd love to see On the Food run a big race. Secret Ambition has been an absolute superstar. So that race, very, very much looking forward to it. but also the Gold Cup. Manobo looks like an absolute superstar.
He is the hottest favourite on the card. He was 1-2 earlier. He's probably shorter than that now, is he?
He was 1-2 when I left for hotel. I'm not sure he'll go much shorter because I can't see too much money going on it at that price. It's such a strong race. But his turn of foot, he could even run in the 1.5 mile race with that kind of turn of foot. And, that's definitely the horse I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, we'll be hearing from Charlie Appleby more later on about Manobo. But Justin mentioned there the Godolphin Mile. Doug Watson has got a good record in this race. And here he is talking to Mikey about his runners today.
We got Doug Watson. I won't go over everything today, just the Godolphin Mile horses, because they're just in about an hour and a half now. Looking at Mubakir later on, it looks like a horse that is going to be very tough and should move forward.
Yeah, I thought, everybody got held out wide in the Burj Nahar, and I thought he ran a great race. I think the track has had him going 20 meters further than the winner, and he beat the rest of them. So he's got a better draw tonight. Speed on his inside, maybe get a nice toe around there, and if he's good enough, he should run very well.
And we'll go right on to Golden Goal. He obviously ran huge here last year, got a nice trip up the inside. He's going to have a little trouble getting down there this time.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the post and him negotiating that?
Well, Pat's good from a bad post. Yeah. That's what we always say. So, no, he'll do a good job with him. And, he came out of his last race a little tired and had some mucus on the scope, but seems to have come around very nicely. Had a nice work on Sunday, and we're hopeful.
All right, well, best of luck to you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
The crowds are well and truly back here at Meydan Racecourse for the 2022 Dubai World Cup. So great to see the frocks, the feathers, the hats. It really is fantastic to have around about 60,000 people with us here at Meydan this afternoon. Before that, we heard from Doug Watson, who, Justin, you're good friends with Doug. He's so helpful with the media, but it wouldn't be his favourite part of the job, and he does get very nervous prior to a big day like this.
Well, he gets very nervous before any race meeting. I mean, he's a completely different person from October to the end of March than he is from April onwards. I mean, you can't get him out, you can't go for a meal with him during the season. He never leaves the house. He's just concentrating on it.
I was trying to figure out why his horses ran so well when he wasn't allowed here with COVID last year. Maybe that was why.
Yeah, he was able to relax. No, I mean, he's very, very nervous before racing, and he is someone that I don't think he particularly likes the media side of things, but he is very, very good at it, and he's very helpful with people.
He's incredibly honest as well. If the horse has had an issue or something like that, he's got any concerns, he will generally tell us, which is wonderful. And he's got some nice chances today. I agree with you about Mubakir, but no hot favourite, so no pressure on him, which might be on Bupat Seamar. Of course, there's Al Nafud, who is a pretty hot favourite.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll feel the pressure for Mubakir, because I think on Super Saturday, Mubakir was very unlucky not to win. You know, it was kept 6 wide the whole way. If you actually look at Trackers, I think he did something like 30 metres more than the winner. And the winner almost had the perfect race, was covered the whole way. The doors opened for him in the final 12.5, and he was like a fresh horse starting. So I think he'll feel the pressure with Mubakir. And if Mubakir had won on Super Saturday, I wonder whether it would be the favourite today. So he'll kind of feel that.
Is it in a way, do you think, Chad, a blessing that he didn't win on Super Saturday? Because we've had in the past horses trained by Doug and other people run massive races on Super Saturday, a big number, as you Americans would say, and then they kind of bounce. They can't produce it 3 weeks later.
We've seen it the last 3 years from Doug in the Godolphin Mile. He's won basically the race 3 weeks out, like a good thing, and he's become the kind of the post-line favorite, and they have disappointed. And, you talk about Mubaka, but Golden Gold kind of comes in a little bit under the radar because his last race was so bad. But you know what? His last race last year before the Godolphin Mile was pretty poor, too. Yeah. He was 5th that day, beaten 7.5 lengths, and came back and ran an absolute cracker to run second. So maybe Golden Gold can step back up again, too.
I mean, I feel a little bit sorry for Dale because when the draw happened, I think he was gutted. I think if Golden Gold had been drawn bottom 4, bottom 5, I'd have had a huge chance. It would have been right there.
But, in certain races, I understand that. The UAE Derby post is so important. Yeah. The Golden Shaheen post is important just because of how you're getting out there. The Godolphin Mile, you have so much time. I don't know why you'd really have too much of a concern about your post in the Godolphin Mile because it really is just so out of the chute.
I think the biggest problem is that they go so hard that you could end up trying to go forward and then you're stuck, if you, again, look at Mubaka, you're stuck 6 wide the whole way round the bend and you're just giving up ground the whole way. So I think that, I honestly don't know what they're going to do with Golden Gold. I mean, I was chatting with Dale on Wednesday, Thursday, and he still wasn't sure. He's going to leave it to Pat, and Pat will know what to do. But I think the unlucky horse, strangely, not to be in the race is Everfast. I think if he'd have been in the race, he'd have had a huge chance.
It's a very bizarre set of circumstances this year that 105 gets you into the Group 1, but doesn't get you into the Godolphin Mile. But the Godolphin Mile filled up, and years gone by, 100 would get you into the Godolphin Mile.
Well, I mean, if you look at some of the horses in the Godolphin Mile, he's finished 10, 12 lengths in front of them. You finished second in round 2, round 3, and he had more chance, strangely, of getting into the World Cup than he did of getting into the Godolphin Mile, which is surreal. I actually think in the 6 furlong race, because they're going to go so fast, he'll be finishing. But I actually feel, I really feel for Frankie, because if the horse would have been in, I think he'd have been a top 3 play.
It's just one of those years where the races are filled by and large. They've been so strong. Poor old Aklam Express traded 108. He's still here floating around. He's not got the run in the Alcott Sprint, which any other year he'd have got in.
Well, I think due to COVID, everybody wanted to come back. I think we've had a couple of years where there hasn't been a lot of travelling, and I think people were just desperate to get back out and enjoy the racing. So more people were trying to get into the races than we've had in years gone by.
That being said, though, I think we have made a lot of allowances for the Japanese horses, and they've traveled well over the years, and they've certainly been worthwhile. But there's a Japanese horse in the Godolphin Mile that is a little shaky. There's also one of the Alquas where you're like, I don't maybe think that he's one of the main contenders, and so those are spots that could have been filled by the locals, but because we want the international and the horses that travel in here, those spots went to some of the Japanese.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Japanese horse in the Godolphin Mile probably, it's not good enough to
He
be
looks
here.
like a rabbit for the other one, to be honest with you.
And you don't need one here. They're going to go so fast. I mean, the big worry if you're Bupat is you're drawn 2 and 3 with 2 speed horses. They could end up taking each other on and setting it up for somebody else.
I actually thought Bastrat Lee on the Japanese horse in the Godolphin Mile was really interesting. Drawn in 1, I thought he was a pretty big prize. You're right, his form doesn't look good enough, but he's certainly interesting. He's a Group 2 winner over there. You never know. There's certainly plenty worse 33-1 shots on the card. Well, we mentioned our local trainers, and one of them is Ahmed bin Hamash, who's had an absolutely brilliant season. And he runs 2 this evening. One of them is Eastern World, and I caught up with him earlier on this week. Well, first of all, congratulations on a really good season. Are you pleased?
Thank you. Yes, we are pleased about this, and we thanks all the owners. They've been supporting me and supporting the stable with the new horses. This year we have nice 65 new, 65 total with the. We get 40 new horses, and they was doing very well this year. And we hope the next year they will be much better.
I think you will. And you've ended up with 2 runners on Dubai World Cup night, which is brilliant. Starting, of course, with Eastern World. Great decision to drop him back to sprinting. Was that your idea? I guess it was.
No, it's we sit with the owner because the horse, he was showing a lot of speed. We've been running him in the mile, and he goes so fast from the gate. Then we decide, every time when we work in the stable, we want to keep him behind another horse. He can finish strong, and when we go to the race, when he jump in front, he cannot continue going. Then we decide with the owner to drop his distance. I think, is very good choice when we drop his distance.
Yeah, it was. And how's he been doing since the race?
He's doing very well. We've been working today. Both horses, they work very well, and we are so happy with the two horses.
Yeah, you should be. And would you be worried if he's drawn wide, Eastern World?
Look, he's a type of a horse. He's a not front runner. If you are not a front runner, you will be fine because you can come from behind, will be okay. I think middle is the best. If you are out, your horse, he came from behind, I think it will be fine.
And Minor, again, has done really, really well this season. He's such an improver.
He's a nice horse. He's been training very well. We ran him first time out in the dirt, and the horse, we come back to the yard, he wasn't very well. Like his enzyme in the blood, like he started to be tying up, and we get him very well, like just in the end of the season. And when we ran him first time out, he wasn't fit. Just we give him a run when he finished fifth, and then he ran third, then we ran him, he won the race. And we decide with Hamdan, we say, okay, if they give him, if they give him 90, we are going to the Super Saturday, and he ran very well, the horse.
Yeah, he ran really, really well. And how do you think he'll get on? I mean, it's obviously a big step up in grade, really.
He's a tough horse, I think, in this race. He will be fighting. He will not go lower than top 5. He will be there.
And what do you think, Hamdan? Are you excited?
Yeah, I am really excited. Yeah. And I am really excited about Arsaman getting to Dubai Turf.
We got Evelyn McDermott here. No one better to talk about fashion at the races and at the biggest race in the world. How is your World Cup going so far? I know you just got here.
We've literally just got in the game. I was here a little bit earlier though. I seen all the pre-arrangements here and it was absolutely fantastic. The excitement building up to this week, I can't explain. It was just fantastic.
Now you're a world-class milliner, and first of all, did you make what you have on right now? I
did. This has been my 24-hour all night. so I have been dressing a lot of people here at Dubai World Cup. Lots of last-minute orders and lots of people getting dressed up and getting tickets last-minute choices. The hype has been amazing, and I think people only realise this week how the World Cup was back and Dubai was back and we're all here.
You've been busy styling and making hats and making people beautiful. Have you looked at the beautiful horses? Who do you think is going to run well?
I am with Hot Rod Charlie today. I am a first fan of him and I just really, really want to see him do well today. Also, local trainer Bupat Seymour has a few out here today and always supporting Bupat. So trying not to have favourites because I have a lot of friends around this parade ring today and I'm supporting them all, and I just want everyone to go out there, have a great day, and all the jockeys' horses come home safely, and that'll be the main thing.
Thank you so much. You look beautiful. Have a great day.
Thank you. We're heading over to the Best Dressed Lady now for McGettigan's. We've done the finals. So yeah.
She looks amazing, does Evelyn McDermott always does. She's responsible for my hat. She was organised this year. I had it 3 days early. Sometimes I get it the morning of the race. It's great fun. I never know what she's going to create, and I completely trust her because she is brilliant. You're looking very smart, Justin. A little bit warm over there, though.
Just a tad, yeah. They put us right in the sun. I can't wait till that goes beyond the grandstand. We're going to be melting by the third race.
We really will be. We really will be. But the fashion's all part of it, isn't it? And it is a fun part. Even my husband quite enjoys dressing up for this.
Well, he looked smart last night as well. I bumped into him last night and he told me to go home early because of being on the telly.
Did he indeed? Well, we're not too far away from the Kaheda Classic, the first of our 9 races this evening, also the first of our 6 Group 1s on the card. A few connections already made it into the parade ring, and this is one of the many races on this evening's programme that is a full field. Looking forward immensely to the Kayla. Dates back to 1996. So I suppose, Justin, if you're bringing over a string of Arabians next year, in the back of your mind is always going to be the holy grail would be to get invited to this.
Yeah, I mean, we were lucky a few years ago with She-Croc, and then got drawn 15 of 16, so it was kind of a throwaway race straight away. But the aim will be to try and get 1 or 2 of them into this race. And like I said, we've got 7 or 8 nice horses, so there's definitely chances. Alcázar, who's getting a little bit older now, but at one stage he was the highest rated horse in the UK as an Arabian until the French and the Saudi horses come over for Goodwood. But we're looking forward to bringing a nice few horses over here. James is going to come over and train, hopefully. And if that goes well, it could lead to more possibilities of hopefully one or two of the owners here sending horses back to the UK and supporting the racing there, like Shad will have over the years.
It's a great idea, it really is. Well, our Arabians are up first. It's the Kahela Classic. So, 2,000 metres is the trip then for our curtain raiser. It's a Group 1. What if you're Arabians? Back up to $1 million. 16 of them line up. Runners here from the UAE, from Saudi, from France, from Qatar. It's a very strong renewal. AF Alajaj Connections won this race back in 2019. Ashton Tourette's having his first ever run at Meydan. Barak, Group 1 winner, 8th in the race last year. Then we have Deguar Latois. Dergam Afbar, first runner on World Cup night for Mohamed Dagash, defending champion Zerian. First class, good winner last time in Saudi, as was Hadida Carrere, one of the favourites for this. Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladia. We have Jarif, Jagurtha de Monlau. Curtis Del Roc back after an absence. Munir de Soleil. Raja, Group 1 winner here and in France. RB Rich Like Me, and Lamet Chamel QA is the sole mare in the race. First runner here for Jean de Moual. So here's a look at number 1. This is AF Alajaj. Would have a leading chance, Chad, but does have to tackle this distance for the first time.
I think he needs to go a little bit further, but he's able to sit kind of in that first tier of the second pack. And there's going to be a lot of speed in here. We know how fast RB Rich Like Me is, but the fact that AF Alajaj can sit, and I mean, you watch that last race, Tig looked like a winner every step of the way. It was just a matter of if, not when.
Yeah, no, he was travelling beautifully for the whole race, and I know there was queries whether it would stay the 10, but I don't think there's a problem at all. I think it would be travelling beautifully, and he will be. I think he's the one that could pick up RB Rich Like Me when it comes to it. If you go back to the Saudi race, I think the running was possibly a little bit too long for him, where here I think he's got a huge chance to close on him.
Ashton Tourette's is fancied by some shrewd judges. For me, he's got a lot against him. Notably, this is the highest grade he's ever faced. I know he was second in the President's Cup, but this should be tougher. It's on the dirt. It's a good race.
I think from the 12 stall it's going to be difficult. I mean, again, I know you've got a little run into the turn, but they go so fast. If you're stuck 3-4 wide, it does make a huge difference, especially on the dirt this time of day. You do find it tends to favour the front runners. So I think he might struggle myself. I know a few judges like him, but not for me.
He does have a tendency to miss the break as well, Ashton Tourette's. This is Deguar Latois, who's won really well in this sort of race before. He was third in Maximum Challenge Round 2 last year, but he's never really, to me, looked like winning a race of this magnitude. If he places, they'll be delighted.
Yeah, I think they're targeting a place. He's one of those horses who's probably in the race, a bit like when we raced Sheeprock, that you were hoping to pick up a check rather than hoping to win.
Same applies to Dergam Athbar. We'll look at him in a moment. But this is Barak Chad. He's a Group 1 winner. He was 8th in this race last year. He hasn't looked the same horse this year.
Pat Dobbs elects to stay with him, and rather than Ashton Tourette's, he's been riding kind of both of them. So interesting to note that. And the thing with Barak is he missed the jump last time. He kind of spotted the field 2 or 3 lengths, and Fernando Hora was able to kind of slow the pace down and kind of lost all chance. I mean, if Barak can get back to some of his earlier races, his second behind RB Rich Like Me puts him in the mix.
Yeah, I think he has to break, though. That's the key for him.
Dergam Athbar shouldn't be quite good enough, but he did run really well over in the new Manifa Cup in Saudi last time. That was on the turf, though. He has won on dirt, but at a much lower level than this. His trainer, Mohamed Dagash, is having a fantastic season. And with an exceptional run, this horse can maybe finish in the placings. He was second to Raja in a Maximum Challenge Round 2 over 1,900 metres, which is what has earned him a spot in this one. We've had several dual and triple winners of this over the years, and Derian is aiming to do that again. He was 5th in Saudi last year. He was 4th in Saudi this year. In theory, that gives him a stronger chance, Justin, but he's been drawn in 16.
Yeah, but the draw again. I mean, you look at this race and you think anything drawn above 10 is going to struggle to get into it early. And I do think with as I said a little bit earlier, with the dirt riding fast early, it's going to be difficult for all of those drawn from high numbers.
I think so as well,
The thing that's interesting about that horse, though, is they say in Saudi Arabia he gets really nervous in the paddock. It's a little bit of a different setup in all the different tracks that you go to, and for whatever reason, maybe Darien just can't handle the lead up to the race, and that causes him to run not as well. Where here he looked a picture last year, and right now he's really, really looking good in the post parade in the paddock.
It's great. We're looking at his first class. He's won 5 of his 16 starts. He's a Group 3 winner in the US over 1,200 metres, but he won that new Manifa Cup over in Saudi. He's also won on dirt in Doha and at Lone Star and at Delaware. But this is horse they've all got to beat, I think, as much so like Rich Like Me. Hadi de Carrere is a gorgeous little horse. He comes here with a 4 from 7 record, and Thomas Forsey trains him. He's never won this race, but he's the man when it comes to Arabians.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite biased. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of RB Rich Like Me. You've got to look at Hadi de Carrere, and look, there's no better jockey on the Arabians than Olivier Pellier. He's absolutely world class on them. But I think outside of those two, you probably look at Tigers. But I keep, every time I've looked at this race, I just keep going back to RB Rich Like Me.
Oh, I do as well, but I'm worried that's because I'm biased. I think Hadi de Carrere has an absolutely huge chance. He's 1 from 1 on dirt. That did come on a slightly different dirt surface. So this is Jarif. He's trained by Elizabeth Bernard, who is a superb trainer of Arabian. She's actually never had a winner here in the UAE, but she's tried them in pretty tough companies, such as the Jewel Crown and races like that. This horse was 7th in the Bay Arabian Classic last year. That was his only run on dirt. Last time out, he was quite well held behind first class in that new Manifa Cup, so he's probably going to struggle. Together de Monlau, though, is interesting. He won the main prep for this. He's quite unexposed on dirt. I think he can pick something up here, Chad.
The question with him is, does he need the lead? And if he needs the lead, is he faster than RB Rich Like Me? I don't think he can make the lead over RB Rich Like Me, and if he can't make the lead, Fernando Jara is going to have to put himself in a spot, but we've seen this before. He won on that Doug O'Neill horse earlier in the carnival that was supposed to lead and dropped all the way back and ended up winning. Fernando's been here for a while, and you talk about Dubai World Cups. How fitting would it be if Fernando Jara can get a win on Dubai World Cup night?
Yeah, it would be amazing, wouldn't it? It's not particularly busy this evening, Fernando. This is Raja, and I spoke to Masabra Maheri's assistant the other day, Azam Ali, and I said, who's your best on the card? This was before Miras came out, and he said Raja. But Justin, Raja was very disappointing on Super Saturday, and he managed a lacklustre third.
Well, I think he was like everybody's pick. I mean, I think all the lads were on him on Super Saturday, and he just didn't turn up at all. And without being rude about the Super Saturday race, because of Saudi, it was a lot weaker than this. And if you couldn't win now, I think you're going to struggle here.
As a brief look at RB Rich Like Me, we'll come back to him in a moment. This is Lamat Shamel QA, first runner here, as I mentioned, for Jean de Mule, also the first ever runner here for Olivier D'Angin, the jockey. And this one comes in with kind of interesting form, really. Was quite well beaten over 21,000 metres, then won over 1,400. And then was 8th last time in a Group 1 in Doha over 1,600 metres. I think she's probably up against it, would you say, Justin?
Yeah, I'm not sure she'd be suited to the trip either. I think she's probably better over slightly shorter. Obviously, the weight allowance for the fillies will help, but again, I'm not sure she's quite the standard of some of the others in this.
Yeah, it's a little while since a filly won it. Of course, Igo Shea won it on Mizna back in 2008. But there's others in here with much stronger claims, that's for sure, as Alajaj heads out. We've got it is, I think, quite evenly matched between our local horses and those coming in from abroad. We didn't talk much about Curlis Del Rock, Justin. Interesting horse, looked very, very good at the start of the year. Not seen since December, sold, and has suffered a setback. That's why we haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, that worries you. I mean, having not run for a while, you kind of think, will it need the run? Is it 100%? Again, it's another one of those that you look at it and you think on his best day he'd be there, but at the moment I couldn't be sure.
Well, the thing with Carlos Del Rock is at the start of the year, the track always seems to play kind of more towards speed, and he made the lead early on and just kind of extended it. He looked really good, visually looked impressive, but did the track kind of help him a little bit? And the fitness level of some of the others might not have been there yet.
100%, but I think it'll play like that today. Like the early heat, the dirt will be fast, and I think it will play like that. But whether he's, having had such a long layoff, whether he'll be good enough to be up there is the question.
Yeah, he's an interesting horse. He was kind of mopping up races at a much lower level over at Al Ain. He was owned by Al-Rahmani Racing, and they said last year this is our Kahela Classic horse for next year. Someone came in with their checkbook and they thought, hey, this is their Kahela Classic horse. So I'm glad he's made it to the race. It has been a long-range plan, but he's going to struggle, I think, as we said, off since winning that Majani Stakes, beating Harab, who's won a Group 1 since. So that form's strong, but that was back on the 16th of December, so things have not gone according to plan since. I think this is a gorgeous Arabian. Chad had a good look at him yesterday morning, Hadi de Carrere. He's by Nishan, who was a fantastic horse owned by Ali Haddad, who won, I think, 3 Maktoum Challenge Round 3s here. Olivier Pellier's won this race 3 times. He is going to be very hard to beat, even for RB Rich like me, I think.
He sat the perfect trip, though. Everything went his way. And in the Arabian races, that's not something that always happens. So sometimes trip is dependent, and that's why they make such a big deal about the draw early on and stuff like that. He's certainly the class of the race, but, I mean, he didn't beat RB Rich like me by much, and RB Rich like me is coming back home.
Yeah, and this is that race that we're talking about, Hadi de Carrere beating RB Rich like me. And it was, I was watching it with a firm eye on Adrian, what he was up to, and they hunted him all the way around, Justin. He was just a sitting duck.
Well, and it's such a long running in Saudi,
Yeah.
but if you watch the race back, once he's beaten, or once the horse has gone past him, Adre's not tough on RB Rich like me, and I think, I like speaking to him on Wednesday, and he was very confident with a shorter running, he's going to turn in, I think he's going to kick, and he might get 2-3 lengths.
And the thing that's interesting, look, this is the first time Fawzi Nass has ever trained an Arabian horse. He's been breezing this horse with thoroughbreds. He came out here earlier last week, and he actually outworked a thoroughbred that was rated 90, so it wasn't like a bad horse. And he did that all winter long because he didn't have another Arabian in the yard to train him with.
Well, he actually did, but the other Arabian wasn't very good, and has turned out not to be
Hollywood
very
doesn't
sound.
like to hear that.
Yeah.
Hollywood doesn't like to hear that.
But, strangely, now Fawzi he did train Arabians in Bahrain. And did very well with them. Because when I brought Sheikh Rocky, he called me and said, you do know I was champion purebred Arabian trainer in Bahrain. And I said, well, we brought it with Irwin. It would be very cruel to take it off him.
This is our best piece of local form, really, because this is a course and distance prep. Together de Monlau was quite new to dirt racing at this point. He was the exciting one going in here, but we did all, as Justin said, we did all sort of think Raja was the one to catch. It was a nice front-running performance from Fernando Hara on Together de Monlau, but he's drawn in 10 on this occasion, and as he said himself when I interviewed him earlier on this week, Fernando, he said, there's a lot of quick horses to my inside. I'm just going to have to play the start, and I think really he's in the lap of the gods, see what happens early. It's whether or not he can get the lead from out in 10.
When you're 18 years old and you win the Dubai World Cup for the home team like they did with Invaser, it's one of those things where I think Fernando Hara is going to have ice water in his veins, and he's okay like playing the break. It'd be a little bit different than some of these other jockeys that's they're just their first ride on World Cup night, getting the jitters out of the way. Fernando's an old pro now, even though he's still a relatively young guy. He's not going to have any concerns, and he can play the break and kind of like the American jockey that he used to be, see what develops to his inside, and then decide to make a move.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be worried, and he's one of those, he'll get out quickly. If he gets across and is sitting maybe too wide up there with the horses, I think he's got a hell of a chance. So it's definitely one of the horses that you'd put in as the outside pick to run a big race.
Yeah, I think so as well, just because he's so unexposed. And he's trained by Jean-Claude Picou, who also has Barak in here. Jean-Claude has had 16 runners in the UAE. 5 of them are winners, and I'm pretty sure 3 of those wins have come in Group 1. So that is some record.
Yeah, he certainly knows how to train the horses to win. I think last year he had something like 4 runs that all won. It was just a phenomenal achievement here.
Yeah, did very well. Barak, who was a very tricky horse previously trained by Jean de Roual, and done well with his Jagertha de Monlau as well. As I said, he's unexposed. It's only his 3rd start on dirt this evening, and he won one of them, as we mentioned. What circumstances would Raja need to bounce back here, do you think, Justin? It's quick enough back.
He was so poor on Super Saturday that either something was wrong or everything went wrong. But I don't think everything went wrong. I just don't think he was good enough. That's my personal opinion. I hope I'm wrong for the owners and the horse and jockey, but I really don't fancy his chances from there.
But Raja's done this his whole career. It's not like Raja is the consistency that we've seen from the RB Rich like me's of the world, that every time they lay it on the line, Raja runs his race and then he doesn't run his race. So if he's on an on-again, off-again kind of angle, today is on again, and it's the right day to be on again.
Oh, well, you'd prefer to be on today, yeah. I mean, this is a race you target and you want to win. And I agree, he is one of those horses that doesn't turn up every time. In all fairness, there's a lot of Arabians are like that. It depends on their mood. They're very clever horses, and it depends if everything goes right for them. And they can, using the old term, they can throw the dummy out and, not want to try.
I'm just wondering about RB Rich like me, who doesn't have a habit of missing the break, but traditionally why sometimes connections don't like one, is if you do miss the break from there, you do find yourself in a difficult position.
No, and that's the concern later on in the card with Life is Good. Even though he has been so brilliant and has that early first step like RB Rich Like Me, Audrey's a pro, though. He's been here a long time, and he's really good at playing the break, even in these kind of races.
Yeah, hopefully it will be a nice fair start, and we don't have anyone miss it and get shoveled back.
Yeah, I think it's always a worry if you're drawn one and you miss the break, but he's proven to be able to get out every time this year. And the one thing that's really impressed me since he's been with Fawzi, if you actually look at his form and look at his races before he came here, the one thing that worried me was whenever he got threatened or horses came round him, he definitely came in on himself, where he hasn't done that out here.
Yeah, just around about halfway through the loading process for this. The highest rated in the race is 126. That's Hadi de Carrere. That puts him £3 clear of RB Rich Like Me. Justin, I think we're in the same camp here. We're red and white. We're very much with Rich Like Me. Chad?
I'm going with the other side of the locals with AF Alija. I mean, a half length away from 3 straight wins maybe for Ernst Hartel.
Yeah. Alija, of course, a very good second for them last year behind Darien, but looks as though we've only got 4 or 5 more to load for our opening race this evening. It is the Group 1 Dubai Kahila Classic, sponsored by Ithra Dubai. So let's say a very good afternoon once again to Alistair Cohen.
Taking hold of Alija. Alija now facing forward. Derjan and Brack. Up comes Derjan. Brack will be the last one. Purebred Arabians for $1 million. Time for the Dubai Kahila Classic, sponsored by Ithra Dubai. Handlers away. All set. Shane Ryan is about to get them on their way once Derjan takes up his position. Ready now. And rearing in stall gate number 6 is Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia, who quietens down. Gates are back and they're racing. Rich Like Me broke out well, Raja broke out well. First Class is right in there in the early stages, and Curles Del Rock gets forward as well. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia now shuffled back through the field as Alija from a deep draw gets positively ridden. Jagota Budmunlao is handy, and Rich Like Me got done. Rich Like Me had to take right back and has now completely lost momentum and lost his way. So as they get out of the straight, Curles Del Rock is in front by just over 1 length. First Class races away in second. Jagota Budmunlao now improved, one off the rail to get into second spot. Alija is in the black colours in fourth. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia was next best, with Ashton Tourette's in the white and green colours racing about 5 lengths off the leader. Then we go further back to Lamet Shamel, the filly, racing midfield, kept company by Brack, who's in the white sleeves and the check cap. Dagui Latois in the yellow colours. Jarif was next best. Then comes Hadi de Carrere in the white jacket and the blue cap, 3/4 of the way back and a good dozen lengths off the leader. They followed further back in running by Derjan, the yellow cap, one off the rail. Dergamatba is on the improve. Munir du Soleil is towards the end of the field and now being cajoled along. Rogers won from last. Can Rich Like Me make up this much ground? Got to be about 16 lengths off the leader at the corner of the track, and Curles Del Rock in front by 1 length. Racing in second is Jagota Budmunlao. Then comes First Class, well placed at the rail, third and a length and a half behind the leader. Then 3 back to Alija, who's been ridden along. Brack is at that one's outside. Further back to Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia, black and white colours. Dergamatba improved at that one's outside. 2 lengths away to Lamet Shamel. Hadi de Carrere still got about 10 lengths to make up. Rogers improving. Ashton Tourette's. Then comes Derjan. Rich Like Me got most of them to get past Curles Del Rock and First Class. They've gone about 4 lengths clear of Brack, who races out in third. Dergamatba. Then comes Hadi de Carrere, but this is now First Class turn to hit the front in the Dubai Kahila Classic. First Class in front by half a length. Curles Del Rock trying to scramble back towards the inside. First Class with the lead, and First Class won. Second goes to Curles Del Rock. Hadi de Carrere ran third. Fourth goes to Brack, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia. They were ahead of Dergamatba, Raja. Next best was Derjan. Then came Lamet Shamel, Jagota Budmunlao. Rich Like Me, really stiff, lost his race before the first turn. Alija, Dagui Latois. Then further back to Ashton Tourette's, Munir de Soleil and Jarif.
Well, a dramatic start to proceedings here this evening. RB Rich, like me, really had his chance completely gone. He was wiped out at an early part of the race, and we had a tremendous battle. First class, the winner for Alban Jamil, who's been at the top of the tree when it comes to training Arabians for very many years. And Ronan Thomas, his first ride ever here in the UAE, and he wins the biggest Arabian race of them all. So that was, dramatic, Justin, we can say, and heartbreaking for Fawzi and the connection.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why people don't want the one draw. I mean,
Absolutely.
I want to see what happened again, but it looked like he was completely taken out. I actually thought the horse had broken down for a second.
I thought he had, I think he's okay. I mean, he did his best to get back into it, Adri, but it was never going to happen. And this is an interesting horse, Chad. He was over in America, as we mentioned. He was a Grade 3 winner over 1,200 metres. Has done very well over in Qatar, and came here after winning the new Manifa Cup in Saudi just 4 weeks ago.
Well, you thought it was going to be an American horse who made his last start in Saudi, and it was. It was just the other one. He ran actually on the Friday in Saudi and won kind of the local prep from the horses that were eligible from the Caribbean countries and those kind of foreign countries coming from Qatar. He's never been worse than fourth in 16 lifetime starts, now 17 lifetime starts. He's won on dirt, he's won on turf. The trainer said when he first got him, he was a nice horse, but it was very, very difficult to train, wearing blinkers. He wouldn't go in a straight line. It took time for him to come around, but when he did, he said he's just gotten better and better as time's gone on. And what about a family reunion? Because he also trained his father, the Hess, as well.
Yeah, he was an amazing horse, particularly on the turf, if I remember rightly. What about Curlis or Rock, though, Justin?
Yeah.
You and I, we both rode him off. We knew he'd had an injury.
Absolutely superb ride by Patsy Cosgrove. I mean, he's literally got him up there, and he's coming back at the end as well. I mean, he was so unlucky because he starts trying to get his... I mean, if look how he's trying. He's really trying to get his head back up there. Brilliant ride, though. And to be fair, if you look, we did say Heidi de Carrera was going to struggle to make the ground up, and that was proven to be true, but also huge ride by Barak to finish fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. Great run by Barak. I'm sure Jean de Pico would be very happy. Heidi de Carrera third. Hamdan Khalid Al-Kahal was fifth, and Durga Mathbar, first runner on the World Cup card from Mohamed Dagash, has finished a very solid sixth, picking up a nice check. But it's all about first class, the somewhat surprising winner of our opening race this evening for Alban Jamil. He's had plenty of success here in the UAE. This is his 15th win here. But Ronan Thomas, based over in Qatar for some time, has got a good association with this horse. He's ridden him on his his most four recent starts anyway. And he gave a lovely celebration. He was absolutely delighted to win this, but you can't help feeling what might have been for Adrian. You can be the best jockey in the world and that happens to you, Chad. What can you do? There's nothing you can do.
I mean, that's why it's funny, because when the draw comes out, people go, life is good, got the one, happy days, life is good as a winner. But you see, anything can happen in horse racing, and even though you have 2,000 meters, you say, oh, you can come back. I mean, I think Alistair got a little excited because he put himself back in the race a little bit towards the end, but it's just so much difficult to pick up as much ground as he lost, and the energy you have to exert to get up there. And then finally, kind of towards the end, Audrey does the right thing and takes care of him. But he's a horse that I think he'll be back hopefully again next year and take another crack at it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he almost stopped. Like literally before the post the first time, the horse is almost standing still. So to actually get back in the race was some achievement. But I still have to see what happened again. I mean, it was hard to see who came over him. But such heartbreaking for Fawzi and the team.
It really is heartbreaking. That's the word for it. We'll take a look back at the race in a moment and see if we can pick up exactly what happened. But the win has gone to first class. 3 S's on his name. His 6th career victory from 17 starts. I've actually been to Alban Jamil's stables in Qatar, and it's like going to a palace. It's absolutely stunning. They really are beautiful. This horse owned by Nayef Saad Al-Kabi, his first runner here in the UAE. So he's going to be thinking this game is easy. And a no-show from last year's winner, Derian. I don't know if he was involved in the incident.
Yeah, I mean, the race kind of changed dramatically there, but you've got to say that first class has got the back form. As you said, in America he's got form as well. I think every horse has ended up running in the top 6 has run a big race. But I'm kind of speechless, which doesn't happen very often with me.
Well, I have to hope that your big fancy in the next race, Mubaka, comes in, or you really will lose all power of speech for the rest of the day.
If Mubaka wins, I will be speechless because I've been a huge fan of it. When you interviewed me earlier in the season after he won over 6, I said straight away Godolphin Mile horse.
I thought you were RB Rich like me. I've been saying he's a Kayla winner all season. I should never make statements such as that again.
You talk about a key race, by the way. 3 of the top 6 all came out of that same race with first class. So the Saudi race, the race at Saudi on Friday, which was the last race following the Jockey Challenge, when everybody they were celebrating the Jockey Challenge. There was one last important Arabian race apparently. So next year we have to pay attention to both days at Saudi, not just the Saturday.
I mean, it's still worth $500,000 that race. It's not like it's a poor race, so you're going to get some good horses in it. And as it's mostly for GCC countries, that's pretty much what the Arabian racing is here today anyway. It's mostly GCC countries with a couple of French horses thrown in.
I think we should all probably avoid Halal Al-Alawi for a while because he had the second in the Manifa Cup Soko, and the owners decided to run him over in Oman, which is their prerogative. But he'll be thinking what might have been if he'd been able to run Soko here. He might have been able to pick up something in the Kahela Classic. We'll hear from our winning jockey in a moment or two. Ronan Thomas will be absolutely over the moon with this victory, as you would expect. It's a huge deal to win $1 million race, and it's an even bigger deal when it's here on the Dubai World Cup card. And he's a bonny little horse. Let's find out just how it was done.
All right, Ronan Thomas, that was a first-class ride from Ronan Thomas. Ronan, can you take us through the ride? And obviously everything went to plan, it looked.
Yeah, it's a very amazing horse, and we was very lucky with the draw number. So when we see how the race will be probably going, we was very confident with him because last time I beat Soko very quite easy. After we have one interrogation was the ground, because long time ago he don't run on dirt, but he came from America, so he starts the career on the dirt. So he's just improving. He take confidence on him. I travel very easy back the future second, so I have an amazing race. And when I asked him to have a turn of foot, he gave me everything for going to the post.
Well, yeah, congratulations. I'll get you a quick sign real fast.
Great to hear from Ronan Thomas right in the thick of it. He's going for the signature, not the smiley face. Gonna have fun with that all afternoon. Well done to Mikey there, getting the lowdown. Here we go, Justin. We can, hopefully, it's very hard for us to see actually from our screen, and the fact that this is from many metres up in the air, get an idea of what happened to Adrian on RB Rich Like Me. At the moment, he's where he'd want to be. He hit the rail. He hit the rail.
Yeah, it's the horse has done it. I did say before the race, in America, before it actually, and in wherever there was racing before coming here, he had a habit when horses were around him of almost coming in on himself and getting scared. And I think before he ran here the first time, it was my concern about the horse that if he got crowded, he often almost backed out the race. And looking at that, that's what seems to have happened there.
Because he didn't win the start, so he wasn't clear he had horses around him. But that's something we never discussed when talking about the one hole. They could hit the red. It doesn't happen often.
No, but listen, and he's won the start from every post and every start that he's made so far this year, including the last start in Saudi. But you're right. I mean, that's clear as day what happened there, and it's disappointing because at that point, when you're in a field of 16 like that, once you there, you have nowhere to go. It's not like you can reset yourself and you're okay because you drop back to 5th or 6th. You have to basically reset, dropping back to 16.
And it was. I'm trying to think who I had the conversation with. I think it was Gary Capewell in the UK about the horse, and it was the one concern. And you're right. Since it's been here, he's had smaller fields. He's been able to get out every time. Even in Saudi, he was drawn wide. He was never crowded, and that's pretty much what's happened there. Is what we were worried about in the early days, and we've kind of forgot about it because it's never happened. Even when horses have gone past him, he's not done it since he's been here, but that's clearly what happened, which is heartbreaking.
Absolutely. Really heartbreaking for Connection. Not something you would predict as a jockey. As say, horses aren't stupid. They generally don't run into bits of plastic. But he's obviously, something's gone wrong. He's taken a full step, something like that, and it sent him colliding into that rail. Actually, Chad, that could have been an awful lot worse. He could have taken down a few others.
Audrey did a great job to just hang on because he hit that rail hard. And look, we've made a lot of innovations of late, and we've really worked on safety on the racetracks. And that portable rail now, the way that they did it, before that rail used to be made of steel. And if he would have hit that steel rail, it would have been a catastrophe maybe. So that rail able to kind of withstand that force of, Arabians are a little bit lighter, but still, an 1,100-pound animal, a 500-kilo kind of animal, and still kind of go on and kind of ricochet back was really the key.
It would have been a disaster in the old days if it had hit that and bounced back into the racing pack. Unfortunately, every horse managed to get round him, and he's gone right in. When you watch it, you've probably gone in a horse into the rail and come back out. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a major advantage with these better rails, we'll say, than the old rails that would have been very painful.
Take a look at the closing stages as well, and Curtis Del Rock has not exactly come into the straight with a wet sail. He's having to work hard on him, but he's been so gutsy and really responded to everything Pat Cosgrove's thrown at him, hasn't he?
Well, First Class was travelling beautifully, and he's there. Looks like he's going to win going away. So great ride from Patsy. He's got the horse going, he's fought back, and at one stage it actually looked like he was going to come back and take him back up. But obviously First Class is a good horse, and it's proven that the Americans are even good on the Arabian horses.
Can we claim victory on this one, or has it been too long?
I think it's been a bit long. The horse has been in Qatar for some time. Interestingly, it's the first Qatari success in this race since 2017, when Julian Smart was successful with Redder. And you go back before that, Jaffa Adri was on board also for Julian Smart back in 2010. Julian also won it when he was training here in the UAE with Nesdor. But it's a race that had eluded Alban de Mule until now, and so he's so adept at training these Arabians. I believe he still has a base in France as well as in Qatar, and sort of switches between the two, and is vastly experienced, and he obviously thought this was the race for this horse. So far no Saudi bounce, but it doesn't mean it won't affect some horses later on.
Well, he got the extra day. We could say the extra day helps, because you could clearly see the ones that ran on Saturday ran a little bit poorer. So that whole day made a big difference.
But is there also something to say that running on turf is slightly less tiring than running on dirt, particularly that Saudi dirt?
I would imagine so, yeah. And if you look back at that Saudi race, the first three in that did run hard. So, I mean, as I said, Heidi de Carrera was never going to make up that ground that he was able to do in Saudi with a longer run-in. But he wasn't even close enough. I mean, those two had gone well clear. I mean, I think, was it 9.5 lengths they were away from the third? That's some distance.
Yeah. Let's see, have another look. Alajaj, I don't know if he hasn't stayed, but he never looked like he was going to win it.
So hard out of the gate to try and be, kind of get over from that 15 path, and he was able to get kind of a good stalking position in fourth. He was right behind the front runners, but it looks like it kind of took its toll later, and maybe he can't see out the 2,000 because about 1,700, 1,800 meters in, that's when he kind of waved the towel.
Yeah, it didn't look like he stayed, to be fair to the horse. It didn't look like he was given every chance. Ty put him in the race, gave him every opportunity, but he just didn't look like he actually stayed the whole trip.
No, Heidi de Carrera for me, he's just run a few lengths below how he did over in Saudi as well. Maybe it did leave a mark on him. He certainly have taken him before the race over those two Saudi winners, but it's First Class who emerges victorious in our Dubai Kahela Classic. Lovely pat down the neck there from Ronan Thomas. Two greys battling this out. Really superb performance from Curtis Del Rock. Only have his 8th start, Curtis Del Rock. He's a very exciting horse for our Lajban stables for next season. Presumably if they can get an injury-free run with him, he's rated 117, they can pretty much come straight to this race or take in a couple of preps. Once you get a lofty rating, you can plan a campaign a lot nicer. You don't have to sort of take in lots of preps to get your rating up. You can just pick and choose, and that's what they'll be able to do with him next year. So that's one race that we thought might go to the locals, so let's hope the Godolphin Mile does, otherwise it's going to be tough from here on in.
Yeah, if the locals don't win this one, we are struggling.
UAE Derby looks strong.
Possibly.
DubaiWorldCup,
no? If we can class the American as a local.
Hypothetical?
No. I'd be very surprised if we were to...
If he gets out and gets that rail, you never know.
I think a few things would have to go wrong, but we've seen just how things can go wrong in that, haven't we? Durgam Akbar's a talented horse. He's finished 6th, 7th and 8th. Great training performance by Mohamed Dagash.
I knew Jim was a good jockey, but I didn't realise he could ride three in one race.
Ride the same horse 3 times,
You only get paid for 6, though.
Yeah.
It's just a reminder of the results, sort of, for our opening race. It's cooled down a little bit. The thoroughbreds will be glad of that.
So will I. Now the sun's gone behind the sky bubble, we can breathe a little bit easier.
Have you been up to the sky bubble yet? You mentioned you've got some guests up there.
No, I'm going to try and pop up a little bit later. We've got some clients up there. We've got everybody mixed all over the place tonight, but which is good. I mean, it's good for. We've got the cigar lounge, 401, which they're calling the Paddock View.
The cigar lounge is a lounge named after the horse Cigar, not a smoking lounge.
No, it's named after the horse. Yeah.
This is our trophy presentation for the Dubai Kayla Classic, sponsored by Ithra Dubai. Mr. Lachlan Guy, the Executive Director of Asset Management for new sponsors, Ithra Dubai, doing the honours there. Big congratulations to all involved with first class, originally American, now Qatari, winning for a Frenchman, Alban de Mule, one of the best trainers of Arabians in the world, finally takes this huge race here in Dubai. See our winning jockey head up in a moment as well, Ronan Thomas. I believe he's been based in Qatar for several years. I think he's also spent a fair bit of his career in France. And it might only be the Arabian race, but they're really not regarded as second-tier horses over here in Dubai. We love our Arabians. In Abu Dhabi, they very much get top billing over the thoroughbreds. And this race is a hugely important part of the day. It swapped places with the Godolphin Mile for a while, Justin. I couldn't get my head around that when the Godolphin Mile was run as the first race. That was a bit strange.
Yeah, I think we had Shamal Nabras in it the year they ran it as the first race, and it was way too hot for them. I actually, if I remember correctly, he ended up with heat stroke.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they've swapped it back, because the Arabians are more used to the heat than the thoroughbreds.
Yeah, the Arabians do just handle the heat a little bit better, of course, being native to the region. Let's recap race 1 on Dubai World Cup Day. Wonderful scenes there. First race is in the books, meaning we've got 8 more to go, and one of the more intriguing contests on the card comes up next, our Group 2 Godolphin Mile. It's probably one of the strongest renewals we've had. We mentioned earlier, Justin, horses rated 105 can't get in here.
Yeah. And I mean, the great thing is, I know it only says 3 on the page, but I think there's 4 horses that have come from the Godolphin sale. So, you know, the locals have had a chance to buy horses for this race. You've got horses coming from America, you've got horses from Japan, from Saudi, you've got a proper international race, but this is the one that I think the locals have the best chance in today.
Wonderful to have His Highness the Crown Prince Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum with us this evening, as indeed he always is for the Dubai World Cup fixture. He was also front and centre at the Dubai World Cup welcome reception the other day. It was marvellous. People were kind of falling over themselves to try and take photos of him and things like that. He's so popular here, and he's making his way into the Royal Majlis in time to see the action unfold in the Godolphin Mile, in which Godolphin have outside chances, I think it's fair to say. Storm Damage is a hugely exciting horse, but takes on the dirt for the first time, and we have Dubai Icon as well in there for Godolphin. But wonderful to have His Highness Sheikh Hamdan with us as we take a look from the skies once again at Meydan Racecourse, which is shaped like a falcon, as you can see from certain angles from the sky. Chad, why don't we see more Americans in this Godolphin Mile? I know we've got 2 in the wonderful Snapper, Sinclair and Bankit, but it's not, for me it would be very winnable for them.
A lot of times we come here for a few different reasons, but you know, the fact that it's a Group 2 and not a Group 1 is something that kind of affects it, and the fact that the purse is $1 million when some of the other races later on in the card are worth more money. You know, we have the Met Mile, which is kind of the more prestigious race compared to the Godolphin Mile, coming up on Belmont Stakes Day, so it just doesn't have that same prestige that the other races on the card, almost every other race on the card, has.
Take a look at the conditions then for our Group 2 Godolphin Mile, the first of our thoroughbred contests this evening. worth $1 million, as you saw there. $580,000 to the winners. You've got to be age 3 and upwards to run in this. 57 kilos is the weight for all of them in here, because we don't have a filly. Alnaford is number 1, rising star here in the UAE. We have Jebel Ali, mile winner Algiers, Bank It, Bathrat Leon, drawn in 1 and a fast horse. Japan only won this once back in 2006 with Utopia. We have Desert Wisdom, winner of the Prep Dubai Icon. Full flat, first run for 676 days. Golden Goal, last year's runner-up. Great Scots caused all kinds of disruption at the start of the Dubai World Cup last year. Mubaka Bogo trying to, for the first time, brave move by Charlie Hills. Secret Ambition aiming to become the 3rd horse to win this more than once. Snapper Sinclair, Silly Thunder, Storm Damage, 2s. Rupat Seamar, very confident for big run from this horse. He's seeing a lot of nice things from him in the mornings, but the draw isn't ideal perhaps in 14. As we look at the course and distance, they do start in that kind of dog leg. It makes it a little bit difficult to the first turn. We'll see if we can take a look at the horses going around the parade ring then. They've been in there for some time. Taina Sheikh Hamdan taking a keen eye on proceedings, of course. And this is Alnaford, Justin. He's so exciting, isn't he? 2 from 2 over course and distance.
Yeah, I actually thought they'd, for a while, I actually thought they'd target the World Cup with him.
They did originally.
Yeah, so I was surprised when he came into this race, but I was speaking to the racing manager of the group, and he said they just thought he was a little bit young, give him 1 more year before going for the World Cup. But I saw Maria from the Godolphin Sales in Newmarket a couple of weeks back, and they were very excited that he was coming here. She was hoping he was going to run in the World Cup as well for them, because it would be such a good advertisement for the Godolphin Sale. And this race has been won now. Is it once or twice with horses from the Godolphin Sale? I know
Secret Ambition, of course.
Golden Goal was second. Both of them came from the Godolphin Sale. So
did indeed. Alnaford was actually one of the pricier horses from that Racing in Dubai sales. Graduate from it just in September, cost $425,000, but he's a really gorgeous horse, and they just felt, Bupat Seamar felt mentally maybe it'd be a bit too much for him in the World Cup at this stage. This is Algiers, Chad. Miss Super Saturday, as we mentioned. Has his first run on the Meydan this evening.
And he ran well at Jebel last time. Obviously was able to beat Remorse, who we're going to see later on in the Dubai World Cup. And he certainly looks well for a horse who missed Super Saturday. Maybe not the fittest of the group, but he looks pretty solid.
It's a little bit warm to me, Algiers. Simon Crisford had a bit of bad luck with a non-runner on the card later on. This is Bank It. 3rd in the Monmouth Cup 2 starts ago. Only 5th at Oaklawn last time, though.
It's a millionaire for Steve Asmussen, but he's really going to have to refine his form in order to get here. You know, Asmussen's barn has 2 horses, and I think Snapper Sinclair might be the better one of the 2, but Bank It, Steve Asmussen says better 1 turn than 2.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Bathrat Leon, who's got career stats of 3 from 13. So he's a Group 2 winner. That came in a race called the New Zealand Trophy at Nakayama. It'll be interesting to see what kind of impact he has on the race regarding how it plays out early.
Yeah, I mean, I think this horse has only run on the dirt once before as well, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles it. The last race, the pace did hold up. The 2 going forward did hold up, so I think it will be important who gets out in front as well here.
Certainly will. Christophe Soumillon, go-to man this evening for Saïd bin Surur. Of course, they've teamed up to win 2 World Cups. Desert Wisdom, another graduate from the Godolphin Sale, cost just 70,000 dirhams in September. And Ahmed Al-Shamali, he's an immigration officer by day. This is his first ever runner on this card. This horse should not be written off, Chad, but he kind of has been. He's 14-1.
I mean, he won the Prep 4. We're making excuses for everyone that was behind him, but he did win, and he did show a lot of form as Great Scott begins to get very excited going onto the track again, similar to last year.
Yeah, once again, Great Scott not making life easy. This is Dubai Icon, Justin. He won by half the track, didn't he? Beating Remorse on a day when the form was extremely whiffy. Everything that won the start won the race.
Yeah, everything went right for him that day, but his last 2 runs have been pretty disappointing, so you'd kind of not think that he'd be in the picture.
And we haven't seen him in 20 months' time either.
Yeah, great Scott. He's obviously a fizzy type. He should know better, really. It's his 20th start. His form looks very good. Last time out, he was second behind Emblem Road.
And was a winner every step of the way. Emblem Road did exactly what he did in the Saudi Cup in this race as well. This was the King Faisal Invitational. He ran a great race, and I think it's smart to let the normal jock ride him instead of Frankie Dettori. I don't think Frankie really wanted a flying disappointment before the race like last year.
Yeah, I bet he wasn't too upset not to ride him. Would have an outside jock. Actually, he was about 18-1 this horse yesterday. Now he's 9s. Secret ambition, Justin. I'd love to see him win this again, and I really think he can.
Oh, he definitely can. I mean, I always remind people I was the underbidder on him because his breeding was exactly the same as Belgian Bill, Exceed and Excel out of a Singspiel mare. He's such a tough horse that if he does get out from his draw, which I think he can, I think he's got the early speed of the ones drawn 1, 2 and 3, and if he can get out and get there and he gets the rail, he's got every chance.
We had a brief look at Snapper Sinclair. They're 4th in the race last year. This is Solis Thunder, who's a hold-up horse. He'll be coming late. His most recent win came 3 starts ago back in November in a race called the Musashino Stakes. That was a grade 3 over 1,600 metres at Tokyo. But he's got a strong piece of form recently. He was 4th in the February Stakes behind Cafe Pharaoh. This is Pogo. I had a good chat with Jamie Insole the other night, who's the assistant to Charlie Hills, and they know they're punting here, but he did say he's very quick away. They're pinning their hopes on that.
He's a very, very interesting horse because he battles and he tries. He might be better on the turf. He's never tried the dirt before, but if he's able to put himself in the race, you watch his replays, he just kind of grinds and grinds and grinds. He's a cool little horse.
He's a really cool little horse. He's done so much.
I mean, his name
as well.
is only 4 letters, and almost a saddle towel engulfed his entire body when we watch him train all week long.
He's so well named. Pogo by Zebedee. Storm Damage. How impressive have you been with him so far this season, Justin?
Again, it's another one who's got no dirt form on him, so that's the worry.
Sorry, hold that thought a second. We can hear from Mikey.
Ron Winchell here, owner of Bankit, and later on we got Midnight Bourbon. But first things first, Bankit comes in here, looks like he's got a live shot.
I think we feel like it's probably a little sneaky. Form-wise, I think he probably can show up, and this race maybe came up a little easier than it has in the past, and that's why he's here.
And he's one that's shown, it looks like his best speed figures might have a little moisture in the ground. It's going to be a drier track today. Does that worry you at all, or is it something that you think he can overcome?
No, and I think, kind of a one-turn mile, I think is right up his wheelhouse, and that's basically why we're here, is hopefully get a piece of it, and hopefully a first place will be great.
Speaking of getting a piece of it, Midnight Bourbon does a really great job at that. Can he get the biggest piece today?
Well, look, we keep showing up to races. He runs unbelievable. He's always right there, and for some reason he just finds himself at the short end of the stick and coming in second, third in the Saudi Cup. I thought he ran great. Just came up a little short, and you're just hoping that one more little bit out of him and get him to the winner's circle.
He showed a nice little stalking dimension there, and where with a nice little run. Do you think he'll do that again this time?
I think that's a great spot for him today. Yeah, if he can just lay in third, if you will, or fourth, and kind of stalk him, I think he'll actually do very well doing that. I mean, he hasn't. Other races, he found himself on the lead and then got run down. So we're hoping that a little bit different dimension, maybe we'll see a different result.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Ron Winchell there, the owner of Bankit, and of course got Midnight Bourbon. Later on, we saw Mabaka just in the grey there, a little on his toes at the start. Anything to worry about?
No, he's been like that a couple of runs. I absolutely adore the horse. When he won over 6, he looked exciting. And then when he won over 7, he was drawn wide. He travelled wide the whole way. He picked up. I know a couple of people said they weren't sure he stayed on Super Saturday, but if you watch the race back, he was going ahead of everything else behind him. He just got beat by Desert Wisdom, having that dream run on the inside. I think he's got a massive chance. I really do.
Yeah, so do I. I had Dane O'Neill talk me through the race a few weeks ago, and he said there's a little bit of a doubt in his mind that the horse isn't just a 7-furlong horse. But he said, look how far wide he went compared with Desert Wisdom, the winner, who just had this dream run on the rail. So I think he's got an absolutely huge chance in here. Chad, what was your selection in here? Where do you see this going?
I ended up going with Al Nafood. His 2 races going the 1,400 meters were very impressive earlier on in the year. And then, of course, the race he ran against Hot Rod Charlie, for 1,600 meters, he's head-to-head. Obviously, the last 300, Charlie kind of pulled away. But he's a really exciting prospect in the Bupat Seymour barn. And, look, we're not talking about 2s. I don't think we should forget about 2s, because if he ever switches leads, he can win this race.
Well, I actually was talking last night, and I said he's the forgotten horse. he's hugely overpriced. I mean, if he runs his best race, and as you say, if he ever decides to switch his leads, but if he runs his race, he could definitely be right up there, picking up a 3rd or 4th place finish. I think last night I looked and I think he was 50 to 1. I was gobsmacked to see him at that kind of price.
We did a little interview with Bupat Seymour a couple of weeks ago, which people will have seen on the winning line, and I put the question to him about 2 switching leads, and he's sick of talking about it. He said the horse isn't going to do it now. He's never done it in the mornings. He's never done it in a race. If he does it, he'll get a length. But do you know what? This horse is training so well right now. He's going to run a huge race. That's what he said. So if the horse gets beaten a length, I'm not going to mention the switching leads to him because he won't want to talk about it then. But he has got 3 very strong chances in here, Bupat. And Tig really did have to agonise over which one to ride, because getting off a horse who won you a big race like Secret Ambition is not an easy
it's almost one, a bit like William Buick's decision in the sprints. It was one of those where whoever was second pick was never going to be disappointed with which one, Tig picked. They were going to get the other one. I personally would have found it difficult to get off Secret Ambition, having won last year so well. But I understand his logic. It's a young, exciting horse, and maybe that was in his mindset. But I think if Secret Ambition wins, none of us will be surprised.
The one thing with Secret Ambition, too, he ran a pretty good race in the Saudi Cup around the route of ground. I know it was 1,800 meters. But Bupat said after the race he scoped him, and he did scope with mucus as in Switzerland, maybe from the ship and everything else. So if he doesn't have that mucus, they've cleared that up, they've had enough time to clear it up, that'll help him stay out a little bit longer.
But also, he ran a big race in Saudi. Maybe in Tig's thought, you've got a younger, fresher horse. On the Fuddy's had a bigger break, and that could have led him that way, because we've said a number of times, trying to come back to another big race 3-4 weeks out is not easy.
Well, I think that's a good point. I mean, Alnaford, they decided last time, they got the rating of 111 after the run against Hot Rod Charlie. They were targeting this meeting, we'll keep him fresh, we'll go for the World Cup. Then they said, we'd rather win a race than place in the World Cup. Hence, Remorse goes to the World Cup. This horse comes here. Secret Ambition was aimed at the Saudi Cup. Yeah. So it's not that this is an afterthought by any means, but that was his big aim, and I agree with you, Justin. I thought he ran a huge race. He turned for home looking the winner. So an intriguing edition of our Group 2 Godolphin Miles, sponsored by Nikhil. Only a couple more to load, so let's head upstairs to Alistair Cohen.
Purse of $1 million. Dubai Icon joins the lineup. Great Scott. Secret Ambition. Time for the Godolphin Mile. Gates fly, and they're racing in full flat. Missed the start, 2 lanes slow. Some mad scramble in the early stages. Bathrat Leon broke out well. Storm Damage, though, goes off to the head of affairs. Bathrat Leon needed a bit of riding, though, to go into the lead. Then Desert Wisdom, who races away in third. Mubaka is handy enough, and then comes Banker at their outside. After them, Snapper Sinclair, racing about 4 lanes adrift. Great Scott in the red jacket, races exposed at the outside of runners with 2s in the black and beige. Sully's Thunder midfield, Pogo midfield. Alna Food just being nurdled back onto the bridle. The gold colours against the inside rail. Golden Goal keeps him company. Algiers is on the improve. A couple of lengths away to Secret Ambition, who's totally out of his zone. He's 3/4 of the way back. He's about 9 lengths adrift. Then comes the slow starting full flat, and Dubai Icon is at the end of the field, and it's Bathrat Leon in the lead by 1 length. Shows the way of a Storm Damage, who goes well enough in second. Then comes Desert Wisdom sharing third with Banket. Banket at the outside is about 2 lengths off the leader. Sully's Thunder in the yellow and blue colours. Mubaka's next best. Great Scott 2s at the outside. Algiers been asked for everything. Golden Goal still got about 8 lengths to make up. 3 away to Secret Ambition. Then comes Dubai Icon, but they straighten up, and in front is Bathrat Leon. Gave a lovely kick at the top of the straight. Storm Damage. Then comes Desert Wisdom in the 2 shades of green. Bathrat Leon a 2-length leader. Desert Wisdom wearing down Bathrat Leon. Bathrat Leon still the leader. Holds sway, holds the advantage, and a front-running demolition from Bathrat Leon. Second goes to Desert Wisdom. Third to Storm Damage. Sully's Thunder, Mubaka, they were ahead of Bankers. Further back, Great Scott, Algiers, some didn't get into the race. Dubai Icon, Snapper Sinclair, 2s and Secret Ambition, they were ahead of Golden Goal. After them, we had the likes of Full Flat, Pogo, and Alna Food was simply off colour.
Wow. Japan win the Godolphin Mile for just the second time, following on from Utopia in 2006. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, of course the ruler of Dubai, Vice President, Prime Minister of the UAE, has arrived here at Meydan Racecourse. Fantastic to have him with us, and no doubt we will see him come all the way through the Royal Majlis, the Royal entrance into the Royal Box. He's just crossing the bridge at the moment. Bartrat Leon, I think we all underrated him a little bit.
Well, I mean, the Japanese horses, wherever they've gone this year, be it the Breeders' Cup, Saudi, they've run huge races, but the horse had only ever run on dirt once, and I don't think it even placed in that race. So that's a massive run.
They went the first half in 45-3, the first 3 quarters in 109-3. The only time they ever went faster than that in the Godolphin Mile was North America Heavy Metal Sharp Azteca.
When they killed each other.
This horse made the lead and nobody came and got him, but he ran fast fractions. It's his absolutely remarkable performance because nobody can get to him, and they were trying.
And you've got to give credit to Desert Wisdom. I mean, we kind of almost said, oh, that was a big run because he got lucky on Super Saturday, but he's backed it up, and that's a huge run. But I'm shocked. I wouldn't have tipped that horse.
I'm not as shocked because I've been looking at the horse all week. He goes around in the mornings with Panther Lassa. And one of them is super popular because if you tweet a picture or a video, it goes crazy. And I can't work out which one it is. I assumed it was Panther Lassa. They've been training together. That moves that horse up in estimations later on in the Dubai Turf. But I suppose the surprising thing, only his second run on dirt, and his form figures coming into this, 15th of 17, 15th of 16, 12th of 17, 13th of 16 and 9th of 16.
I didn't think he'd belong. I really didn't, but he makes me eat my words here. I mean, not only was he a winner, he was the easiest of winners. And the other Japanese horse, Saltus Thunder, runs fourth. So, I mean, Japan just continues its world dominance in horse racing.
And this was one of the races we thought they wouldn't win, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, I've said the Japan horses are running superb, but there's no way I didn't even think this horse on its recent form should have been in the race. So, you know, Japan obviously know what they're doing.
Well, he was rated 108, which is, you know, this horse is in the World Cup. Rated that. I say he was a Group 2 winner at Nakayama of the New Zealand Trophy.
I think the one thing you can say, though, from the local perspective is horses like, I mean, that's maybe the first time Al Nafud's had real kickback.
He was eased in the end.
Yeah,
he never went a yard.
He didn't get into it. I think he resented the kickback quite early because he didn't get out. Secret Ambition, you were mentioning what a hard race he had in Saudi.
I think he was shuffled back early.
Yeah, he just didn't get into it. Mubaka looked like he was and then didn't really get into it. But the front two have huge races. And in all fairness, you've got, you know, 2 horses in the top 3 really don't have any dirt form whatsoever. So when we're sitting here saying you've got turf horses running in the race, it's proven it can happen.
Yeah, thrilled for the connections of Desert Wisdom. Ahmed Al-Shamadi has proven this season and last season he really can train racehorses, and that's a huge achievement for him to finish second. And Storm Damage, well, you know, maybe it's an omen for later on in real world. That was a good run.
I mean, they're certainly hoping so, right? I mean, this is a horse with a promising future, and it's going to be interesting to see what Saeed bin Suror elects to do with Storm Damage as things go on. Does he try and stretch him out maybe next year and look like races like the World Cup, or maybe take him back to England and have an English campaign with him?
Well, Pat Cosgrove rode him when he won a couple of starts ago, the listed race. He got off and said, oh, you won't want any further than a mile. Storm Damage, but maybe he's a horse that Saeed really targets the Godolphin Mile with next year. Not a great race for Bupat Seemar. He'll be hoping for better in the UAE Derby. Nothing went the way of his runners at all. We can finally now have a look back at a replay of the race. And coming for home, Chad, I said to you, oh, this is going to win. And you said, no, it's not good enough. That changed pretty quickly.
I mean, I'm shocked at the ease that he did, the fractions that he set. I mean, he was a half length off the early fractions. I mean, and then when he set it down and he never looked back. I really thought he was just in it purely as a front runner to set it up for Soul Size Thunder, and maybe he was, but he didn't get the message, and certainly his rider Ryushi Saki didn't as well.
Yoshito Yagi has proven so many times how good he is at travelling these horses. His second win in Dubai, and I couldn't be more happy for Ryusei Sakai, the jockey, because he's a young man who came over here last year. He was in Saudi. He rode a horse called Justin in Saudi, and then he was here to ride that horse. And while he was here, he thought, I'm going to embrace it. He went out, he had 25 rides. He rode at Al Ain, he rode at Sharjah, he rode at Abu Dhabi. He went and based himself. He used to come here in the morning and ride Justin at 5 o'clock. Then he'd go to Al Quaz, ride out for Saeed bin Saror, and then he'd try and ride in the afternoons as well. Never managed to have a win, had a second. Finally gets a win on the biggest night of all. It's brilliant.
And not just him, but the rest of the connections as well. I mean, trainer Yoshida Yahagi, of course, famously trained Contrell, that won the Japanese Triple Crown. He trained Rayo Steele, who won the 2016 Dubai Turf. And he shocked America when he won 2 Breeders' Cup races last year with Love's Only You and Mach Lorraine. So he knows how to prepare his horses for the big day. And that's so, so important. He's won in Dubai before, and he thought this horse deserved the shot, and he was rewarded today.
Yeah, getting a fairly big cheer from a section of the crowd. Probably the Japanese section of the crowd. A bit of a stunned silence when he crossed the line in front. This son of Kizuna. And yeah, Mr. Yahagi really is the man. He's very cool as well. He loves his travelling. This horse has earned himself a little stud career. Well, he already had a stud career, didn't he, as a Group 2 winner. And what does this tell us about the track, do we think, Justin? Bearing in mind he's won from 1 and he dominated.
Well, we thought he'd go forward, but it does look, I mean, the 2 dirt races so far have been the horses that have gone forward. They haven't been caught. But we do think that when the heat's on it, so as it cools down, we've got a couple of turf races coming up now. The sprints, I think, will be completely different. I think they're just going to go hell for leather. But I think early doors, we've called it right, that if you get towards the front, you've got a huge chance.
Well, I think we've also seen today how difficult it is to get to the front.
Yeah, I mean, we were all sitting there going, well, Helm the Third, Secret Ambition, they're going to go forward. You know, RB Rich Like Me, they're going to go forward. It's not proven to be the case.
You know, it's one of those things where you always used to joke, you don't know speed until you've seen American speed. We always talk about that for the Goldin Shaheen. Well, with Matera Sky in years past.
Well, just hold that thought. We're going to hear from our winning jockey.
Had a Ryuse had a fantastic ride there. It was gate to first. Congratulations, Ryuse. Just take us through the race. You know, you broke on top and kept going.
Good tactics. Yeah. So he jumps well and relaxes all the way. And he's great response and nice improve.
He liked the dirt out there. It was a different kind of dirt than Japan.
Yeah, he likes this dirt.
Yeah. It's a little bit tighter.
Yes.
And what was it the plan to always be forward with him?
Just one thing. Go front. This is it. Yes. Yahagi's tactics. Yes.
Yahagi has had a huge year internationally. Is he one of the best trainers in the world?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Well, congratulations. Let us get your signature real fast.
Congratulations to Ryuse Sakai, first winner here in Dubai, the 25th attempt in one of our biggest races, and it's been a night of surprises really so far. One for Qatar, one for Japan. It's also international, and we can take a look at how it unfolded. And you're drawn in 1, you win the start. That does put you in a good position, but I was surprised to see them so strung out so early on.
Yeah, there was actually surprising that the horses that you expected to have pace didn't show it at all. And I mean, literally within 200 metres, you've got 20-30 metres between the first and last. You just wouldn't have expected it. And it's not like they missed the break, it's just they didn't go very fast forward. It's a very strange race in that sense.
And the one horse who did miss the break, I mean, he was up against it anyway. Full Flat did break a few strides back. You see him there in last, already kind of being scrubbed upon a little bit there.
Yeah, Full Flat was returning after a monster layoff to run in this race, 626 days. It was slightly strange campaigning, however you look at it.
But right here, even Bankett's got himself in the race, but it doesn't never really move forward. I think Doug's horses are all right there. Tuesday's starting to kind of rind up a little bit, but nothing really is able to quicken. And maybe the rail itself is good too, because the first race we saw first class on the rail, and now we see this one as well, or right off the rail.
Well, we've said that for years here. The rail and the front running gives you a huge advantage sometimes, and it does seem to be playing that way. So it is a case of getting out and getting across. You're going to have a big chance.
Provided you don't collide with the rail, as we learned in our first race. But some notable disappointments in here, and luckily Tiger Shade did look after the favourite Auna Ferd, who you could see earlier on he was really having to ride him. For whatever reason, that horse just hasn't performed today.
Just not turned up. Yeah. I mean, you never know with horses. We always say they're not machines, and they'll scope him. He might scope dirty. There might be an issue with him. He might just not have liked the kickback straight away. But it was a surprisingly poor run from most of the locals, to be fair. The one we kind of written off, Desert Wisdom, rode probably the best, well, did ride the best race of all of them. But, yeah, I think the local horses there will be a little bit disappointed with their performances.
Yeah, some consolation, I suppose, for Adjudary following the disaster in the first, that Desert Wisdom ran such a great race here. And, I did say to him in that interview you saw earlier on in the show, is it just because he got the rail last time? And he said, no, he's a good horse. He's a strong travelling horse. He responds when you ask him. But he's got a nice attitude, the winner. He really stretches his neck out nicely.
The Japanese horses we keep going back to, they're really top of the game at the moment, aren't they?
And just wait till the speed they see when Mind Your Biscuits 2-year-olds start running later on this year.
First upset on Dubai World Cup nights 2022. I mean, last year the Japanese were second in 4 races. They brought their strongest ever contingent numerically this year. It would have been very disappointing for them if they emerged winnerless, and they've got much better fancied horses than these to come later on.
No, I think they have to be very, very excited about how the day started for them. And as you move on, as the rest of the night, as Christophe Lemaire gets some of his better mounts as well, I mean, it's just the sky is the limit for the Japanese horses on tonight. It might be a Japanese dominated night, I hate to say.
It could well be a Japanese dominated night.
I think if the Japanese win race 3, which could happen, I mean, he won superbly over in Saudi. And if that was to happen, then you're pretty much going to just go to the bookies and back Japanese horses for the rest of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will. It's interesting pedigree, Barthra Leon. He is the first foal of a mare called Barthra Amal, who was actually rated 62. So she wasn't any great shakes, but she was a half-sister to the Canadian Group 1 winner, Serious Attitude, who was trained in the UK by Ray Guest, if memory serves. So quite a nice pedigree, but nothing that really jumps out at you. And certainly not really a dirt pedigree. Kazuna, the sire, had his first 2-year-olds in 2019, was the winner of the Japanese Derby and the Prix Niel, one of the Arc-Prets. At this point, this is where we knew, well, I think we knew already, Alneford not going to be winning this year, and I thought Storm Damage was the only real danger to Barthra Leon at this point.
I mean, you see Muthakar a little bit, making a little bit of a run, but they're all just kind of running in place. I mean, 2's out there on the outside, but nobody's gaining any bit of ground at all on the winner. The winner's just digging in, and like you said, stretching his little neck out and just keep finding more and more as every stride goes on. Nobody gained on him the entire length of the stretch. He started in front by a length and a half. He ended in front by a length and a half.
Pretty much every horse stayed where they were turning in. Like, I was watching Mubakar, obviously, but he seemed to go forward, then just stayed where he was. Probably the only one that finished with any better than his position was Desert Wisdom.
Yeah, absolutely. So much credit goes to Desert Wisdom. They could have been tempted as well with him once he got the 111 rating. They could easily have gone, heck, we'll go for the Dubai World Cup, because plenty of people have been tempted by $12 million in the past, but they said, no, he's a miler, we're sticking in this, and it's worked out really nicely for them with that wonderful check. So congratulations to the connections of that horse, faring the best of our strong local contingent in second.
I think the interesting thing, too, is we talk about how this contingency is not afraid to travel. We talk about how the Japanese, if they're 1-2 in the UAE Derby later, are going to try and move forward to the Kentucky Derby. Is this a horse that maybe we see joins one of those horses in America and looks at a race like the Met Mile on Belmont Stakes undercard?
Could happen. Yeah, there's not too many top-tier dirt races in Japan. They've got the February Stakes, they've got the Japan Cup Dirt, now called the Champions Cup. They're both over further than this, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what path they do target for our Godolphin Mile winner, Barthra Leon. This is Mr. Omar Khoury, the Chief Assets and Hospitality Officer for Nakheel, doing the honours for our Godolphin Mile presentation, and the winning owners are Hiru Raceco Limited. It's their first ever runner here in the UAE, so congratulations to them. Nakheel been big supporters of racing here at Meydan this season, sponsoring a couple of carnival and local meetings as well, so we thank them. There is Shito Yahagi, rarely seen without a hat. He has had an unbelievable last couple of years. Just his second win in Dubai, as we mentioned. He's also very good with the media, speaks very good English, and is just one of the best trainers in the world, so privileged to have him here. And that young man, Ryusei Sakai, big congratulations to him. He worked so hard when he was here last year, and he just so unlucky not to get a win. He desperately wanted one here, but I think he would have been pretty happy to have saved it until now, so congratulations to him. Everybody back up for a photo. First of our thoroughbred races. The Godolphin Mile is in the books for 2022. Will we be seeing more Japanese connections on that podium later on? I think we might well do. So, Justin, you're going to be leaving us in a second, so we'll get your thoughts on the Dubai Gold Cup. Manobo first, the rest nowhere?
Well, I've been very strong on Manobo, but I said 2 days ago Stay Foolish was the each-way play, and I'm feeling that's quite a strong call now. I mean, I think I am. I was quite confident last night when I said I thought it would be Manobo, Stay Foolish, and I had Rodrigo Diaz to finish third. But that was just confidence late last night. That was my call then, and I'm going to stick with it now.
A lot of people like Rodrigo Diaz, I think mainly on sort of the David Simcock training methods. We know he always has a lot to work on, and the horse should improve. It's a horse owned by Australian connections and likely going to be targeting big races over there later in the season. Charlie Appleby, of course, trains Manobo. And he's got 5 strong chances on the card, Chad. This is the one, though, that if he doesn't go in, they're going to be nervous.
Yeah, and it's one of those things when the day starts getting kind of a little bit strange, like the first 2 races, when you have the heavy favorite, you get a little bit extra nervous. And Charlie's one that doesn't get too nervous, and Manobo's one that normally eases your nerves, though. So we'll see what happens here in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. The off time for our Dubai Gold Cup is 4:55. As a reminder of the winner of the Godolphin Mile. Second went to the UAE, Desert Wisdom. Third, UAE, Storm Damage. Fourth, Japan again, Salith Thunder. Mubaka running a creditable race in fifth. Snapper Sinclair 2 spots behind last year. Great Scott in 7th, and Algiers for James Doyle finishing 6th there for the Simon Crisford team. So, big old shock in our Godolphin Mile. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, many thanks to our team working hard behind the scenes putting together that highlights package for you. Well, as we mentioned, Manobo is the hot favourite in the Godolphin Mile. Let's hear from his trainer, Charlie Appleby, who, as you'd expect, is pretty confident.
You say he comes in an unbeaten son of Sea the Stars, 5 from 5. You know, we couldn't have been any more happy and impressed with his only start here in Dubai there. He's come out of the race well. We're stepping up into a bit further there on World Cup night, which I think is well within his compass. I don't think he's a dour stayer. I don't think he's going to be one of these 2.5 mile horses. Because I had toyed with, like I say, dropping him back to the 1.5 mile. But he's in great shape, and he's a worthy favourite, and he's the horse they've got to beat. But again, he's the horse they've got to beat. He's stepping up in class, and he's taking on some proper stayers there on Saturday, and so he has got to improve again. But I think it's there for him to be able to do that.
Thank you to Charlie Appleby giving us the lowdown on Manobo. I mean, no surprise that he's nominated him as his main chance on the card. And, as we heard there, the horse is so talented. He thought about running him in the Shima, and indeed, had something happen to Yabir with his preparations, that's probably what they would have done. Yeah, and I think it's such a luxury to have the stock that Charlie has, and not only training here in Dubai, but also training in the stables over in Newmarket. So while Manobo's been doing his thing here and Man of Promise has been doing his thing here, he's got Yabir, he's got Creative Plan back in Newmarket. The difficult ones kind of stay in the yard most of the year over there, but they've apparently have been looking really good here the last 10 days they've been here. Yeah, they've been here too long. He did things a bit differently with the Yabir, but more on him later because our Gold Cup is up next. Group 2 Gold Cup, one of the newer additions to the Dubai World Cup card. It's a race that's established back in 2012, and it's been a Group 2 since 2014. It's over the 3,200 metres, as you can see there. $1 million, 13 of them line up. Number 1 is Al Marha, 2 is Alignac, Baron Samedi, Group 2 winner. Good horse. East Asia, quite the fairy tale. He was so sick when he arrived. Bounced back, finished second to Manobo last time out. Emperor of the Sun, Miranaki, Grade 1 winner in Argentina. Passion and Glory, Rodrigo Diaz. And we have Stay Foolish, Volcanic Sky, Saeed bin Saror, 11th in this race last year. Castle Bar, Manobo, Veloce Oro is the final one, number 13 in here. A very striking chestnut. And won the Kikuka show. I'm sorry, was 6th in the Kikuka show, the Japanese St. Ledger back in October. Horses coming out already for this event. It's a really popular race at the Gold Cup. Charlie Appleby, of course, won it with cross counter a couple of years ago. But this is Al Madhar, who's been a real improver and deserves his shot in here, but it's his first run at 2 miles.
He just kind of stays. He stays one pace. He's a grinder, but I think in a 2-mile race, that's kind of what you need. You don't need a horse that's going to just blitz off and run really fast. You're just going to go and go and go. But at the end of the day, he couldn't quicken with Hokum. I don't think he's going to be able to quicken with Manobo.
No, he's up against it, it's fair to say. Won here over 2,000 metres. Also, he's won twice here over 2,000 metres, just in domestic races. See if we can have a look at Alignac, who's a smashing horse. We were lucky enough to have his jockey, Safi Osborne, on the winning line the other day. And she said this is his horse's first run over this trip for some time. He did run over it at Newcastle in December. He's crying out for it. Every race he's run here, he's been closing.
I mean, he's so far back early that he leaves himself with too much to do, and he has been flying late, but Safi said that they've been taking the horse to the stalls, putting a rug on him behind, and hoping that he's going to break a little bit better. He doesn't have to lead, but he needs to be just a little bit closer. He's so far behind early on in the race that he leaves himself tough to do, but, I mean, certainly a horse that can pick up the bottom pieces.
Baron Samedi, trained by James Febbrand, I believe, who hasn't made the journey over this time. James Doyle rides him for the first time, which is a bit strange. Why not bring over Dylan Brown McMonagle or someone like that? He's ridden the horse before, but James obviously world class, but I thought it was a little bit strange they weren't going to one of his normal jockeys. Anyway, it's a Grade 3 winner, won the Vintage Crop and went over to see you in New York and won the Belmont Gold
And was
Cup.
much best. I mean, he was better than any American horse that he faced on that day. The thing that's shocking to me, Joseph O'Brien said 4 Dubai starters, none of them have hit the board yet. That's going to change soon.
Yeah, that's very true. It was a real shame they did have State of Rest sort of in the likely runners for the Dubai Turf for some time. I don't think he was ever actually going to come, but we got excited thinking he might. Let's spin on to East Asia. It's probably the smallest horse in the field. This is a real fairy tale. He was picked up by Sayed Ashish for just 30,000 dirhams. What's that, about $5,000, $6,000? The April 19 horses in training sale, having done diddly squat. He kept running well here. He thought, you know what, I'm going to send him home with some of my daughter's show jumpers and retired horses to the UK. We'll send him to Ian Williams, see what happens. Horse wins 3 in a row, rockets up the handicap, wins another race after that, and comes back here, runs a super race after being sick, and ends up on World Cup day. A fairy tale. Can it continue this evening? And this is Miranaki, and now I can't wait to see what his trainer Maria Munoz is wearing, because she's a style queen. This horse is up against it, though.
He's up against it. The interesting thing with him is in the morning trainings, he's been training on the turf, and he's been training very, very fast piece of track work. I wonder if they're going to try and send him and try and get him involved early on in the pace, which could affect the chance to stay foolish.
Ricardo Corona there, keeping a close eye on Passion and Glory for Saeed bin Saror. Japanese collections, Veloce Oro. Same silks we saw in the last race with full flat. This is Rodrigo Diaz. A lot of people quite fancy this horse, but if you do, you really are hoping he's going to progress a lot from that last start.
Yeah, and he's a syndicate-owned horse, and I think most of the syndicates here to support them. It's very difficult for syndicate horses to make it to this level. They don't spend a lot of money for them at the sale. So just being here is a prize as it is, but he needs to really improve to make up the 7 lengths that Manobo beat him by, because Manobo probably could have beat him by double digits.
Yeah, Manobo did win so impressively. Stay Foolish, good winner last time. Resi Tough handicap, that's kind of a crucial point, but he did carry 60 kilos. That was in Saudi. That was over 3,000 metres, it's over 3,200. That won't make much difference. He kind of dominated from the front. Beat a Group 1 winner in Sunny Boy Liston. He probably second best here, Stay Foolish. Volcanic Sky, not good enough. 11th last year. May improve on that, but won't win, I would say. Don't like to be too dismissive of Saeed bin Saror's horses, but Castle Bar for Halal Al-Alawi has been a real nice improver this year. Won over 1,900 metres here and was an excellent third in the Dubai Millennium behind Royal Fleet last time, but this is a big step up in trip and class and everything else.
But he does put himself in these races. I know obviously this is the toughest face he's ever faced, but he does put himself in these races early.
Rodrigo Diaz, incidentally, just going around behind us, has got incredibly warm. This is Manobo. He's a gorgeous horse. He's 5 from 5. This is the best field he's ever faced, though.
It's the best face he's ever faced, but man, I mean, you look at him here, there's just not a pimple on him, not an ounce of fat. He is getting a little bit warm, though. I don't know if that's a normal thing for him, Laura. He's getting a little warm, and you want to conserve a little energy at 3,200, but, I mean, he has the prototypical body type of a horse that'll stay out 2 miles.
Veloce Oro, everyone's been getting excited about this horse just because of how he looks. We're very shallow. Flaxen mane, he's beautiful. Son of Gold Ship. Last time we saw him, he ran in the Grade 3 Diamond Stakes over at Tokyo, finished 4th. Beaten that far, beaten 4 lengths. Said he was 6 in the Japanese St. Ledger. He's interesting, around about 25 to 1. It's lovely to look at the roof occasionally, but show you some of the runners as well. We've covered most of them, that said. Emperor of the Sun is very interesting. I feel like he could run a big race for Fawzi Nass. He's brought us a bit of a project horse, I think. But he actually gets the trip he needs. Bahrain Trophy that he ran in last time was over an inadequate 2,000 metres. He's number 5 here, Emperor of the Sun, as Stay Foolish goes out. Stay Foolish has been fun to watch in the mornings, hasn't he? A big personality. He comes up right close to the rail, has a good look at everybody.
No, and I mean, for a turf horse, he handles the dirt really just fine. Some of those Japanese horses, you see him kind of get on the turf course in the morning time, but Stay Foolish has had no problem at all handling the sand in the morning times.
Miranaki, wouldn't it be great? Because Maria is the most sporting trainer. She will go anywhere and run anything on anything. She loves to travel. He does have the back class, but it's been a while since he's got that win.
It's such a big ask. And he didn't run bad against Stay Foolish, but he was never traveling like a winner. And over here, when you got to face Stay Foolish and then add in Manobo and even Baron Samedi, it makes it really, really big ask.
Yeah, it's going to be up against it. She has had this as the plan for a long time, though. She said, we're going to go over to Saudi, run there, we're going to come back to Dubai and run in the Gold Cup. The horse has a lofty rating, which means you can plan such things a long way out, as I mentioned earlier on. Manobo, yeah, you said he has got a little bit warm, but there was nothing, and he wears the hood, as a lot of Charlies do, but there was nothing else to concern you.
Look, this is the first time I'm seeing him warm up as he kind of canters by us now. He is one of the best moving horses I've ever seen in my life. He does things so effortlessly. He's got this huge, giant stride, and he's just, I mean, he's just a lovely horse to watch gallop. I mean, he does it effortlessly.
Veloce Oro was moving backwards a moment ago, which isn't perhaps what Mirko Di Mauro would have wanted. There's quite a few horses in this that like to go forward. Stay Foolish is likely to do that, as we said. That's what he did in Saudi. We could also see Volcanic Sky in the past as one from the front, though not for some time. I imagine Williams just going to want to sit in sort of second or third position.
Yeah, I think the thing is, when you have a horse like Manobo and you feel like you're on the best horse in what's a 3,200-meter race, it's just ride him like he's the best horse. Don't worry about what's going on in front of you or behind.
Just hold that thought a second. Let's hear from Mikey.
Ian Williams with East Asia. He's obviously coming out of a big run in the local prep here in the Natal Sheba turf. Now, the trophy, rather. How does he translate that into a big run today?
He has to run of a similar fashion, but it was a huge run for him that night. I think it was far above what we expected, but the hold-up tactics really prevailed that evening, and I hope they go hard today, and one or two of these horses maybe just don't quite stay as well as they could do, and Richie Mullen said he'll count them down from the turn and see how we get on. Listen, we've had a wonderful experience getting him here. He joined us last year, and to think that we'll be back here for tonight is quite amazing. So we've had a great experience, and this is just the icing on the cake, just to be back.
How sort of rewarding is it to get him work through whatever kinks he had and to get him to this level and get an invite to one of the top staying races in the world?
Well, he's owned by Said, who's a local, and when he arrived in England, he was rated 70 as a 6-year-old and never won a maiden, so or still a maiden. So he surprised me in the UK, and his one run out here was above, as I say, what we were expecting. So he's only a little horse. He's achieved far more than I would have expected him to so far, and I hope he continues to do that.
Well, hopefully you'll hear Laura cheering in the background for him. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ian Williams, huge personality. He's such good fun, and he's a very, very good trainer. He's trained a winner, I believe, at every racecourse in the UK. I think there's 58 racecourses now. There were 60 at one point. And he said to me, I went to see him on, I think it was Christmas Eve. He said, I do hope Syed's not going to be disappointed when we take East Asia back to Dubai, because it's a high level of competition. Syed Ashish is the most enthusiastic owner. He is wonderful, and he is so happy to have a runner on this card. And I can see the horse running a big race. After all, he was second to Manobo last time out.
And he ran hard, doesn't he? And I got a chance to hang out with the ownership over at the Dubai Breeze Up sale, and they said just being here is a blessing. The expectations are low. Richie Mullins was hanging out with them, and look, Richie only has a few mounts on the card today, so he's going to make everyone count. And he said, look, we know we'll see you out the distance. We'll go out the back, and we'll give it a crack there at the end.
Absolutely. He's drawn in 3, go the shortest way around. Let's hope they go hard. He could just land a check. It would be fantastic. I'm not brave enough to take on Manobo in this, though. I looked at it because last year, you know, we had a hot favourite in the race, and it went to Subjectivist, who won it from the front. That could happen again, and this is the horse who will go forward, Stay Foolish. And this was a very good win in the Red Sea, beating, as I said, a Group 1 winner in Sunny Boy Liston.
No, look, he's done everything the right way since he's been here. The Japanese have done everything the right way. But, I mean, Manobo, he just breathes a different air, doesn't he, so far? I mean, he's got to be so impressive. Every time you've seen him here so far this year, he just kind of, he takes your breath away, doesn't he?
Yeah, by the ease in which he does things, definitely. If you put him next to East Asia, he's probably about 4 hands taller. He's actually a really nicely bred horse, Manobo. He's sent to see the stars, and he's out of a mare called Tassaday, who was trained by Sobin Straw, and she won the 2014 Dubai Millennium Stakes here in Group 3, beating the Colts. He's also a half-brother to Turgenev, who's a pretty smart sort. We've had 2 upsets so far, though. It could happen. It could just be one of those nights.
I mean, if the upset comes, could it be from the number 2, Alignac? I mean, maybe crying out for the 2-mile distance. I mean, you talk about an opportunity of a lifetime. Young apprentice Safi Osborne getting a chance to ride out for her father. I know she's looking forward to it. She sounded so excited when she did the winning line show on Thursday night. And the horse has been closing in each and every one of his starts. You know he's going to be coming. So if you bet him each way, it's one of those things where he's going to give you a run for your money.
Yeah, I definitely have him better as a 28-1 chance. It's probably going to be Manobo, and then Baron Samedi, Stay Foolish maybe are the ones for the Quinella. But, say, we've had a massive upset in our last race. Turf is usually more predictable, usually a bit fairer than the dirt can be, that's for sure. But who knows, this is a fun race, and it gives the crowd a good chance to see these horses, of course, as well.
No, it's a proper 3-minute race, and it gives you a chance to really kind of take everything in. And this is really a stayer's race, and it becomes a jockey's race because strategies involve this too, when you set your horse down and when you ask him for more.
So not too many more to go forward. Will it be Godolphin on the score sheet in our Group 2 Dubai Gold Cup?
Tyre motors. 3,200 metres to race. And away they go. East Asia a little bit slow. Rodrigo Diaz from the worst of the draws, a bit slow, but probably by design. Now it sits, wait and watch. Volcanic Sky, first one to break. Stay Foolish, got a good position in the early stages. Manobo's a bit headstrong in the early stages. The all blue colours. He's fighting with William Buick at the moment. Miranak also goes handy as well. Almadar's a little bit closer than usual. Veloce Oro is at the outside. Now that Manobo's latched onto somebody, he's settled well. Castle Bar's at the outside. Then comes Baron Samedi. The cheap piece is one off the rail. Almadar next. A length away to Aliniak the Grey. Also a lot closer. They're walking in the early stages. East Asia next best, joined by Passion and Glory. Couple of lengths away to Emperor of the Sun, who races towards the end of the field with Rodrigo Diaz. And there's 1 lap left in the Dubai Gold Cap, and the leader is Volcanic Sky. Got it by about half a length. Veloce Oro wants to try and get up, but races now 3 parts of a length away in second. Castle Bar exposed, had to make a move. Races out deep, but now third. Stay Foolish ends up with a good position against the rail. Then comes Miranak, who's in the white and red colours. Manobo about 4 lengths off the leader, kept company by Almadar. Baron Samedi next best. They followed further back by East Asia. Emperor of the Sun just went dead straight, and Emperor of the Sun, for all intents and purposes, out of the race. They followed further back then by Passion and Glory, 3/4 of the way back. Blue Jacket, White Cap, Aliniak, and then Rodrigo Diaz, who's at the end of the field, and they saunter onto the back straight. 1,800 metres left to run. Volcanic Sky is the leader by a little less than a length. Castle Bar's one horse that's ready to challenge. Veloce Oro races in between them in third. Then comes Stay Foolish in fourth, 3 lengths from the leader. Miranak is next best in a good rhythm, a length and a half away to Manobo, also in a good rhythm now. The first 200 metres weren't memorable. Since then he's been going a dream. Then comes Almadar against the inside. East Asia was next best, a few lengths away to Passion and Glory. Then comes Aliniak and Rodrigo Diaz, happy to race at the end of the field. Down the back straight, they went past the 1200 metres mark. Volcanic Sky been in front from the start. A bit of hustling now going midfield, some of them getting quite urgent. Castle Bar's half a length away in second. Stay Foolish every chance at the rail in third. Veloce Oro is now worked into the open. They followed by Miranak at the outside. Baron Samedi, Manobo, all blue colours, still got about 4 to 5 lengths to trace down the side of the course. Aliniak's the grey, that one's outside. He's in striking distance as well. 2 away to Passion and Glory. East Asia, Rodrigo Diaz has been at the end of the field the whole way around, and they're about to take the angle for home. Just over 600 metres left to run. Volcanic Sky then got shaken up towards the top of the straight and led them for home a length and a half. Veloce Oro second, Stay Foolish is third. Manobo in the clear, 3 lengths off the leader and gaining a lot of ground. Almadar working into the open as well. Castle Bar beaten off. Then further back we found Passion and Glory. The leader is Volcanic Sky. Manobo now second. Stay Foolish matching him. Almadar's fourth. Manobo getting to the lead. Manobo's got an unbeaten record in his side, but Stay Foolish lays it right down, comes back swinging, and Stay Foolish won. Stay Foolish toppled over Manobo. Third goes to Almadar. What a run. Aliniak fourth. Then came Passion and Glory. They were ahead of Veloce Oro, Volcanic Sky, Rodrigo Diaz, and then came Castle Bar. A few lengths away to East Asia, Miranak. Then came Baron Samedi. As for Emperor of the Sun, he went about 800 metres and then continued to run straight up towards the hotel.
What a thriller that was. Stay Foolish really did dig deep to beat Manobo. The hot favourite down again. Another one for Japan, and I don't think they're done yet.
When he won in Saudi last time, he went wire to wire, and he was the easiest of winners. This time he took back off the pace, he sat the trip, but the difference here is the difference in trips. Willem Buick had an awful, awful trip. He could not get Manobo to settle early on. He tilted him to the outside, and then he was stuck under cover. By the time he set him out, he had about 5 lengths to make up, but Stay Foolish is right here on the inside, and he's 5 lengths clear of him. Manobo passes him, but Stay Foolish just had the perfect trip. Great ride from Christophe Lemaire, great battle down to the wire. 2 really, really classy horses, and these horses hopefully will hook up again down the road later on this year.
Yeah, they were already talking about the Melbourne Cup possibly for Stay Foolish. They'll have a bit of a wait in that, you'd think, but he has won this for Yoshito Yahagi. What a night for him. Christophe Lemaire riding here for the first time since Almondai in 2019. One on the board for him early on. So this horse, first time over the 3,200 metres, as we mentioned, went over the 3,000 last time. Not a problem at all. And he's the first ever winner in this race for Japan.
It's really just a remarkable performance from both horses. I mean, battling all the way to the line. And Stay Foolish, I think just maybe the experience edge, right? Stay Foolish making career start number 31, while Manobo just making start number 6.
Almadar ran an absolutely huge race. He's finished third for Masar Brown Maheri. For a second or two, I thought he was going to win it, and then he just hung in a little bit, I think, as he came to the end of his stamina. The best of the Brits was a Lignac. They'll be thrilled with that, Jamie, and Safi Osborne with fourth.
Listen, to run fourth, beaten just maybe 2.5, 3 lengths behind Stay Foolish and Manobo, who might be 2 of the best horses in the world. I think you take that any day of the week.
And bearing in mind tonight is, we think, a not as strong as usual team for Saeed bin Saror. He's had third earlier on with Storm Damage, and he's finished 5th and 6th here with Passion and Glory and Volcanic Sky. So I wouldn't want to rule out any of his others later with too much authority.
Saeed knows when this day is. As soon as the calendar comes out, he circles this one in big red pen.
It was a thrilling race to watch. It really was. It doesn't, you wouldn't think after 2 miles it'd come to such a battle like this. But as you say, Manobo went past it. He had so much ground to make up. We all thought he was going to do it. He goes past, but he's never really had to battle like this. Every race he's won on the bridle prize.
He's never had a battle. He's never gone this far, and this was a big test for him. And this is a horse that, look, if you're the Charlie Appleby barn, you're not going to be happy. He was a huge favorite and the barn favorite, but at the end of the day, I think Manobo is going to come on spades from here. And I think at the end of the day, Manobo is the horse I want moving forward as what I think will be the best horse in the world when everything's said and done.
I imagine they'll target the Gold Cup at Ascot, maybe. with Manobo, whether it's over even further than this. Or maybe, as Charlie's mentioned a few times, they'll drop him back in trip. As he said earlier on, as you heard, he feels he's not really a dour stayer. Maybe they think he's seen a better effect back at 1.5 miles. It would be a nice problem for them to have. As you say, he's run really well, just hasn't had the kind run through the race that the winner had. Stay Foolish. I mean, he is a classy horse. He was 5th behind Glory Vase and Pile Driver and the like in the Hong Kong Vase in December, so that gives a bit of a boost for their form for later on.
Hard to believe that the Japanese might have more success the rest of the day, but I mean, this has just been the MO over the last year, kind of starting here. Loves Only You ran so well in the Shima last year, I think it was the Dubai Turf, but ran so well to run second behind Mischief, and then they just continued on form, and here they go. They're 2 for 2 in their 2 races.
Yeah. Thank heavens they don't have Arabians. They might have won them all so far. They're probably going to struggle to win the Alquoise, I think. They've got Shaheen in there, and I'm not quite sure what he's doing there. He doesn't really have the best form. They do have Lauda Sion, though, who's a Group 1 winner.
It's one of these things where when things are just clicking in the barn, they're just clicking. And that Japanese group is so tight. Most of them came directly from Saudi Arabia over here to Dubai. They've been together now for 6 weeks, and it really just is a family event. They start at the barn about 2 o'clock in the morning time, and by 3 o'clock, they're all out riding out the first set that for an hour. They're under tack, walking these horses around before they go out to the track. They love their horses, and it shows in the results here.
The Godolphin team and sadly Manobo right behind us, and crestfallen would be the word. They're not happy faces.
No,
at Appleby Camp. It must be tough when you think you've prepared. Obviously, anyone who gets beaten when they've got a hot favourite going to be disappointed, but this was the one they were really counting on.
Well, I think when we take a look at the race back, when all is said and done, you're going to see just how much of a trouble trip William Buick had. It started from the very beginning of the race. Even though they're going a quarter in 26 and a half in 52, he could never get him settled and switched off. And in a 2-mile race, you need to save as much energy as you possibly can. And he just couldn't do that early on in the race, which has not really been a problem with Manobo in the past.
Yeah, first time he'd had a tough race. We said that before. First time he's had a battle. He's probably going to emerge from this a better horse, maybe, Manobo. But that won't be much consolation for Connections now. And it's gone to is much more experienced at Stay Foolish for that man, Christophe Lemaire. And it was interesting. I heard him interviewed a few times this week, and he said, yep, I had a great time in Saudi. It was wonderful to have those wins, but I put that behind me, and I focus now on Dubai World Cup. And today has started out very nicely for him. Thank you very much. Will we see more Japanese success later on today? Bearing in mind they've got Shahriar. Chanel Meister was one of the warmest favourites on the card at around about 6-4, I think he is in that Dubai Turf. So could just be a huge day for them. It's not often really outside of Godolphin that we see trainers with doubles on this card. I suppose John Gosden managed it last year with Mishrif and Lord North, but it's a tough thing to achieve, isn't it?
No, these are the best horses in the world, and they bring their best efforts, and normally trainers won't have those kind of top-notch contenders in every one of these divisions, but the Japanese have come well-stocked, and look, Todd Pletcher's got chances later on, Doug O'Neill has 3 chances later on, so there could be another double on the card as we go on.
Fairly confident the Japanese won't win the World Cup itself.
I don't know anymore.
But who knows? We can get a debrief now from our winner, because Christophe Lemaire is with Mikey.
Christophe Lemaire has once again won one of the big races on the world stage as he weighs out here. Christophe, if you can, take us through it. It looks like, this horse had a dream trip out there.
Yes, definitely. Lucky to be on the inside. Very relaxed. Was slow pace early on, but then we quickened from last turn. My horse was responded very well. As I said before, he doesn't have a big turn of foot, but he's got stamina, and today he had to fight very well. He had to fight, and he did it very well.
Before Saudi, he hadn't. Before Saudi, he hadn't won in about 3 years. Now he wins 2 big races in a row. What do you think is the difference?
Yeah, but I think the trip. Now he can run on longer trip. He get tough, and to be honest, when he came to Middle East, last time. The horse get really stronger, and
he likes it here.
he likes the heat and more than me. But yeah, over distance, I think he's going to become one of the best in the world.
Well, let's hope so. Hopefully we'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christophe Lemaire, such a nice guy. I remember thinking many years ago, this is the best jockey in France. And then he went over to Japan, which is an attractive thing to do because there's so much money. But they don't make it easy for you. I think they give you a translator for a bit, and then you have to learn Japanese and pass a test in order to stay there and become part of their jockey colony.
And his Japanese is fantastic. I mean, the Japanese media absolutely adore him. They flock to him anytime he comes out for morning track work. And I remember seeing him breeze Almanai a few days before she ran. And, I mean, just gives you goosebumps when he's aboard them. They were in unison. And that's what won the race here for Stay Foolish, is just being in unison to the wire and having enough horse left, knowing that you got to go 3,200 meters. And that was the key here, to hold off Manobo, because I think the whole crowd thought when Manobo got clear and he kind of ranged up and took the lead for half a second, that Manobo was gone, but Stay Foolish had something left in reserve.
So far, this Saudi form is working out extremely well. The winner of the Kahila, of course, was the winner in Saudi, and this horse as well. So take us through the race from Manobo's perspective.
So you see here, I mean, Manobo's just getting absolutely jostled between. He can't settle, and Buick's just trying to get him undercover. He can't do it. He's trying to save a little bit of ground with the 3,200 meters we have in front of us. You see him kind of trying to get over to the inside, but the horse just won't relax. And finally, at some point in the race, he's just going to get him outside, and he's going to go 3 wide, even though he's got nowhere to go, just because it gives him the opportunity to just shut off a little bit, because he just would not settle early on. And look, Charlie Appleby might be the best trainer in the world. This is the first time we've seen it from him. I got a feeling it'll be the last time we see it from him. He'll get this corrected.
This is a concern later for Yabir, though. A horse that we know could over-race. He did it in the Breeders' Cup Turf, and he's coming here off a layoff. This horse had the prep, which should have taken the fizziness out of him.
Yeah, no, Yabir, Charlie's kind of funny when you ask him about him. He says, I don't know what he's going to do in the race. If he's too fresh, he might be gone, and William Buick's going to be tired after this ride. But look, he's a consummate pro, and you got to kind of have short memory and move on to the next one. And the next one is going to be a fun one, hopefully, for William Buick, although an agonizing decision it was.
Well, it won't be so fun if James Law sails past him on Creative Force, although they are great mates, which will definitely help. I quite like our helicopter, but I'm not sure that it necessarily shows us quite what's happening, sort of, in terms of...
You see Sophie out the back here. She's still second to last, and she's going to end up passing a bunch to run fourth, though. That's, just a never give up attitude. You're riding for your family, and they have to be proud with the fourth place finish.
Yeah, Safi Osborne. It was fantastic. At one point, I was like, "Come on, Safi, you're going to get there." Around about now, she's coming with a little bit of a run, and
here again, still, Manobo's just crying out for room. He's completely boxed in with nowhere to go. If he's able to tilt out and get out any bit earlier in the race, I think he can win, but he just has nowhere to go. And finally, when the hole opens up, William's going to let him go, and he does kind of just smash on through it, but it took so long, and that's so much energy that you have to use. Turn on, turn off, turn on, turn off, and it's just going to get him on the wire.
This is where the crowd really responded when the horse came out, started really eating up the ground with his giant strides. But Stay Foolish was never going to give in. He's a dour stayer. And he gets in front, as you said, and we thought that'll be it, but nope, the Japanese horse was not going to lie down.
He still looks like a winner, though, doesn't he? Just here at the end, just the last 2 jumps, the Stay Foolish just really showed a lot of heart today in pulling up the upset victory.
Yeah, he's a really, really likeable horse, Stay Foolish. He's not a youngster either. He's 7 years old. Still an Entire. Raced by, of course, Shaddai Racehorse Co., and they are so good at what they do. Many different ownership groups under their umbrella. And he's a son of Stay Gold. He's having his 31st start this evening, Stay Foolish, and this is just his 4th win.
And this is a horse that's owned by Mr. Yoshida, Teruga Yoshida of Shaddai Farm, who obviously now stands behind your biscuits, as well as so many other top stallions. And with the loss of Deep Impact, they're looking for that replacement. Stay Foolish, I'm sure, will join that yard next year now as another stallion at the Shaddai Stallion Station.
They got something like 35 stallions, haven't they?
Yeah, it's an amazing facility, and they just take such unbelievable care of their horses over there. It's a pleasure to go over there.
I'm not sure how much demand there is for 2-mile Group 2 winners in Japan. They do have jump racing. Nakayama Grand Jump would be the only one I can name. So I guess he'll be a jump sire.
I think the thing about Japan, why they run so well over here too, is this long walk from the international quarantine barn that some horses have a problem with. It's old hat for the Japanese. They're used to just walking miles and miles and miles, and we see them in the morning time. They're always the first ones on the track at that 5 o'clock slot, and they don't seem to ever turn over a hair, other than maybe Lani.
Yeah, Lani was good fun, winner of the UAE Derby a few years ago. In fact, Japan's only winner of the UAE Derby. Maybe that will change as well this evening. They have won 2 of the 3 races we've had so far at Dubai World Cup 2022. But our Alcor Sprint is a different proposition altogether, and that is the race that's coming up next at 5:35, so around about 20 minutes to go. Look at Almada, he's such a tricky horse, but he is so talented in the yellow sleeves there. And he has run a mighty race. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him next season regarding the campaigning, because there aren't too many races here for the staying types. And there aren't even really any turf races until January, so fun times though for Masaba, unless indeed they choose to be very brave and campaign overseas, which is something UAE trainers don't often do. But a pat down the neck for Stay Foolish, winner of our Dubai Gold Cup, for Christophe Lemaire. It's cooled down quite a lot, hasn't it? And the crowd seem to have kind of come closer to us, more up to the fence, or maybe it's just that they've taken their time to arrive and get in. It feels a lot busier now than it did before the Kahela. Perhaps they were just hiding in the shade.
I think it's just one of those things, and we see it year in and year out here on World Cup night. The masses just continue to pour in. Even though the Kahela is such a great race, and every race on the card is such a great race, this place will be jam-packed by the time Dubai World Cup goes off tonight.
So our trophy presentation for the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altair Motors, and this is Mr. Humaid Tariq Altair himself presenting the prize to the owners of Stay Foolish, Shaddai Racehorse Co Limited. And Yoshito Yahagi, the trainer, came into tonight just 1 win from 8 runners here in Dubai. Now improved that to 3 from 10. That is pretty good going. He's a real character, as we mentioned. Very, very popular over there.
It looked like that might have been Mr. Yoshida here too as well.
I believe he was planning a trip over.
He always brings a camera with him. So he's standing taking the picture of the trophy there in the winner's picture, if that's him. I'm 99% sure that was Mr. Yoshida.
He won a Lifetime Achievement Award, or rather the Yoshida family won a Lifetime Achievement Award. Recent His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Racing Awards that we had here on Super Saturday. And they sadly weren't able to attend on that occasion, but they did say we'll be here for Dubai World Cup, probably because they knew they were going to have a winner or two. Christophe Lemaire, his 7th win in Dubai from 107 rides.
Yeah, there he is.
And of course, they are such a powerful family. And in addition to the Shaddai Stallion Station that we mentioned, they've got all these different kind of syndicates, isn't it, that they have over there, and it's a fabulous way of running racing.
And the Japanese absolutely love their racing. They sleep outside for 3 days before the Japan Cup. They're going to start traveling here, and forces the fans as well. I think aside from all the connections and the media that comes, it seems like more and more every year are making these trips.
So full rundown, first 8th in our Dubai Gold Cup. Good performance indeed from Ahmad Haran and Lignac, Saibin Soror Pair, Passion and Glory, Volcanic Sky, the popular Veloce, Ore and Castle Bar. Real improve this year for Halal Al-Alawi, finishing 8th for our locals, so a good performance from that horse as well. But a lot of people who may be having a bit of a wager on this card from overseas will have been relying on Manobo to get the job done, and he didn't quite manage to do so. Here are the highlights of our Dubai Gold Cup. He actually went over to Saudi, Christoph, he had that amazing day and then caught COVID I think on the plane home or something like that, so I had to do obviously a spell in isolation. So it hasn't all been big trophies and prizes and adoration for Christoph over the last month or so.
No, I think that's something that we've all dealt with, both abroad and here, and with the stables. It's been a challenging time the last few years, but it looks like it's hopefully starting to kind of peek through the rearview mirror. Even when people are getting it, they seem to be recovering a little bit quicker, and it's good to see the fans back here, the people back here, and just trying to enjoy ourselves as much as we can while still practicing safe measures as well.
Well, even William Buick had to have an enforced absence due to COVID, but we can hear from him now regarding that difficult choice in the Alcos sprints.
It wasn't an easy choice, and these choices are, they're a privilege to have, for sure, but they're also take a bit of thinking through. Look, obviously we also ran a promise on Super Saturday, and he was very impressive, and he backed that up. He's done that twice this season now, so everyone's very happy with him at home. So Creative Force, he's a Group 1 winner. So, but look, I sort of went with the horse who's got the track experience and race fitness. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be saying there's too much between them. I wouldn't let, if you like Creative Force, I wouldn't let my choice sway you, because it's not an easy choice. They're two great horses.
And Naval Crown's also in there. You had the option for him, obviously, but you have ridden him enough and you know him well enough. You think he'll take to the 6 furlongs, and he's also drawn inside?
Yeah, for sure. Again, I wouldn't discount him either. He's got a lot of pace. Obviously, he won the Al Fahidi over 7, and then in Saudi he was drawn 2 wide. So just put a line through that. But no, he's a good, solid horse. And again, he's a proper group horse. He's been unlucky not to win a jersey at Royal Ascot, where he was just pipped by Creative Force. So now he's a good horse as well.
It was funny, before we did that interview with William, he was chatting to another journalist. I didn't think much of it, and I realised she'd come over from Scandinavia, and he was speaking to her in Norwegian, I believe. He speaks 3 or 4 languages. Very, very clever guy, and a superb jockey. Let's hope things go a bit more smoothly for him in this race than they did in the last. Alcos Sprint. 1,200 metres on the turf. Used to be over 1,000 metres. A decision that I do not understand one bit. Especially if they're going to put the Ras Al Khor on this card. Makes no sense. But whatever, it's a great race. That's the main thing. Group 1, 1.5 million. Case of you, Group 1 winner, Bernal, overpriced. Casa Creed, another Grade 1 winner from the States. Creative Force, won the big champion sprint at Ascot, of course. Emiratian, another Grade 1 winner, needs to bounce back. And Shaheen, get smoking. Kuzam, winner of the Jebel Ali sprint for Doug Watson. Arabian, Man of Promise, Mutafawig, Naval Crown, 3 very strong chances for Charlie Appleby. Daxi Waller, Ronan Thomas on board. Air de Val's very smart mare from the French. Happy Romance and Suessa, of course, all the fillies getting a bit of a weight allowance. The one that's just taken out a bit of the railing behind us is number 7, Get Smoking. Is he normally fizzy, Chad, do you know?
No, he's not. And he's been noticeably away from the main track here. He came here just the first 2 days, got a little warm one day, and they've kept him in the training track. So, they've been trying to keep him very quiet, and he seems like he's certainly excited about being here today. The other American horse in here, Casa Creed, also noticeably getting very, very warm in the paddock.
Case of you, it's possibly better over 5 furlongs, but he is 3 from 6 over this trip. He ran a massive race last time out behind Man of Promise. He'd had a prep at Dundalk. It was an egg and spoon race. He won it very, very easily. He's a serious danger here from possibly the best draw in 16. This is Bernal, who, again, is a horse who's won over... he's only having his second run, over this trip. He's won over further than this trip, though, 6.5 furlongs, and I think he's got some really eye-catching form in this. Dane O'Neill chatting with Doug Watson. They've got Kazan. Casa Creed, I love this horse. He's so relaxed, isn't he?
I'm a little bit concerned about how warm he's getting here, because that's not like him. and he's going to be one that's going to be coming late. So even though it's a straightaway, he needs a fast pace in front of him to develop so he can put that turn of foot on late.
As you say, I'm surprised he's got warm because we've seen him every morning. He comes out, he stands there like an old donkey. He is so well behaved. But maybe he's just feeling the heat a little bit as we look at Creative Force on his toes a bit.
And we've known from Charlie Appleby that this horse is not really the easiest horse to manage. That's why he kept him down in Newmarket all winter long. But he looks like he's ready to explode. I mean, this horse could not look any better right now, Creative Force. He's certainly the pick of the paddock to me.
Emirati Anna is a very talented horse. He won the Gimcrack way back in 2018, and then his big victory came in the Haydock Sprint Cup over this trip in September. His run last time was abject. It really was bad. So we will expect an improvement from him, and if he runs anywhere near his best form, he will be a danger to the principals. Then Shaheen, a very popular horse, trained by that man, Ishita Yohagi, but what's he doing here? Last one in May 2020.
And he's 2 runs at this distance have not really resulted in much results, but that didn't seem to make a difference in the Godolphin Mile, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Yep, we say Sakai on board, of course, winner of the Godolphin Mile. Very busy parade ring, thanks to the presence of our royal family. I've actually been super strict with parade ring passes in there. I can't go in there even if I want to, which is lucky because I don't. Mikey thankfully allowed in there to bring you those post-race interviews, but they've, I think, bearing in mind the safety of everybody, humans and horses, it makes sense to limit the parade ring access today. These guys are great fun. Iron Horse Racing had Harlan Moulter on with Breakfast with the Stars the other day. They like a turf sprinter, and I think this guy could pick up a check for them.
Well, they saw what happened with Long on Value a few years ago for Bill Mott, who just got beat a neck in this very race. And they said, why can't we cut back in distance? The question with Get Smoking is going to be, is he fast enough to lead? Because he's been in front the first call of every one of his races, but that's been going over a distance of ground like a mile.
Kazam's probably a little bit under the radar in here. He's a very good horse. He was smart in the UK for Roger Varian. And then he came over here and ran very, very well first up at Jebel Ali behind Al Tariq, then bled, then won the Jebel Ali Mile. It was a fairly, Jebel Ali Sprint, sorry, it's fairly strong form. Back on the turf won't be a problem.
Just going to be a little bit concerned with the weather being so warm and knowing that he did have that history of bleeding last time here at Meydan 2 starts back.
Yeah, that's a good point. Laura Sion won the 2020 Group 1 NHK Mile Cup. Over a mile, obviously. It's probably better over 7 furlongs or a mile. The way Saeed's horses have been running so far, I wouldn't rule out this fellow Mutafawig at all.
And Pat Cosgrave certainly riding well as well.
He is indeed. Very rarely rides badly, in my opinion. This horse won a maiden Doncaster on his debut over 6 furlongs. That's his only victory over that, but was 4th, but took back one here over this trip. This is Naval Crown. I love this horse. I was a bit surprised to see him in this. Indeed, it's his first run over 1,200 metres.
I think they were disappointed at what happened in Saudi. He looked like he needed the race first time back and was still a winner over Storia Light. And this is kind of a fact-finding mission for them. And, you know, you have the services of Frankie Dettori available. You grab him on Naval Crown, and we're going to learn a lot about him today.
Yeah, Charlie used Frankie with good effect over in Canada last year. So not afraid to team up with him when Frankie is available. This is Suessa, a repeat of her career best, which I'd say was her win in the King George Stakes at Goodwood. And she's a real danger here. She was only beaten 6 lengths behind A Case of You in the Abbey last time. She's 2 from 3 over 6 furlongs.
She gets a weight allowance, and she's actually the co-highest rated horse in the race with Man of Promise at 119.
There's a look at Man of Promise. I love this horse. I think he's a smashing little horse, but there's a concern. Big run on Super Saturday. As we mentioned at the top of the show, that can leave its mark.
It was the performance of the entire carnival meeting, and it happened just 3 weeks ago. Now, look, he was brilliant the first race he ran in Meydan as well. So this is 2 from 2, but he was in this race last year. Joked with Richie Mullen, who rode him last year in the Al-Quads. He said, how come I don't get the ride back again this year?
Well, yeah, let's not go into that, but he's placed with Charlie all season, Richie, and there are 3 in here for Charlie. Anyway, I just think he's a proper horse, Man of Promise, this year. Let's hear from Mikey.
All right, we got Harlan Moulter here. Get Smoking comes in here as one of the bit of the outsiders there, but an outsider won this race last year. Do you think he can emulate Extravagant Kid?
Well, I think that the cutback milers coming from the States have had quite a bit of success, and that was really the thought we had bringing him over here. He has a ton of speed, going 2 turns, and it's going to be a real mystery to see how he reacts to the cutback. It's the last time he ran this distance was in his debut. So we're experimenting, but we feel like he has the quality to be there today.
To give you a little confidence having Marcassi in your corner, considering he does have international success at the top level.
Absolutely. Obviously, Tepin was a super horse. Hopefully, we can keep up to that standard today. But Mark has a ton of confidence. He didn't even bat an eye. We had some great partners who all wanted to be part of this type of international experience, and we wanted to get him over here and give him a shot.
All right, well, best of luck to you.
Great.
I can tell you the Abbasi Echo World best turned out has gone to horse number 12, Naval Crown. So congratulations to the groom of that one as we look at Emiratiana, who's a sweet little horse heading down to the start. And I spoke to Andrea Zini about him a while ago, and I said, is this what he wants? Fast ground, 6 furlongs? He was like, absolutely. I said, can't have the ground fast enough, he's going to love it. So we'll just put a line through that last run behind Man of Promise. He's a good deal better than that. Maybe he just really needed it. Kevin Ryan is here. Yet to have a winner in Dubai, Kevin, but a very, very good trainer. This is Creative Force. Now, I thought the reason he stayed in Newmarket was just that your beer had someone to talk to on the plane, frankly. But this form, Group 1, yes, dodgy. Soft ground, Ascot, Glen Shield won the race the year before. There's a lot of horses in here who had a hard season. It's not a strong Group 1 for me.
I just like the way that he finishes up. And I know it's on soft ground, and most of his races have come on good to soft ground, but he just finishes really, really well. And I just have all the belief in Charlie. Look, if you would have asked the beginning of the year, Creative Force was his best chance. After the first run, it might have been Naval Force, and then after the last two, it'd be Man of Promise. I'm just going with what the original plan was. Creative Force was put away specifically with this race in mind, and normally when Charlie makes a plan, Charlie follows through on the plan.
Yeah, he really does, and that is why he's such a good trainer for me, Charlie Appleby. He either does it himself or he has someone in that yard that goes through every condition book in the world. He's looking at France, he's looking at Canada, he's looking at America, and he says, right, that's the target for this horse. He hits the target, the horse more often than not wins. If you chuck a horse into a race at the last minute, it just doesn't work out for you. By and large, it can obviously, but it's rare. This straight course is something you don't really do in the States.
No, we've never done it, and so that's why it was good to see last year Extravagant Kid getting the first ever win for America in this kind of race on the straightaway. And then we've had a couple of close seconds. Belvoir Bay, the filly, led all the way just to the end. Long on Value was a good second. So the Americans wouldn't be without a chance here. Casa Creed's kind of found this really quick turn of foot. We saw it really at Saudi. One more jump, he probably was going to win the 15-32 Sprint Turf Cup. So can Casa Creed improve one better off that last start? And really, it's a mystery what Get Smokin's going to do. But Harlan Malter, who's the managing partner, Mikey obviously interviewed him there. He famously owned Bucero, who went to Royal Ascot as a 50-1 outsider that everybody said was crazy, and he almost won. He ran 5th, just beaten a nose for 4th. Can we see maybe this horse do one better?
We didn't talk too much about Happy Romance. So you mentioned that great run in Saudi by Casa Creed. She was just behind him. Richard Hannon, his trainer, one of the bigger personalities in UK racing, he's a hoot. He said that last week this filly did her best ever work off the back of that good run in Saudi.
And reunites with jockey Sean Levy, who wasn't able to ride last time out. Certainly she would not be a surprise, and I think she would handle the straightaway course really, really well because she's right there, puts herself in the race, puts herself in a good position early on. And that's really what it's going to come down to is the stand side really, really good? Where are they going to separate? Where's the break going to be? And who's going to lead early?
Who's brave enough to go far side? I mean, you're mad, really, if you're drawn in one and you try and track over, I would say. So we are going to see a split, as Chad mentioned. We haven't spoken much about Air de Val's either, trained by Kareem Brand Barb, who's had 2 runners in Dubai. Both of them were Sirius to Zeg. He won one Shima and was second in another. That is decent form. She's a good trainer, and this Air de Val's is a smart filly.
And if you want a jockey in a turf sprint, there's no better jockey to call upon as a pickup mind than Mikel Barcelona. This horse will get out of the gate well, I would hope.
Yeah, he will, because Mikel's won 2 of these races this season on Batwan, who really sadly didn't make it get into this race. Only rated 104. Real shame. His trainer Nicholas Collery is here today, actually, but not represented on the card. Which other ones haven't we spoken about? Taxi Waller, now trained over in Qatar. Won 9 races there. It was with Archie Watson in the UK. Been winning quite easily, but this would be a big step up in grade, of course.
Ronan Thompson 1 for 1. He's never lost over here in Meydan Racecourse after winning the first race on the card. So he's going to be riding really, really high and just have all the confidence in the world.
Lovely look there at the start for our Alquas sprint. As I mentioned, they changed the distance of this a while back in 2017 for reasons that nobody really knows. It was a very good race before. It's still a very good race. It's actually a race that's relatively new to the programme, was only founded in 2007. It's been on DubaiWorldCup cards since 2010, so when we opened up here at Meydan, they thought we'll celebrate the new race and move this onto the card, and it's been a fabulously international race down the years. You mentioned Extravagant Kid won it last year. We had Mike de Cox won it a couple of times. We had Hortensia buffering from Australia. That's one of the great things about it. It's not a race that often stays in the UAE. That said, Charlie Appleby's won it twice with Jungle Cat and Blue Point.
And I think he's really in prime position to make it number 3. All 3 contenders. Really, you can't even sell Naval Crown short, but I'm going to settle on Creative Force over here. I do think that this was the plan. I do like what I really saw from him in the post-parade, and I just think Man of Promise might just kind of regress a little bit. Now, he can regress and still win. That last race was so powerful, but, I mean, this is a really, really proper Group 1.
Yeah, it's a bit like Manobo earlier. We said, he hadn't really been tested. This is a big test, as Charlie said himself, as you heard when you saw the interview we put out on the winning line. He couldn't really split them himself. He said William felt that he needed to be on Man of Promise. He worked the horse on Tuesday. The horse worked just as well as he had. Identical was Charlie's word. Worked identical to how he had before Super Saturday, so he felt he had to be on him, but he's not proven at the top table, which of course Creative Force is, so it really is a fascinating battle just between the Charlie Appleby runners. But the way things are going tonight, we could just see an upset. So I'm going to go with Man of Promise. Chaz with Creative Force. Who is going to win our Alquoz Sprint of 2022? They're nearly all in.
Winton. Creative Force is also set. Air de Vals. Air de Vals wins in and out. Casa Creed, Happy Romance, Mutafawa. There comes Taxiwala. Casa Creed Winton. They've unloaded in Shaheen. The Case of You now being led forward. Emirati Anna and Happy Romance. Emirati Anna moves in. Happy Romance. There comes Mutafawa. Still got Burn Oil to bring up. Case of You, another one still to come forward. Kuzan. Checking out in Shaheen here. The Case of You. Now the Scion is ready. We've got stop-start behind the stalls here. So Enshide now being led forward again. So everything in order. A Case of You needs to load. Kuzan. And Burn Oil. Here's Kuzan. Burn Oil, the last one. The Alquoz. Set for a start. Gates are back, and they sprinting away. Get Smokin' jumped inwards, but propelled itself to the early lead. Oasis in the white colours directly behind. Enshide in the greys towards the far side, followed by Mutafawak in the blue jacket and the red cap, joined by Naval Crown, whose arms up the far side. Bernoyles in the yellow and green colours. Emirati Anna got just ahead. Louder Scion, then comes Happy Romance. They race in the middle of the course, hard up on the outside. Man of Promise in the all blue, kept company by Creative Force, Taxiwala. Now they all in a bunch. They followed by Air de Vals, who's next best. A Case of You under the outside. inside rail, banging contention. The pink colours of Casa Creed is towards the end of the field. They're halfway through the El Cos sprint, and Kuzam towards the far side. I'd say he's just about the leader. Mutafawa, Man of Promise. Then comes A Case of You. He's getting into the hunt as well. Happy Romance, a chance in between runners. Further back then to Emiratiana and Taxiwala past the 200. A Case of You lays it down to Man of Promise. Man of Promise trying to get on terms. A Case of You got him on the ropes. Then comes Happy Romance. A Case of You, though, comes home to win the El Cos. A Case of You won it. Happy Romance second. Man of Promise third. Fourth close, Naval Crown, Casa Creed involved. Taxiwala. Then came Kuzam. They were ahead of Mutafawak. Bernoil was next to finish. Saweza. Lauda Sion in Shaheen. They were ahead further back of Creative Force. Emiratiana. Ed Valsen Get Smoking.
An Irish winner. Fantastic. A Case of You. He's a classy colt. He won the Prix de l'Abbé. He chased a Man of Promise here last time. That form has been emphatically reversed. William was never able to get there. A Case of You has won that very, very nicely.
No, just follow the stand side all the way through. And, I mean, as soon as the front runner started backing up a little bit, you saw Ronan just kind of start asking them and picking it up. And when they passed us word about the furlong pole, maybe a little bit further out, and, I mean, Case of You was going to go right by and go right to the winner's circle. And, I mean, so happy for trainer Adam McGuinness. He really wanted this one really, really bad. He thought he was live in the Breeders' Cup last year, thought the distance was a little too short for him, and this has been his goal. He got enough out of that prep race. I mean, he flew at the end of the race last time. Everyone was just looking at Man of Promise, but he was flying to get up for second. And, man, just congratulations to all the connections there on A Case of You.
Yeah, owned by Gary Devlin. Adam McGuinness, as you mentioned, been a big supporter of the Dubai Carnival. He brought over two, Pierre Lapin and Harry's Bar, and neither really did a great deal, if we're honest. Harry's Bar did go home and win since, though, which was good. And then this was the big one, and they always had a plan. He said, we're coming to the Alquoz. We're going to prep for the prep, which is what they did with that little race he won at Dundalk. And that was a very, very good performance. I don't want to take any shine off it, but the rail was undoubtedly a help.
It certainly looked that way, but, I mean, credit, by the way, to Happy Romance getting up for second there, passing Man of Promise in the last 50 yards to get up for second.
Yeah, she's such a good filly, isn't she? That's the second time that she's landed a big check, but sadly not been able to win. Happy Romance, obviously third, as we mentioned, the 13.51 in Saudi, and gone one better than that here. And no show from Creative Force, but Naval Crown finished fourth for Charlie Appleby, just ahead of the US Raider Casa Creed.
And those are the horses that had the form. Those are the horses that had been running. It just seemed like it was a little too tough coming off the layoff. I thought the horse would be kind of more ready to fire a big one.
So great story. A Case of You was a buyback by Connections, I think, for just €3,000. And he has now won them two big races, and he's already confirmed as a stallion. You know, he won, as I said, that Prix de l'Abbé, which is probably the best sprint, certainly the best 5 furlong sprint in Europe. And now he's come over here, vastly different circumstances, and won this. Prix de l'Abbé's always run on very soft ground, heavy as it was last year. 5 furlongs, Parry Longchamp. Comes here, fast ground, 6 furlongs. What a versatile horse.
I think it really fits him. I mean, his turn of foot really takes off on that hard, firm ground. He's not really slipping and sliding. He was just cruising, running right by us.
Rona Whelan had a little spell over here a few years ago. Managed to get 3 winners during that time. Well, this would be one of the biggest wins of his career, up there with the Prix de l'Abbé victory, of course. And they kept him pretty busy, as you mentioned. They went over to the Breeders' Cup after that. He ran an excellent 5th behind Golden Pal. And then that race at Dundalk, and then this one. And it's wonderful to have an Irish winner of this race. Soul Power would, I think, be the most recent one to score from the Emerald Isle with Richard Hughes a few years ago.
And is this something where we might see a rematch between Golden Pal and A Case of You in Ascot in a few months' time?
It could well happen, couldn't it? I mean, they'd actually have a choice of races for A Case of You, I'd say. They could go to the newly renamed Platinum Jubilee over the 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres on the Saturday, or they could go to the King's Stand over the 1,000 metres. He is such a good horse by Hot Streak, as we mentioned. It just seems to me to be a thoroughly straightforward horse. And bearing in mind, as I said, he's still an Entire. He's been kept fairly busy. It's his 7th win from 14 starts now, so a strike rate of 50%. And Ada McGuinness, superb character. They will have a good old party tonight, these Irish.
This horse trained all week long on the training track and just got better and better every day. He just looked the picture as Acclaim Express was trotting by next to him.
Still heartbreaking for Acclaim Express. He didn't manage to get into the race. I'm very happy we got a European winner. I wasn't sure we were going to get one prior to the start of racing today. This one looked earmarked for Godolphin. The Gold Cup looked a little bit too strong, but got one in the end. And it's interesting because the Irish traditionally haven't been all that, well, they have been strong at sprinting, but they, up until very recently, when the Flying Five at the Curragh was upgraded, they never actually had their own Group 1 sprint. It's been only the last couple of years that they've had that race, so they've always had to go over to England with their better sprinters. This is just such a
It's an emotional winner circle.
There's Ado on the right. He is brilliant fun. And say he was they were probably a little bit down after bringing over Harry's Bar and Pierre Lapin and really failing to do much at the carnival with those two horses. But this one is a really, really special horse. And a lot of people here to cheer him on as well. I hope the hospitality area is primed for later. It's going to get badly hit.
and there's something to be said about making a plan. To come to Dubai, to the World Cup, you have to have that plan in mind. And Adam McGuinness had that plan from the Breeders' Cup. He was going to have the prep at home to the prep over there and then run over here. And when the plan comes to fruition, it's a very, very emotional victory. And Ado and the exercise rider there, Sean, they're in tears. And it's just tears of joy of being able to come here and win the Alquaz on the world stage. It's a very, very emotional experience for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it must be. Here's one of the bigger turf sprints in the world, this one of the richer turf sprints in the world. That's certainly the case.
And we got the kiss.
Yeah, he looks absolutely over the moon. Hopefully he's not too over the moon to speak to Mikey in a moment or two. Yeah, vendor buyback was a yearling, 3,000 euros. Could have got you a case of you. The sales a couple of years ago. He's not from a particularly illustrious family. His dam was placed over a mile on the all-weather. She's a sister to a listed winner. But nothing massively jump out at you. He's not the most big or imposing horse either, is he?
No, he's really not. But when you win 50% of your races or higher, you have that will within. And unfortunately, they can't measure the size of the horse's heart. Otherwise, this horse would sell for a lot more than 3,000 buybacks.
Let's hear from our winning jockey.
Good boy. Watch out, guys. Good boy. All right, we got Ronan Whelan coming up here in just a moment. He's congratulating lots of people, getting congratulations from lots of people here. Obviously, an extremely enthusiastic crowd. A lot of people love Ado McGuinness, and Ronan rode a beautiful race. This horse prepped with a proper second place in the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint, and he comes back here and really improves on the run. Ronan's going to take us right through it in just a moment, but he's got to be over the moon. Ronan, can you take me through it? Just obviously, you had to commit to the rail there, and it looked like you had to use them a little more than you wanted
exactly. The plan was just to let him pop, and he likes to be behind the bridle, and once he's behind the bridle, we know we have him. But I tell you, at halfway, he just, as you said, he came onto the bit a bit with me, and I actually thought I committed too soon, but it was either that or take back, and I knew if you go through our lad's form, he stays 6 well. Yeah. He actually won a 6 furlong Group 3 on soft against what turned out to be Group 1 performers. So we knew he'd stayed a trip well on this ground, and we had the rail, so we weren't going to give it away. And sure, look, he's such a genuine, solid horse, and I can't just thank Ado and all his team. I know there's an outfit that you'll be hearing a lot more of. Like they're doing really well at home, and their attention to detail is second to none. And I just a word from my parents at home and my girlfriend Emma. You know, they were here for Super Saturday, but they couldn't make it out this time. So just thinking of them now as well.
Well, congratulations. We'll get your quick signature real fast if you can.
No water, gladly.
Thanks to Ronan. 2 Ronan winning on the card tonight. Not necessarily predicted that. Ronan Thomas and Ronan Whelan. As we look at it again, quite a raggedy start for a sprint. They usually hit the gates quite well.
I think everyone was trying to figure out how can we get to the stand side. Even here from the second inside draw, looks like they're trying to get outside. Get Smoking was able to make the lead along with the Japanese horse Enshiden.
We'll never know.
They battled a little bit, but as you see, look at the nearest 6 horses to the stand side. They're all getting as close to the stand side as they possibly can, and it's just kind of a dream trip right here. He's hugging the rail, A Case of You, and Casa Creed's kind of drift in behind him. He's going to run on and run well. I think he runs 5th or 6th. Man of Promise is sitting in a good spot. Really no excuses other than maybe the fact that he just regressed a little bit off that big effort from just 3 weeks ago.
You called it a lot earlier than me. I was still thinking that William Butte was going to get there on Man of Promise, but A Case of You was never going to stop, was he?
No,
as I mentioned earlier on in his career, he was actually a winner over 7 furlong.
And this is really a really, really big late run from the filly. Happy Romance is going to really come in, and she's farthest away from the stand side. She's about 5 off that rail, and she's going to end up getting second. And that was a battle for second, but A Case of You, a clear winner on the night, and certainly a horse that has a lot more going for him. This is not his end game. I think we're going to hear a lot from A Case of You this year, which is going to be good fun.
It's such a lovely programme for these sprinters, isn't there? There's not a lot now, Group 1-wise, unless you were going to do something really brave and go to Hong Kong, something like that, but they won't do that, I'm sure. They'll probably wait till Royal Ascot. Why wouldn't you? He's had 3 races now. They go to Royal Ascot, choice of races, as I mentioned. Then there's not a great deal until York. You've got the Oxford and Dunthorpe. Then at the end of the year, you've got the Breeders' Cup again, and having performed so well there last year, you'd have to think that they'll do that again. Yeah,
I think that was always their plan. I was talking to the connections earlier this week. They had circled the Breeders' Cup. They know that it's at Keeneland this year, which they think will be a little bit better than that Del Mar track, which just doesn't play to them because the Del Mar stretch is so short, and that horse needs just give him a little bit of room to make a move.
Those on that far side really were at a bit of a disadvantage, weren't they? I think it's fairly fair to say. Happy Romance drawn in 6th. That does really. She can upgrade her run considerably, can't you? There she is at sort of towards the back of that far side pack at the moment, just sort of edging her way past Emiratiana now. And
it'll be interesting to see where she goes next. Naval Crown also running really, really well here to finish up strong. I think Naval Crown makes up for the kind of mystifying performance in Saudi. He runs a good race here today.
I don't think it was mystifying in Saudi. He was drawn wide. They had to be kind of aggressive to try and get the lead. I thought he ran a huge race, turned into the straight looking like he was going to win, and the wide draw and the wide trip just took its toll on him. I thought it was a much better race than the form figures suggest. He's not the prettiest sight, is he? Tongue out, covered in sweat, but they won't care about that. He's got the job done and won them the lion's share of $1.5 million here.
He's got the Michael Jordan tongue stick out.
Just a gorgeous little horse, son of Hot Streak. He was a very, very fast horse himself. Man of Promise, I reckon they'll attribute this to a bit of a regression from Super Saturday.
And that's the concern when it's 3 weeks out and you run that monster performance. It's so weird because you don't want to lose anytime you run, but you're just afraid if you run too well, and that race was the performance of the Carnival and just kind of bounce back a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see him leave Meydan now and what he does when he goes back to Europe, because all of his success has come here at Meydan.
In hindsight, I wonder if Charlie would have wished that they'd skipped Super Saturday with Man of Promise, but then they had to kind of find out what he was, didn't they? Because he was only a listed handicap winner prior to Super Saturday, so it would have been quite audacious to have gone straight to this. So I guess that's why they did what they did, and he's one I'm sure will be targeted at Royal Ascot. And the other thing as well, after his win in that aforementioned listed handicap, he was only rated 105. He did go up a fair bit for that, went up to 115. But yeah, he's come a long way in a short time. Man of Promise now finds himself Group 1 place, so not the end of the world, but frustrating night so far for Charlie Appleby, that's for sure. And yeah, again, I don't know if it is that there's a quicker bit of grass over here, or it's just that's where the better horses were.
We're never going to know.
No.
So there's no point to.
We can ask jockeys. That's the best way of finding out, isn't it? But even they only know if they were on it.
It just looked like A Case of You was best today, and I mean the stand side might have helped him a little bit, but I mean he just ran that monster race, and I mean the team rides him with so much confidence. They're such a close-knit team. I mean the whole team was at the Breeze Up sale earlier this week together, bonding together, staying together, and the one thing that I've noticed is the horses that seem to run the best are the ones that feel that most love, that group that works together the closest. And this group over here is very, very tight-knit group.
Yeah, Stephen Thorne is the assistant to Aidan McGuinness. He was here earlier on in the season, and he also runs Shamrock Thoroughbreds, which own quite a few horses in the yard and in partnership and things like that. It's a former Godolphin Flying Start graduate, I believe, and he's been a big factor in Ado's success over the last few years. As I mentioned, it's actually Ado's first success here in Dubai from now 16 starts. That's a fantastic view from our chopper. Quite strung out for a sprint, aren't they?
I do think everybody was trying to figure out who was going to go and who was going to get to the stand side, and I think it affected other horses' strategy over here, which led to maybe an interesting pace situation where Get Smokin' kind of found himself on the lead, which we weren't sure if he was going to be able to make it. He made the early running, but unfortunately not the late running.
This is Mr. Merwais Azizi, the founder and chairman of Azizi Developments, the sponsors of our Alquoz Sprint. Many congratulations to owner Gary Devlin, who has been kind of lucky with this horse. But a big supporter of the Ado McGuinness show. There is Ado. He's great fun. He really is.
To the roar of the crowd.
Yeah, there's not much roaring where we are. People might have noticed we've been exiled to the other side of the parade ring, which is quite fun in a way because we're right by the public enclosure and they really do get involved. But I get the impression tonight hasn't been a good one for pick six players, so they haven't been looking all that happy, our Meydan faithful.
I think you can make a case, though, for a case of you. I mean, it wasn't like he was a hopeless long shot. I think he was at 10s early on this morning, and he'd be probably the third or fourth selection for most people.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that. He was very solid in here, wasn't he? There was so much to like about the prep run. He would have had probably an easier race on Super Saturday than Man of Promise, so there's that angle as well. But I think Man of Promise has certainly proven that he belongs at the top table, which will give Charlie Appleby plenty of options going forward. I'd love to see him go straight to the Platinum Jubilee with him. I reckon he might as well. He's also got La Julia, of course, who he can aim at the King's Stand, so plenty of good sprinters for Charlie. And all is not lost for the Moulton Paddocks team. They have Yabir later on, so could still be a blue winner.
Indeed.
Or even real world, who knows? It's been a surprising night to some extent. Maybe that happens.
And when we look ahead to the next race with the UAE Derby, I think more surprises can follow suit.
Yeah, one of the more open races on the card, the UAE Derby. So there we go, European 1-2. KCU, Train in Ireland, Happy Romance UK, Man of Promise, Godolphin, so UK/UAE, Naval Crown, America, Good Run, Taxi, Casa Creed, Taxi Walla for Qatar, Kazam, Doug Watson will be pretty happy with that, I thought, and Mutafawig, another one for Godolphin, finishing 8th, keeping up the good record of Sobin Saror trained runners this evening in finishing in the top half of the field at the very least. So as Chad mentioned, our UAE Derby is up next. And yeah, it's a race that's intrigued me really for most of the week because I was very much with the Bupat Seamar team thinking Bendoug maybe. The filly's a huge price at around about 50-1, Arabian Gazelles. Then you've got the strong South American team in here, which bring a really fun element, especially because they've got to give this weight away.
Oh, I mean, and there is a tremendous difference in weight. I mean, the filly Arabian Gazelles is going to get a 5 kilo difference between the South American horses to her because they're technically 4-year-olds, literally 3-year-olds, and she's a 3-year-old filly. So she's going to get a lot of weight, gets in light with Richie Mullins, and we know she sees out the distance, but I do think it's going to be a tough spot for her.
Let's reflect a little bit more on our Alquoz Sprint. You always get good scenes when you get an Irish winner. They really do know how to enjoy life. Congratulations to the Connections of a Case of You. Our UAE Derby is up next. It's a Group 2, of course, for the 3-year-olds. Looking forward to this one. Got to go back to Messiah in 2010 for the last time a Southern Hemisphere horse won it, giving away that weight. So it isn't easy.
But we've seen all carnival. I mean, Antonio Sintra and even the trainer on the 2, Kiefer Colombo, has come here early on, and Quality Boone won the last prep for this. They have not really seemed that weight has really been to their disadvantage.
Yeah, Quality Boone around about 12-1 in this race, considering he's one of only 2 course and distance winners in the race, the other being Withering. He's very much unconsidered in here, isn't he?
And sits the right trip. I mean, if they go fast enough early, the real mystery here is the American horse Pinehurst, because he was so impressive in Saudi. We haven't seen any of the Saudi winners yet come back and win over here. Can he stretch out and get that mile and 3/16? The race was only a mile when he won in Saudi. He seemed like he was crying out for the wire, and the Japanese were coming to get him late. But speed does carry a little bit better over here. We're going back to the dirt, where speed's won both races gate to wire.
Let's give you a little bit more info then about our UAE Derby. Yep, sponsored by Mubadala. 1,900 metres on the dirt. 3-year-olds, of course. $1 million and 100 Kentucky Derby points, right?
For most.
For the winner.
For most.
Unless you're Pinehurst, yes.
Bob Baffert and the 3 South American horses are not eligible for the points.
Yes, that's something probably needs addressing, I'd say. Irvin, supposed to say it apparently. Leandro Gonzalez Rise for Antonio Cincho. Kiefer, so much ability. Quality Boon as your coast, unbeaten UAE 2000 Guineas winner. Vendu Combustion for Godolphin, the first ever runner here for Godolphin Japan, which is interesting. Crown Pride, I thought, was potentially interesting. Get Back Goldie, Gilded Age, Island Falcon, Pinehurst. Was he impressive in Saudi? Was he just hanging on? Hanging on for me. Rival Hameri, I think, is very live as well. And one of the outsiders, but for Japan, I think he's got a big old chance. Sikafu, I think, will reverse with Pinehurst. Summer is tomorrow. Expect him to go from the front. He's a very fast horse. Whether he'll still be there at the end is doubtful. Withering will be closing, and Arabian Gazelles likewise. Incidentally, our graphics are based on the owner of the horse. That's where the flags are from. It's a ridiculous way of doing it, because obviously owners, you can have several owners based in different countries. For me, it should always be on the trainer, but that's what we do here in the UAE for some stupid reason, so that's what that is. Owen trained in Uruguay. It's actually his first run for Antonio Cincho. He used to be with Javier Freire over in Argentina, where he won the Derby.
And he got a little sick coming over here, so as opposed to Quality Boon, who's been here since October, he's been in quarantine, but he has looked better and better each and every day. Friday was the best day he's had since he's been here.
There's a gorgeous horse, Quality Boon, he really is. He won here right back in December and did very little wrong since. He was second to Rory on a totally speed-biased track at the end of January. Then ran third behind Azure Coast in the Guineas. And over the further trip, beat Withering in the prep for this. So very interested to see how Quality Boon gets on. Azure Coast, Mikey's busy trying to get an interview, but he will tell us this horse will win. First time over this trip, though, they might not come back to him like they do over the mile.
And he needs to not be so far back. He loves to give himself too much to do, and then he's been brilliant so far and was able to run them down. But it was a weird run race from Kiefer Jockey Hector Lazo last time out. This way in this big field, Zurkos can't come from last, I don't think. Come from last and make this big swooping move. Antonio Frezzo is going to have to break him out of the gate a little bit sharper.
There's quite a few that are going to be closing. You know, Kiefer, I would say, has been a little bit too far back in a couple of his starts. Quality Boon as well has been one who's been closing. There's a lot that are reliant on them going a good pace, and I think they will go a good pace. This is Crown Pride, one of the outsiders for Japan. Last time out finished 3 lengths behind Combustion, but I thought he was quite interesting on pedigree. I thought he'd be all right over a little bit further. He was winning quite easily his first 2 starts. Get Back Goldie, interesting horse really, isn't he? Won here over 1,200 metres, but they were very keen to run in this race.
I think they saw that he was able to win the 1,200, and to qualify for the Carnival, you need to have 2 runs. They weren't sure where that second run was going to be. They'd enter him right back 7 days later. They ended up settling on the 1,900-meter race, and it was kind of a weirdly thing where he ended up just jogging into the race. He's had proper gallops going into there, and they're really excited to get Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
What about Gilded Age then? Represents Bill Mott, and last time out, quite well held in a Grade 3 Aqueduct.
He's the best looking horse in the race. I hope he gets best turned out because he deserves it. But he's a $600,000 yearling purchase. He's a son of Medaglia d'Oro out of a Group 1 winning mare. And he looks like he wants every bit of the mile and 3/16. After he ran third last time out in New York at Aqueduct, Bill Mott called up Steve Nagler, the U.S. representative, and said, get me into the UAE Derby. I want to be here. And it took a little while for the invitation to come, but it did come. This is the race they've been pointing Gilded Age to for a long time. While there's 100 Derby preps back home, this is the one they wanted.
Do like a target. Island Falcon represents Saeed bin Saror, who's won this race 8 times. He's well beaten in the Saudi Derby, has 11 and a quarter lengths to find on this horse, Pinehurst. Bob Baffert never won this race. He won the Del Mar Futurity. You said he was impressive in Saudi. For me, he was hanging on.
I think it's one of those things where Jimmy Barnes, assistant trainer, said the track was not playing to front runners. He was one of the rare ones that went gate to wire, and they think over here his speed is going to carry him on. But I think in order for him to get the mile and 3/16 distance, he needs to get clear. I don't want to see him battling head to head. Pinehurst's best shot is to make the lead and then clear off.
He's very warm, Pinehurst. Raiwa Hamari, I think, is very live in here. He was ahead behind Seikafu last time over 1,400 metres on pedigree. I think this step up in trip is really what he wants. He's a son of a Japanese Derby winner, Deep Brillianti, which name always made me laugh. It sounds like a pizza. And he's a half brother to a horse who won over 10.5 furlongs. I think he's really interesting. Gets Christophe Lemaire. Seikafu, though, he made up a lot of ground on Pinehurst in Saudi, but the draw's not been kind to him. He's out in 14.
And this is the horse that everybody falls in love with because of the last race, and I fall out of love with because I think that was his best chance. Everyone goes, you assume you get the further ground, you're going to be better. I think there's better horses in the race here than Seikafu. I do not think he's 1, 2, 3 today.
That's a very good point. Very good point. You know, you can be closing well over a mile, and you might not be able to do so when they go a bit slower over 1900. Summer is tomorrow. Always nice when Mikel Barcelona's sitting around, and you can get him on your spare. Bought by Tycho Shea, this horse. Done really well for Connections. Won twice here over 1,200 metres and 1,400 metres. Will not be winning this, but is key in the race in that he's the pace angle, a pace angle.
Well, and that's the thing. He's the main horse that interests me as far as taking on Pinehurst early, because there's other speed. But Summer is tomorrow. You're not holding back. I don't think Bupat Semar's made any secrets as to what his plan is. Summer is tomorrow is going to go, and Bendu's going to try and sit just off him.
Only one filly has ever won this. That was Caller, subsequently Dam of Derby winner Massar. A while back in 2011, Arabian Gazelles goes to Jim and Fitri Hay, who were busy at the sale the other night buying a lovely son of Gun Runner. This is Bendoug. I think this horse, if he's not exhausted from a big run on Super Saturday, I think he's got a big chance. He's another pace angle-ish. They want to sit just off it, I think.
And I disagree with everybody saying that he got leg weary. I think he got lost out there. Look, he's a lightly raced son of Gun Runner. Gun Runners have won everything in America. He's the hottest freshman sire, now turning second sire. We see the owner of Gun Runner is actually here, Ron Winchell, representing later on in the car with Midnight Bourbon. I think that Bendoug will benefit from this race because he'll have targets in front of him and then hopefully have targets coming at him, and I think that's what he needed. I don't think he ran bad. I think he got lost.
This is Kiefer. I think he's got so much ability, this horse. I do worry he's had a bit of a hard campaign, but I'd like to see him engaged a bit early on.
I think he's had 3 of the worst trips I've seen of any horse this entire meeting. The first race looked like it was okay. The second race, he made this middle move out of nowhere, and then in Saudi, he completely missed the break, had got so much left to do, then was making up ground into the kickback and actually ran a sneaky good race. I think you don't often sit there and say when a horse runs 6, it's a key prep. This was the best 6th place finish I've seen in a long time.
It's really interesting being brought to go to Hong Kong because A is an Entire and they race 99% geldings over there, and B is a dirt horse and they race 90% turf over there. Really odd, but good for them. Good luck to them with him. He's a smashing animal. The newly married Holly Doyle and Tom Markander spending their wedding week walking our turf track. Well, not all of it. And they've had a couple of days away in Oman, I think, so nice to see them walk past us just now. There's a look at the range of colours. This is a really international race, isn't it, tonight?
No, it's good fun, because I think there's any of 4 or 5 different countries that can win this race.
Let's hear from Mikey.
The Hayes have invested a whole lot more recently in Dubai racing, and a great emblem of that is Arabian Gazelles, who steps in as a maiden, but she really has earned her spot with a nice run in the Oaks.
That was only her second race, and she's still a big baby, yeah. So even tonight, there are no other races that we can put her in, yeah. So I know this is a huge ask to put her in there, but we hope she's improved a lot after the Oaks. She needs, we'd rather this with 10 furlongs than 9.5. She'll be staying on at the end, and, well, who knows.
It looks like, is she a filly that's going to stick around? Because I know you purchased a couple of horses and you're investing more in Zabil as well.
We're going to invest seriously in horses with Bupat Simmer. Yeah. So the horses we bought the other night, they both will stay with them. We bought horses at Akala, again, they will come here at some point, right? So as far as we see, Dubai is going to be one of our key focuses to race through the whole of the Middle East.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and hopefully she brings it home for you.
Hope she does well. As long as if she gets in the first 6, we'll be happy.
Best luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to hear from Jim Hay, a fantastic supporter of racing in Dubai. Him and his wife Fitri and the family used to live over here. They now don't, but they come back a lot. And Arabian Gazelles, if people don't know the story, there was a documentary on Dubai a few weeks ago in the UK, and the Arabian Gazelles were featured in it, and they're a bunch of rather wealthy ladies who drive supercars around. What fun. So I think the theory is that they'll go get into racing and buy lots of horses, which would be great. But that's why she's called Arabian Gazelles with an S, which had been annoying me for months. So I'm glad we ironed it out. Let's have a look at that Saudi Derby form then. And Pinehurst beating Sekifu. You've put me off Sekifu now, so thanks for that. Look at the way he comes. He comes from a long way back.
No, he does. But I just have a feeling that this is going to be a very, very differently run race. Pinehurst was in front here. He was able to clear, and he's able to hold on. And he did actually gallop out. The better of the two was Sekifu. He actually does re-engage after that. The interesting thing to me right now is Pinehurst stayed with the pony the entire post parade. The fact that you want him to kind of break well and lead away from there, normally what you'll see is the jockey, Flavian Prattle, take him away from the pony and give him a good warm-up, and he stayed with the pony the entire time, and he hasn't been a horse in the morning time that we've seen is really anxious or aggressive, that you'd want to stay with the pony. So very interesting strategy from Flavian Pratt and Bob Baffert to keep him calm and quiet and stay with the pony this whole time.
Interesting indeed. We can also hopefully show you the Albasta Kia, which was won by Quality Boone, beating Withering and Ben Doog. They're actually lining up right in front of us here in our new exile position towards the golf club. Get quite a nice view of this. We'll have a good view of the World Cup start as well, won't we? I'm surprised the temperature's dropped considerably. How many of these horses are still getting warm?
No, it's very much a surprise, but a lot of it comes with preparation. A lot of it comes with just the crowd is here and the noise and the excitement of, especially here, you're talking about young 3-year-olds that haven't really experienced a scene like this before. These horses might be the future of racing, but this is the first time really that they've run into crowds like this before.
It's interesting. Some of these horses are actually very experienced for, as you mentioned, 3-year-olds. Sekifu has had 7 starts already and be the more experienced in the field. I'm going to stick with my rival for Mary, of a horse who could just shock a few, I'd say. Drawn in 1 as well, you never know. Not a horse I expect to see up there early on though. And what do we expect from Irvin? As Antonio said himself, he doesn't know quite how that illness would have left a mark, but interesting how they ride him, bearing in mind he's won over 2,500.
He's a horse that's not really Americanized to the way, or Dubai, like the Dubai style of training. He very much trained, as you went to Uruguay, you know how they ride over there with no saddle. So when he came here, leaving quarantine late, he hasn't gotten used to this way of training necessarily. Like I said, it's taken a little while. He did look best on Friday, but I just think it's too much too soon with what happened once he came from Argentina. Yeah,
I don't think they even knew for sure that they were going to make the race up until few weeks ago, and then he sort of suddenly turned a corner and started really impressing them in the morning, so they went for it. I wish them well, the Antonio Sintra team. They've added a huge amount to our carnival, and they of course also have a live chance in the World Cup later on as well. Loading, final thoughts?
I'm going to go with Kiefer here to pull the upset. I just feel like he's got a load of ability. He's got a world of talent. He just needs to one time just get that trip. If he finally gets that trip, and he's supposed to get it today with enough speed in the race early on, and now with the change of silks with the new owners from Hong Kong, you're going to see him all the way around there with those black silks and the pink circles.
They're blue and white, Kiefer?
No, not anymore.
They just changed? Oh, okay, fair enough. Intriguing race. Will it go to America? Will it go to the UAE? Will it go to Japan? Will it go to Uruguay? I don't know. I'm going to sit on the fence. I've got nothing right so far. I'm going to sit on the fence. So, nearly all in then.
Pick a country.
Call from Alistair.
Summer is tomorrow. Kiefer, Combustion, Sekifu, and Arabian Gazelles. Sekifu moving into line. Arabian Gazelles will be the last one for the 2022 UAE Derby, sponsored by Mubadala. just about ready. And away they go. And Rewa Homer out of stallgate number 1 blew the start, gave away a couple of lengths. Pinehurst ridden early to get up handy. Summer is Tomorrow has natural gate speed and is right there. Combustion, the blue colours, is third. Now fourth is Sakifu, commits to a prominent place. Crown Pride, Get Back Goldie, Irwin's very deep. Ben Dukes against the inside rail and only racing about 4 to 5 lengths off the leader. They're going a good pace. Island Falcon, the all blue colours, hugs the rail a couple of lengths away to Arabian Gazelles. Azure Coast is not in a hopeless position at the moment. One off the rail, the white cap at the outside of Quality Boon. Withering it there outside, Rewa Homer. They followed by Gilded Age in the orange colours towards the end of the field, and Kiefer from a bad draw took his medicine, races at the end of the field, and there's got to be about 14 lengths in it, and they're going a cracking pace. Summer is Tomorrow 1 length in front. It'll be headlines if he can sustain this. Pinehurst though on his back is second. Then comes Sakifu, races in third, the white sleeves and the white cap. Then comes Combustion, who just tracks the leaders. Ben Doog against the inside. Combustion being nursed back onto the bit. Crown Pride is in the red sleeves and the red cap. Island Falcon comes down the side of the course, racing about 6 lengths off the leader. Then 2 back to Irwin. Withering, Reina Homer's next best. Then comes Quality Boon, the orange and blue colours. Azure Coast is in a real spot of bother. Then comes Kifu, tries to gain some ground. Get Back Goldie and Gilded Age look out of it, and they're about to straighten for home. 500 metres left to run. Summer is Tomorrow has led the whole way with Crown Pride right there. Ben Dukes towards the inside. Island Falcon races away in fourth. Sakifu and Combustion, but Summer is Tomorrow still the leader into the final 250. Summer is Tomorrow by 2. Crown Pride is all out in second. Ben Doog is third. Then comes Island Falcon. Here's Crown Pride getting to grips, getting the better of Summer is Tomorrow, who's run his race. It's Japan again. It's Crown Pride in the UAE Derby. The land of the rising sun is having a night to remember. Crown Pride beats Summer is Tomorrow. Island Falcon third, Ben Doog, Quality Boon. Rewa Homer was next. Then came towards the inside Sakifu. Kiefer was next to finish as Azure Coast didn't turn it on. Then came Withering, Combustion, Irwin, Arabian Gazelles. They were ahead of Get Back Goldie, Gilded Age and Pinehurst.
Japan, they are flying. They're winning with horses that have no right to win. First ever runner here for Kuchi Shintana, the trainer. First ever ride here for Australian jockey Damian Lane. Wow.
It's just, this track is certainly playing more forward. You have to be early on. You got to be up close to the pace. The race was really interesting because Pinehurst stayed with the pony and then was fine with not going to the lead early and ends up running last.
You'd have thought that, hey? And this Crown Pride, I mean, we said before, his first 2 starts, he won really, really easily, then came up against Combustion in a listed race, was beaten 3 lengths. I thought he would like the step up in trip. He's out of a mare who's a fair bit of stamina on her pedigree. She was a sister to a mare, a horse who'd won over 1 mile one. But I didn't really think he was going to be capable of winning it. What a night for them, though. Damian Lane, 2 rides on tonight's card. Yuba Laban later on would not be without a chance either, the Japanese Oaks winner. But it was a bit of a slow motion final furlong, wasn't it? And having said categorically Summer is Tomorrow cannot win, I was starting to sweat.
I think, look, first of all, so happy for Mr. Yoshida. Tsuruyo Yoshida has been a part of this game for a long time. His brother at Northern Farm normally gets all the accolades, but he's been a part of this for a long time. Their father kind of launched Japanese racing, and Shadai is obviously very close to me, having Mind Your Biscuit stand over there and having spent time over there. And, you know, this is proper racehorse time. They went 159-3 for the final time, and I guess it's off to Kentucky now for Crown Pride. The Japanese have said if they won, they were going to go. They thought it might have been a few other horses, but might we see Crown Pride just stamp himself a contender in the Kentucky Derby?
No. That's such a better race than this was, surely. Well, we'll know a bit more, won't we? Because we've got Triple Crown preps all the time right now in the States, including this evening.
No, and look, Summer is Tomorrow with his American pedigree being by Summerfront out of a badge of silver mare. He gets 50 points. Bhupat Seymour spent time in California before. Who knows? Maybe we'll see Bhupat Seymour take on the rest of them in the world.
I doubt he's been nominated for the Triple Crown, first of all, and I'd be surprised. But you never know. They've got very enterprising owners. Summer is Tomorrow, the Burke family, who've had a really good season actually, with the likes of their curling mare Lady Snaz winning a couple for them as well. But This is a real improvement from this horse. He did have an excuse when he was beaten in that listed race over at Tokyo last time. He was squeezed up at the start, finished really well. I guess maybe he's just one who's a shade unlucky not to be unbeaten.
Well, and I think he comes in fresh. He hasn't run since February. He skipped that trip to Saudi, came right from Japan, and I think he's a horse with a promising future at a distance of ground, and we can see him on the turf, we can see him on the dirt. It was just a good effort, and it looked like you said, Summers tomorrow looked like he might have just been gone on as a winner, and Crown Pride did have to dig in deep to go on by him, and he did, and he went about his business, and you know what, Summers tomorrow held second over Island Falcon and Bendug as Saeed Bin Suroor continues to grind out checks here as we wait for Real World later on the card.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, if I was the Connections of Life is Good, seeing the way this dirt track has played, I'll be pretty happy, but he has to hit the start. Which there's no reason why he won't.
You've seen favorites getting beat all day long, and when you're a favorite, you feel like you have a target on your back. You want other favorites to be winning. It's just one of those days. It feels like it's a good day if you're a favorite. When favorites get beat all around the board, all of a sudden you start saying to yourself, is today the day that I get beat too?
Well, I told my husband a while back, no more investments for me. I said it's going to be a weird day. So that was me. Was Mind Your Biscuits ever favourite for the two Shaheens?
No.
No, I didn't think he was, no.
He was for the first one until he drew post 14, and then it was no longer anybody's fancy.
Damien Lane, 28 years old, hails from Western Australia. He's actually got quite the association with the Japanese. He had a spell over there in April 2019. And he memorably teamed up with that extremely good Japanese horse, Liz Gracheur, who won the Cox Plate. So he goes back a long way with the Japanese, and they've obviously decided why not sign him up for these couple of rides this evening.
No, and it's good to see that there's so many different Japanese jockeys. In Saudi, it was a Japanese-dominated day, but it was the Christophe Lemire day, right? He won all 4 races for the Japanese. Now we've had 3 Japanese winners and 3 Japanese jockeys.
Well, 1 Japanese jockey and 1 Frenchman and 1 Australian. Yeah, 3 different jockeys. Yeah, absolutely. It's a great, thing to get if you can get a contract to ride in Japan, but kind of everybody wants one. They're also quite strict on the rules over there, aren't they? The jockeys kind of have to be not in isolation as such, but I think they go into sort of a jockey's hostel and the phones are taken off them, and they're very, very strict on obviously governing gambling over there, which is such a huge source of revenue.
The day before, jockeys have to leave their families and leave their phones at the door and just spend the day with each other, and no technology allowed, and they're a very old school idea, but it works for them, and obviously we're seeing it in the results.
Yeah, it means they nothing else to do really than concentrate on their races. It means they can't be affected by people trying to influence the results of races, should we say? So, it's, did you go racing when you went over to Japan?
No, I was up at Chadai Station with Mr. Yoshida, and I watched the pre-training. I watched in the farms over there. They have more than 300 horses training at one time as they're being broken, getting ready to go down to the lower part of Japan, because the farms are very much up high in the northern part of Japan. And at the training center, they have a poly track, they have a wood chip track, they have an uphill track, they have a regular track, they have a treadmill, they have everything is clocked and charted, and it looked like something out of the movie Rocky III, where you're sitting there and just kind of see everything. They want to know how their horses are doing at all times, and everything is charted from the time they're born to the time they run tonight.
Well, this is a fantastic result for all connected with Crown Pride, a son of Reach the Crown. He's actually the first winner here in the UAE for Teruya Yoshida in these famous silks. He's got many different ownership as we said, ownership divisions, but it really is a brilliant result for them, and they possibly would have been a bit disappointed with that reverse last time, and this is obviously a very, very talented colt. Drawn in 10 as well, so it's not as if he had the Golden Highway all the way around. It wasn't easy for him, and he's just clearly got so much ability.
And he was given a really, really strong warm-up, while some of the other ones were not, and I think that really paid off here. You want to be close. As some of these other races go on, especially the next one in the Goldin Shaheen and then the World Cup, it looks like you do want to be at least in the first third of the pack, if not in front. So I would look for some of these horses, especially in the next race now, to get a really, really stiff warm-up early on.
Let's hear from our winning jockey, Damien Lane.
Okay.
We got Damian Lane here. He's going to weigh out in just a moment. He definitely had to work for that crown prize. Wins. So, Damian Lane. Was it okay? Is it okay? Okay. Damian, just take us through it. It looks like he definitely made you work for it throughout. We can walk.
Yeah, he stepped okay, but then travelled well thereafter. Being a green horse, he wanted to run off on the bottom corner a little bit. Just took a little bit to get him in a rhythm and get him going well, and I was confident a long way out. And like you said, he did make hard work of it in the straight, but he was ultimately the toughest out there.
And the Japanese giving you a lot of confidence, putting you on some top mounts here.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever you jump aboard, you can be confident they're going to be strong, they're going to run well, and just a privilege to be a part of it all.
Take us back to the start. Was there any issues as far as traffic and getting him into a proper spot?
Not really. I got crowded a touch early, but he was able to just stride through and take up a position, and from there it was smooth sailing.
Well, best of luck, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Get you a quick signature real fast.
Marcus Hirsch looks very disappointed too.
Well, he's managed to win a big Group 2 race, $1 million race on his first ever ride in Dubai, Damian Lane. What a superb achievement by him. Summer is Tomorrow really did run his heart out. Ben Doog's run great as well, but just coming into the final furlong, it was inevitable, wasn't it? Crown Pride was coming, he was going to get there.
I mean, he just kept finding more, but I mean, all the credit really does go to Mikel Barcelona, because he just kept trying on Summer is Tomorrow. He kept digging in, but it was just the Crown Pride had a little bit more stamina to him going out the ground, the distance. Summer is Tomorrow was coming out of a proper 1,400-meter race. This was really a big ass to go 1,900 meters.
It really was. Let's take a view on the left. Not today for him. Island Falcon has bounced out of his Saudi race very well. Hasn't he finished third? Again, these Sabins raw horses are outperforming.
They continue to show up, and we have 12 million reasons to think that maybe Real World can later too.
It's a gorgeous colt, isn't he? Very good looking. As I mentioned, son of Reach the Crown, out of a mare called Emmy's Pride, which is obviously how they got the name. And it's pretty amazing. First ever ride and runner for the trainer and the jockey. Pinehurst, do we just attribute this to him having a tough race in Saudi?
I think it's certainly possible, but I mean, just never really involved. He was there for a little while, but you see here, Flavian Pratt knows he's at a horse very, very early on, and then they'll get him back to the States and kind of see what happens from here.
Absolutely. They will, yeah. I mean, he wasn't going to Kentucky Derby anyway, as you mentioned, so I suppose they can just target the big 3-year-old races later on in the season, give him a bit of a break.
I think it's a refresher, and now, they might decide that he's probably maybe best going around one turn like that race was in Saudi, and there's plenty of big opportunities leading up to it. In Saratoga, you have a race like the H. Allen Jerkins for 7/8, which might be his next target.
A lot of stamina in the pedigree of Crown Pride, as we mentioned earlier on. He's by Reach the Crown, who actually stands at the Shaddai Stallion Stations. Grade 2 winner over a mile, but second in the Japan Derby, of course, over a mile and a half. Another one, his first yearlings were in 2019. So a lot of it was down to the breeding, you'd say. He wasn't stopping at the end either, was he? But Summer is Tomorrow, run his heart out, hasn't he? And he's a horse that I don't even think that they were necessarily going to run in this race. They dodged the UAE Guineas with him. Summer is Tomorrow. They were aiming at that, and they thought, no, we won't go for that. We'll go for what looked an easier race at the time. And then he bounced back with a really good win here over 1,400 metres, and it seemed inconceivable that he would see out this trip, but he has. So a bit of recompense for Bupat Seemar, I suppose, for the Godolphin Mile really not going his way. But the winner, Crown Pride, not completing, there's plenty more to come, continuing. Just an amazing night for Japan, which was always on the cards, wasn't it, when they came here with such numbers, such quality trainers and horses.
Oh, it's absolutely, you saw it, and they came early. They were here before the Americans, they were here before the Europeans. They really got acclimated quickly, and they're learning. They didn't used to travel as much, maybe just take a horse or two. Now they're coming in droves, and they're learning together on how to prepare for these races. And once you kind of figure out a little strategy and you figure out a game plan, it seems like they've learned how to travel, and that's a really scary thing because they have really, really well-bred horses. So once they travel in the world, it changes the entire landscape of everything around the world.
They don't really need to travel. They have very, very good prize money at home. I suppose, as we mentioned earlier on, their dirt programme, there wouldn't be much for the top-level dirt horses, so perhaps they need to travel. But generally, a bit like in America, you've got good prize money. You don't need to bother.
There's something to say about the pride that's involved in it, and the Yoshida family has had this immense pride in wanting to show the world that the Japan breeding program that they've really helped found with their father can go international, and the one race that they're still looking for, that they want to go back for, is still the Arc de Triomphe.
Yeah, they really want to win the Arc de Triomphe. It would be brilliant when they do, and it is a case of when, not if. This is Mr. Ahmed Saeed Al-Khalili, the Chief Strategy and Risk Officer at Mubadala, who's doing the honours for our UAE Derby. Mubadala, sovereign investor based in Abu Dhabi. And indeed, the owners of Crown Pride have said a trip to the USA is on the cards. I want to go to Kentucky Derby, says winning owner Koichi Shintani. So, brilliant stuff. She's the winning trainer, rather. I was reading you a Duff quote there, winning trainer. Great for them. We know Kate Hunter, based here with the Japanese horses. She always packs for a good few months away from home, doesn't she?
No, and look, the Japanese have traveled to America before, and they've run well. They would love nothing more than to be competitive in the Kentucky Derby. And what it does now stateside as we begin for our last final preparations is, listen, there's one less spot available, so you better make sure that you show up in your first or second in your final prep, because now there's only 19 spots left. This one is in.
Still the race everybody wants to win, everybody wants to be in, isn't it? The Kentucky Derby. It's just such an amazing, amazing atmosphere for Saturday in May. You can compare it to the Guineas that takes place in Newmarket the same weekend. You can't compare it to the Guineas that takes place in Newmarket the same weekend, because there'll be a few people there. It's freezing cold. Kentucky Derby is absolutely amazing. I can totally understand why the connections with Crown Pride would want to give it a go, and good luck to them. They've got a talented horse. He's now 3 from 4 career. So, a good look back at the 1 to 8s in our UAE Derby. Ben Doog, good run from him in 4th. Quality Boone, they'll be a little disappointed. They were confident, the Antonio Sintra team. At least he's picked up a check. Roha Mary from Japan as well. Key for your selection, Not Disgraced in 7th, and Sikafu in 8th. Great scenes, Australian jockey, Japanese connections, talented colt, Crown Pride, winning a UAE Derby. It's funny, I went on Australian TV with Edward Sadler on racing.com yesterday, and I was prepared for sort of the Australian angle with Jane Chapel-Hyam with Saffron Beach, and they said to me, well, what do you think about Damien Lane's horse, Yuba Laban, runs later on? And I said, well, we're not, no, Japanese oaks win a nice chance. Didn't mention this horse. So one of those things, isn't it? The ones you don't mention come out with the win. But so far, a huge night for the Land of the Rising Sun, and it could just get better because they've got the favourites to come.
I mean, and even in here, as we look ahead to the Goldin Shaheen, I mean, Red Lizelle certainly would not be without a chance. Ran a really good second last year. Mikey Adolphson likes to kind of twist it to me, saying he was the second fastest horse of all time, running second behind Zenden.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? He was second behind Zenden, who was just electric, and he broke the track record in finishing second. A repeat of that, surely he wins.
Yes, but I don't think that we're going to see that repeat this year. He's a horse that really everything went well that year, and that wasn't the strongest Goldin Shaheen last year. I thought it was really Zenden's race to lose, even though he was away at 50s. To me, he kind of showed that he was the class of that race. This race is wide open. I don't think Red Lizelle is necessarily the horse to beat, but who am I to argue with Japan right now?
Absolutely. It's possibly not the strongest Shaheen, but let's look at the conditions for it. Sponsored by Atlantis Dubai, who are on board for the first time here. I do love this race because it brings us proper American dirt sprinters, and we got a Breeders' Cup second in here in Dr. Shivel. Dr. Shivel, Dr. Shivel, what do the Americans say? And Mikey says Dr. Shivel.
I say Shivel. Everyone else seems to be saying Shivel.
Such a shame, as we mentioned at the top of the show, that Miras comes out of it. I hope that it's nothing too serious. Al Tariq, super bonny little horse. Dr. Shivel. Drain the clock. Safi Joseph Jr. is not here. Shame, he's such a cool guy. Good luck to him. First runner in Dubai. Eastern World. What a great story this is, really. Thunder Snow's little brother. Everfast, second in a Preakness, has ended up running in a Golden Shaheen. Would you believe it? Good effort. I'm never writing off this horse. He ran a great race in Saudi. Manjir, second start on the dirt. No morass. Mabardal, 28-1, but could just run all right. Red Lozelle, strong constitution. Switzerland, if the Switzerland that went on January the 1st is back, that is a huge, huge horse because he ran massive on that day. And nothing went right for him in Saudi last time. Couple more for you. Wonder where Craig is. And Chain of Love, the mare trained in Japan. She ran a fine race in Saudi last time. Now the winner in Saudi, Dancing Prince, the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, this is Chain of Love, was third. I thought that was an amazing performance. I thought if he'd have come here, he'd be the winner of this. They said straight away he needs time between runs. We're going home to Japan.
And that's what kind of inspired these Americans to come. Other than Dr. Scheibel, who was really kind of coming from last year, the other Americans weren't sure if they were going to come or not come. And as the race was coming together, it was like, let's take a chance. Why not? We kind of belong in here. We have the speed to compete in here. And America's been so strong in this race, winning 14 of them and 4 of the last 5. 5 of the last 6.
Yeah. It's just starting to get darker here at Meydan. It's, as I said earlier, cooled down considerably. I'm a bit pathetic. I'm almost a little bit cold. Beautiful racing conditions now. And this is, one of the more open races on the card, I would say. And great that we've got Americans targeting this race for the first time. Mark Glatt, Safi Joseph, the trainer of Wonder Where Craig is, Brittany Russell, all here for the first time.
Yeah, look, I think they've seen the success that Americans have had in this race, and there's nothing really on the calendar for American sprinters right now. You have races like the Breeders' Cup at the end of the year, but this is the perfect time of the year where you can take your sprinter and give them time to recover off of this race, because they will need some time following this race.
Lovely horse, Al Tariq. He shouldn't be quite good enough, to be honest, to win this. He is a dual Group 3 winner over course and distance. Last time out, he was 4th behind Eastern World in the prep race for this, the Mahab al-Shimal, which wasn't all that strong. Over to you for Dr. Scheibel.
Dr. Scheibel should have won the Breeders' Cup just to nose the feed. I mean, you watch that race over and over again, and he looks like he's going to win. This is his first trip, not only outside the United States, this is his first trip outside of California. I think he's a little thin. He breezed well enough on Monday, but I think he really, really needs to show more here. I wish he had just a little bit more power to him.
Interesting, very interesting. Strain the Clock, lovely, lovely horse. He's 7 from 12 career. Has he got this in his locker?
Well, he was beaten a neck in the Gulfstream Park Sprint in his last race. That's exactly what happened to Mind Your Biscuits in 2017. He's got the right form. He's not an easy horse to train. They're very, very happy with how his final preparations went over here, because he is a tough, strong horse. He got through the 2 miles. He got warm the first couple of days, then got a little bit better as time went on.
Oh, Eastern World. I'd love him to win this Stratmed Bin Hamash. I don't think it will happen. Krypton Factor back in 2012 is the last horse to win the prep for this and this. 1 from 1 though, over course and distance, reinvented as a sprinter really last time out. They said he was just over racing in the longer races. They slapped a pair of blinkers on him, or visor actually, and he won very, very well. First ride on World Cup night for Ray Dawson. Good luck to them. Stall 13 has not made it easy. And Everfast, they'd rather have been in the World Cup, they'd rather have been in the Godolphin Mile.
You don't have to run second in the 2019 Preakness Stakes at around a mile and 3/16 and say you're going to plan in the Golden Shaheen. But Doug Watson's right. If they go fast enough early, Everfast could be able to pick up some pieces late. And credit to them for wanting to run somewhere. They didn't get into the races they wanted, but they had a horse who was targeting this day, so give it a go.
Fabulous owner, Frankie O'Connor, huge supporter of the Doug Watson yard in particular. This is good effort. If this was over 4 furlongs, he'd win. He is so fast. He led that field in Saudi. He ran a great race. Again, was it too great a race? You know, he's been bouncing back after 4 weeks, plus he's had to go back to Newmarket and come back.
We've heard that he's fast before, and then he ran American horses last year, and he was nowhere near Zenden. I don't think he's anywhere near the American sprinters this year again either.
I would agree with you. He's drawn in 12 as well. He's had 9 runs since last year here and in 3 different countries. This is Manjir. I love this in a way. He ran really well here on turf, and they thought, why not? We'll stick him on the dirt, and he ran a great second behind Eastern World, earning them a spot here. Good luck to them, but it would be a surprise.
He's caught the American eyes with the way that he trains every morning. His exercise rider, who you see there on the offside, is very, very high in the saddle every morning when he does his gallops.
Maureen Henry on the left. She's actually Nicholas Corlery's partner, who trains Batwan, who didn't get in, but she's been sort of helping out with Manjir the whole time. They're very helpful to each other, the French. Good luck to them, as I said, with this horse. This is Mabardell. Fascinating, really. He used to be William Haggis and Shadwell. Fawzi bought him. He cost them $375,000. He cost Fawzi and team just $50,000. Been winning for fun in Bahrain, but on the turf. But he's bred for dirt.
First time on the dirt. Obviously, Fawzi's done this with Krypton Factor, winning this race before. But he needs to take the dirt because he's not fast enough to lead. And I don't know that he's going to be able to handle the kickback.
Drawn in 14 as well. Let's a quick look at Red Lozelle. Drawn in 2. He's not necessarily one who's up with the pace early, though.
No, but I think drawn in 2 is fine so long as you can take the kickback. And if he can, he'll be able to sit right behind the leaders, and he'll be the one closing fastest late. I just think he's going to have too much to do.
You like this strong constitution, though?
Look, he hasn't won since 2020, but Team Doug O'Neill has a time to just kind of show up at the biggest stages, and he's trained really well. They put the blinkers on. Once they found out on Sunday, they didn't find out until Sunday that they got into the race. They decided to put blinkers on him on Monday, the day of declarations. He popped out of the gate. He almost threw Tony Romero, his exercise rider. He's had a good bit of a run all week, and his 2 races here are better than they appear on paper.
Switzerland ran a huge race in the Garhoud Sprint on New Year's Day. It was massive. He won by 9 1/4 lengths from stablemate Gladiator King. This is much better company, but you can kind of ignore his Saudi run because he was caught wide. Nothing went right for him. The issue with him is he seems to be best fresh, and it's a 4-week turnaround again.
He scoped 5 out of 5 with mucus that day, so you can make the excuse for the last effort. The question with Switzerland is, when he wins, he beats lesser competition. When the competition is deepest, he hasn't run his best races.
And what about Wonder Where Craig is? Comes here in great form on his last 2.
Look, he's won 5 in a row. Other than a disqualification, he's crossed the wire 5 races in a row. Jockey Louis Saez, who won the Dubai World Cup last year on Mystic Guide, Kieran McLaughlin said, this is the reason we're here. We love Craig. We know where Craig is. He's in Meydan. We want to come follow him, and I think he makes the lead, and that's going to be Duff over here.
I'll let you tell us the story about the name in a moment after we look at this lovely mare, Chain of Love. Say she runs to her Saudi form. She's got to be live in here. She's drawn in 1, but again, she's not a horse who you often see on the lead.
And she's one I think that's going to really struggle with the kickback, because drawn in 1, if you're not fast enough, we saw what happened in race 1 with RB Rich Like Me. She's one that you might going to get really shuffled back and kind of taken out of your game.
It's been really good fun having this balloon all week. Although Lord Glitters, who sadly is a non-runner later on in the turf, did not appreciate it. He came out of his stables one morning and started his walk towards the track and went, "What is that?" A rather amusing tweet from Matt Ennis, his exercise rider, and I do hope it's nothing. I'm very certain it is nothing serious with Lord Glitters, and they're just being very cautious with a horse of his quality. I mean, you'd be cautious with any horse, but particularly one like that. So sad we don't see him later on. That's the McGettigans enclosure. They've been a tremendous addition to the social side of things here at Meydan Racecourse. You've been able to go over there. I think it's a bit more expensive tonight, but you've been able to go over there for 25 dirhams, enjoy beverages, enjoy pony rides, all sorts of things. Been brilliant. So great to have them here again this evening as we look at Mangier going down sideways. Eddie Hardoon rides him as he has for his last 3 starts. He's actually run really well on all of them. 5th behind Naval Crown and the Al Fahidi, 4th behind Storm Damage, and 2nd, as we said, behind Eastern World. Tell us about Wonder Where Craig is and his fabulous name.
Oh, Wonder Where Craig is named after one of the part owners, Michael Dubb. He had a friend named Craig that they can never find. He played tennis together, and they did all sorts of fun stuff, and they never knew where he was. So I said, I'm going to name a horse after you, and that horse, Wonder Where Craig is.
Let's hear from Mikey.
Mark Ladd here for Dr. Shivel, trainer. You first of all, what has been your experience so far, and how is the horse doing as well?
Well, the experience has been terrific. They've been very hospitable towards everyone, I think, and had everything we needed, and trained well over the track. It's an amazing facility, and just looking forward to the race.
And the race itself, with one of the main speeds is out, does that change any of the plans or any of the directions that you give the rider?
You know, Pratt knows this horse extremely well. He's been very successful on him. I think based upon the earlier races, you want to be fairly close. Mm-hmm. He's a very tactical horse, so if he gets away from there well, it'll be in Flavian's hands. He can do what he wants with the horse.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Great to have Mark here. He was very honest when we spoke to him earlier on in the week as well at exactly what he felt had gone wrong with Dr. Shivel, as you said earlier on, that temperature. And sometimes you just don't know until you run that they are under the weather.
Yeah, and he had a long campaign. And look, when you run so well in the Breeders' Cup and the race is in your backyard, it's a Group 1, you want to win another Grade 1. you just kind of roll the dice a little bit. But he also ran against a horse in Flightline that many argue is the horse in the world right now that's number one next to Life is Good. So he had his work cut out for him. Flavien Prat got off him to ride Flightline, and I know Mark's very happy to retain the services of Flavien Prat, get him back aboard, who's been aboard for so much of his success.
Tell us a bit about Drain the Clock and Safi Joseph, because he's been a very, very up-and-coming trainer in the States. He's done very well with sprinters such as Mischievous Alex, and he's not here this evening because he has a leading contender back at home for the...
Yeah, he's going to run. He's going to run next weekend in the Florida Derby. Had a final prep today, and he's one of the favorites for the Kentucky Derby. Now, obviously, has to take on the Japanese horse later, but. Look, Safi has made a name for himself. He set up camp in Florida. He was the youngest trainer to ever win the Triple Crown in his home of Barbados, and he just continues to get better and better. A young trainer just like Brittany Russell. I mean, these are trainers who are in their early 30s, and the future is far ahead of them rather than setting behind them.
And what about Brittany Russell? How big would her operation be back home?
She was the leading trainer in Maryland this year. She's just in her third year of training. She's done a remarkable job, a former assistant for Brad Cox, and she actually used to ride Mind Your Biscuits before the first Dubai World Cup that we ran in 2017, so certainly rooting for her. This is the Breeders' Cup. How Dr. Schivel gets beat is such a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
I mean, kudos to Aloha West, but Dr. Schivel did all the dirty work and really looked like a winner, and if he can repeat that performance, then he's a winner tonight, and he's been tactical. He's won from the lead, and he's won from 4 or 5 lengths off of it, so the break isn't as important to him as it is to a horse like Wonder Where Craig is or Drain the Clock, where they're going to be those proper American horses. And you'll see Irad Ortiz on Drain the Clock and Louis Saez on Wonder Where Craig is really pushing and shoving them right out of the gate.
Dr. Schivel's drawn 9 in that Breeders' Cup defeat. He's drawn 9 again this evening. On what we've seen so far, that's possibly not where you want to be.
It's not where you want to be, but it's okay.
That said, the Derby winner was in 10.
With Dr. Schivel, it's okay because he can see what's developing in front of him rather than to the outside of him coming in on top of him. Because he doesn't necessarily need the lead or want the lead, he has that. And this is obviously we go back to the Saudi race here.
How impressive was this winner? It really was a tremendous performance. But Switzerland went wide. Everything went wrong for him. Good effort, ran a huge race. And then that's the mare Chain of Love finishing third. So I would think that all of those certainly did have a tough day there. It would have taken them a while to get over that, I'd say.
And that's what we've seen. Horses who have gone hard in Saudi, other than Stay Foolish maybe, haven't performed as well. You saw it with a Japanese horse in the last race.
Yeah, indeed, we did see it with Sekifu in the last race. So they're going forward for the Golden Shaheen, worth $2 million this year. Race that dates back to 1996. I think the Americans have won it 15 times. Will they make it 16 here? You were quite anti the Americans when we asked you for your selections.
Yeah, I mean,
initially.
I really did think that Miraz had a really, really live shot, and I was heartbroken for the connections when we found out this morning that he had to be withdrawn. But with him out, it's less speed in the race, and it opens up for the speed horses. Wonder Where Craig is, I think, is going to lead them early, but ultimately, I think Strong Constitution pulls the upset here.
Okay, I'm not going to be so brave. I'll go with Dr. Schivel to make amends for his Breeders' Cup near miss. It's Dubai Golden Shaheen up next.
Good effort now ready. Mangia. Mabardle. Switzerland. Eastern World. So 4 left to load. Up goes Switzerland. Eastern World will be the next one. Bringing up ever fast. Mabardle will be the last one for the 2022 Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Atlantis Dubai for a purse of $2 million. Mabardle joins the lineup. Drain the Clock needs to quieten down. They all set. And they're off. And they got away to a good start. Ulteric lead at all costs, gets there pretty comfortably. Drain the Clock on his back in second. Now there's pace on the outside. Wonder Where Craig is, goes up handy. Mangia's rides in the Eastern World, the maroon colours. Good effort, just off them, the yellow jacket, but is covering a bit of ground. Mabardle from the deepest draw, committed, but is also committed off the course. Then comes Switzerland, couple of lengths away to Dr. Schivel, the red colours, racing behind midfield. 2-3 lengths back to Everfast, Strong Constitution, Chain of Love and Red Lazar Lizelle. The Japanese horses are well back, 600 metres out, and the leader has drained the clock, got the lead as Altarique conceded. Then comes Wonder Where Craig is, pink cap Switzerland goes through the gears quite nicely. Then comes Mangier towards the inside, Eastern World, good effort. Mabardle's towards the outside, but it's drained the clock in the lead. Opened up by a length and a half. Switzerland is running his socks off in second. Now first, Switzerland picks up the lead. Drain the clock, needs to find an answer. Red Lizelle, Chain of Love doing their best work late towards the outside. Switzerland in the Dubai Goldin Shaheen. The grand old game 8-year-old Switzerland wins. Second goes the way of Red Lizelle, Dr. Chival third. Then came Chain of Love, Eastern World, Strong Constitution, Everfast. Then came Drain the Clock. Further back to Mangier, Wonder Where Craig is, Altarique, Mabardle. And then came Good Effort.
What's a year for Bhupat Seema? Not only is he going to win the Trainers' Championship, he has won his first Group 1 with Switzerland. What a performance from this horse, beating 2 American Grade 1 winners. Tygo Shea, first ever Group 1 win for him on a thoroughbred, a home victory. Superb for All Connected with Zabeel Stables.
Switzerland was a horse with a promising career that started in the part of Chad Brown. He then went to Steve Asmussen. He came here. He's been all over the world. And finally, Switzerland has reclaimed the glory that everybody thought when he was a 2-year-old he was going to win these big races. And he got the job done today. And, I mean, all the credit in the world to these connections. They said the scope was so dirty in Saudi. They said, throw that race out. We had a 3-race campaign. This was our goal. We want to win this race.
I'm guessing that Stall's handler, I don't know if that's Heinz Runga, who
it looks like him, yeah,
rides the horse every day. Yeah, they are over the moon with this. This will mean an awful lot to Tig. He's about to be crowned champion jockey for a 10th time in the UAE, but he would probably trade most of those for this. It really is huge for our local connections here. Available at a pretty big price, 28-1 this morning. Well done if you found that. And the interesting thing about Switzerland, at the start of the year he won, as we said, so well. The guy who'd sprint. And I said to Bhupat, why now? Like, what is the horse? And he said, we just know more about him. He hasn't been in the yard all that long. We've just figured him out, and we figured out what he likes and what he doesn't like. And obviously, we all thought there was a freshness angle with him that needed to be exploited. Not the case.
No, I mean, he's shown an affinity for this track, and there's something to be said for horses that like Meydan. We see horses sometimes win back-to-back years. Switzerland has had a lot of success on this Meydan surface, and he showed it again today. Look, we thought speed had to be good. He came from off of it. He came wide. It didn't make a difference. He was always traveling like a winner, and how about that for Tygo Shea?
Yeah, it might delay Richie Mullen, who's going to be our guest, getting to us, because he is best mates with Tiger and will want to congratulate him. And it really is huge. He'll be over the moon. So he's had success on this card before with the Kahela Classic, of course, a couple of times, and only really been Zabeel first jockey this season. The horse has just gone past them, like they're standing still, and they did close. And poor Red Lizelle, second for the second year in a row. How's your luck?
Just left himself just too much to do. That was what I was afraid of. Look, this race was 2 seconds slower than the race last year, and they went 1:11. They didn't go super fast early. The American horses started backing up out of it, and just Red Lizelle had just too much left to do.
Surprised Wonder Where Craig is didn't finish in the top 6. I thought he had a super chance turning for home.
No, listen, he was in the right spot where you wanted to be, just kind of caught up to him. And it's not easy to travel from America and come here and put forth your best effort.
Third was Dr. Scheibel. That was good. Jane and Love, lovely mare. She's finished 4th. Eastern World 5th. They'll be over the moon with that. A horse that they thought might end up in the Godolphin Mile. He was effectively a Godolphin cast-off. And Thunder Snow's little brother shows up on the big night like his older sibling did twice, of course, 3 times in fact.
And those connections were busy too at the Breeze Up sale. They bought 2 or 3 very high priced lots. So, maybe the Ahmed bin Harmash lot will really start to pick up with some nice horses next year.
This will mean an awful lot for Tygo Shea, especially after the Godolphin Mile, when he ended up easing Alnaford. If you'd asked him before, what's your best chance of a winner, he'd have said Alnaford. And he works so hard. I've an extra level of respect for him, really, because he's his own agent. Most of our jockeys here in the UAE have an agent. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The agents do a tremendous job. He does it all himself. We have Abdullah Muammar and Muammar Abdullah, the sort of racing management father and son team with this horse, who of course is owned by His Highness Sheikh Rashid bin Hamad Al Nuaimi. And Abdullah on the right is the most knowledgeable guy. He really is fantastic, and they're pretty hands-on, this racing management team.
they don't sleep either. I mean, I've been on the phone with them every night, like 2:30 in the morning in America, trying to figure out what to do. They wanted to win this race in the worst way. There was 3 or 4 offers that they thought about making for other horses. Ultimately, they stayed firm and said Switzerland can do it. We don't need to buy another horse for ourselves.
It's wonderful for, as I mentioned, Sheikh Rashid, who's had a lot of quality horses, really. He doesn't mess around with the handicappers so much. He spends a lot of money, as you mentioned, and Switzerland wouldn't have come cheap. And the gelding him would have been quite a big decision to make. There is Sheikh Rashid. He always matches his Candora to his silks, which is brilliant. And I was lucky enough to visit his farm in Ajman, the most gorgeous facility. And even the farm is black and that lovely sort of bronzy colour. Quite amazing to match your architecture to your racing silks, or maybe the racing silks will match to the architecture.
And a very popular win here.
Tig is hugely popular. He's been coming over to the UAE since the early 2000s. And I say he works so hard. He rides every morning for either Ernst Ortel or Bupat Simar, and one morning I think he rode 24 horses for Ernst. So he's really geeing up the crowd as he returns on Switzerland, and this will mean an awful lot to everyone connected with this horse. He's really getting the crowd going. I say this is the best reception we've had so far.
Oh, not even close. And a case of you people were excited. The Japanese winners have been excited, but this is a whole new level right here. This is the loudest this place has been since back in 2019.
It's fantastic. 27th start, as we said, for Switzerland, the son of Speightstown. Second win for the yard, of course, in this Dubai Golden Shaheen, after the legend that is Reynaldo the Wizard. There's Bupa, his wife Caroline. Does a lot of the riding out in the morning. She's a super rider. She used to be a jockey, in fact. And a lot of the credit, I'm sure, will also be given by the yard to Satish Seema, who handed over the licence to Bupa earlier on this season. And obviously he put the infrastructure in place, so it would be wrong of us not to mention him. Shouldn't have any problems for an interview here. Tiger always been very, very helpful to us on the channel. I couldn't be more happy for him, really. They all work hard, our jockeys, but he really does. And this horse, as we mentioned, he's always been a kind of high-profile horse, hasn't he? From early on in his career, he was campaigned, as you said, by Steve Asmussen in the States. Initially cost $170,000 at Keeneland, went back to Keeneland for $175,000, then sold for $500,000 at Fasig-Tipton back in 2016.
No, they were head over heels in love with him, and I think he ran second, like 4 or 5 starts early on in his career. He just couldn't break his maiden, and it was getting kind of frustrating because he was a beautiful, gorgeous horse. And when the RRR bought him, actually, he ran with Steve Asmussen still, and then he ended up heading out this way, and it looked like he had kind of gone off form a little bit, but the Seamar barn is really, Zabeel has really kind of brought him back around. And again, I think a brilliant campaign by the racing manager deciding to just go with the 3 runs this year, and that's what really won him the race.
There'll be nothing amiss with the weigh-in, let's hope, so we can hear from Tig shortly. He'll speak to Mikey.
All right, Tig, that was phenomenal. The old Switzerland came back. When did you know during the race that he was going to get there?
Look, as you quite rightly weighed up on TV, there was a lot of speed on, and this horse excels off a true run race, you know. And look, we were the outsider today, and I just said to Boo, but let's ride him accordingly. There's no point putting him in the race and getting in a speed duel. Just ride him like we did when we won the Algarhood, and if he shows that turn of foot, at least we'll run home and be very, very competitive. So thankfully it all worked, and he's a horse that grew in confidence as the race went on. They were starting to stop and flounder, and he was coming harder on the bridle, so it was fantastic.
And it seemed that, he brushed off the bad experience in Saudi pretty nicely. He's a class horse.
Yeah, he came back with a dirty scope, and he was drawn bad there, so unfortunately I couldn't go and ride him. But listen, he's come back better than ever, and obviously without stating, I said it's a career best.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, Michael.
We'll get you.
Tig's sons Dara and Aaron there joining him in the walk back there. Many thanks to him for chatting to Mike. He's doing a great job getting those post-race interviews, because believe you me, there's about 10 crews trying to do it. It's just the way he goes past them here. It's
the winning move. I mean, Ty got to know he was on so much horse and loaded with so much that as the 2 front runners drained the clock and Wonder Where Craig began to tire, he just shifted out just a little bit and took that momentum to the front and then just didn't look back. And as Ty knows, being a local rider over here, just take one quick peek at that big screen. Make sure you have enough to hold on to the wire.
There's one jockey who just never no, most of them don't stop riding. It's not something they do, but he will never stop. You'll see him on a 100-to-1 shot and he's kicking away and really working hard, and that means an awful lot to him. He's not one for his big celebrations either, and that will be a huge moment in his career. He's had Royal Ascot winners, he's had Glorious Goodwood winners, of course he's had the Group 1 success as we mentioned on the Purebred Arabians, but a Group 1 win on the biggest night of all for all of us who live here in Dubai, as Tig does for 6 months of every year. That photo will be framed and up in the O'Shea household by tomorrow, I imagine. I hope that Brittany Russell will have enjoyed her Dubai experience. I think her horse has run well and she will have learned and be able to come back in the future perhaps.
Yeah, I think all the Americans here, like I said, it seemed like they were a little bit up against it perhaps because of how they had traveled and how they came over here, and they all showed up, they ran on the night. You learned so much from the first. I can't tell you how much I learned from the first time to the second time, and it'll help for all them. I don't think this will be the last time we see Brittany Russell here. She's a woman with a really, really, really bright future.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be great to have her back in the future. Indeed, the same goes to connections of Train the Clock, Safi Joseph and Dr. Scheivel. Mark Glatt, they brought over some very nice horses, but beaten by Switzerland. We're going to say goodbye to you, Chad, for the moment. Thank you. And you're going to go off and watch the turf races from somewhere else and rejoin us for the World Cup.
I can't wait for the World Cup. Listen, it's been a night of surprises, but the World Cup, I think, will be a little bit more formful than what we've seen so far tonight.
It's not been an easy one to pick the winners, certainly. We can welcome an all-new cast here onto the stage because Richie Mullen is with us, and I did think it might take you a while to get to us. I thought it might take you a while to get to us, Richie, because I know you will have wanted to congratulate Ty. Winning the race that you did a few years ago, you obviously taught him all he knows.
I just saw him there. It's a great result. I'm delighted for him because that's the one, although he's had World Cup night winners, obviously 2 in the Cahaler and Secret Ambition last year. That Group 1's always eluded him, and it's quite funny because Trotter Nichols has always given him a bit of stick over it, but yeah, it's great for him, and yeah, a race that I won as well, so it's a great one, and you can see him getting interviewed there on the big screen, and it's 2 young kids, Darren and Aaron, you know, they're his biggest supporters, and obviously for Poupert as well, a race that obviously Satish and him won with Ronaldo as well, so yeah, great result, and it's always nice when the home team have a winner at this you know, it's so hard on this night. So, yeah, great all-round, feel-good factor about it.
A lot of feel-good factor about it, certainly. Edgar Byrne has joined us as well. Great to have you with us, Edgar. And it's been a night of a few surprises so far, I think it's fair to say.
It has a few surprises. Well, I suppose the Japanese, given that I thought we were going to have the big Japanese horses coming later on, I think it was a surprise that they've been so dominant. But look, there's been a little bit of Irish flavour too. I see you're wearing the Irish green, Laura, which is very good. You brought the look with it. And a case of you was certainly a proud moment for us. I was at the table at the draw the other night with Ado McGuinness, and when 16 came up, we all sort of put our hands on our heads and went, oh, you know, no one wanted 16. Ado calmly turned around and went, smiled, that'll do me, he said. Horses in top form, and he loved them. And I'm going to claim, Rich, the Tig O'Shea one. An old pal of mine from the Curragh when he served his time with Mick Halford, so go back a long way with Tig. And yeah, I'm going to claim a little bit Irish in that last winner, so I'm going to call it a 1.5 tonight for the Irish.
Well, it's not like the Irish had loads of runners either. You were pretty light.
Oh, I think is that, you know, maybe some in the earlier races, in the Cup race maybe, but I think the only fancied one has come in. I mean, Ado's been here all carnival with that horse and improved it more and more. In fact, the farther the carnival went, the more bullish he got. He really was, you know, in great form with this horse tonight. And look, it worked out. The plan comes together. It's fantastic. But yeah, we have been a little bit down in numbers, which is disappointing, especially from some of we'll say the bigger, more powerful yards. But look, that's the way it goes. Some years they get them here in droves, and some they don't.
So 8th win here in the UAE for RRR Racing. Sheikh Rashid's operation. Bhupat Seema now on 47 for his first season with a licence in his own name after, of course, many years as assistant to Satish. And this is Mr. Timothy Kelly, the Executive Vice President and Managing Director of Atlantis Dubai. 3 O'Shea's. Debbie, not a fan of the limelight, Sir Tig?
No, I don't think she quite likes the boys going up there either, but no, she's kind of behind the scenes, and they always say, you know, behind a great man there's a great woman, and like Debbie, you know, she's probably Tig's biggest supporter as well, along with the kids. You know, she's right behind him all the way, but you'll never see her out in the limelight. But I'm sure she's a big grin on her face and probably a nice glass of champagne right now.
And when you won this race, you were good enough to join us on air after, which we fully expected you not to, and I still thank you for it. How long did it take to sort of sink in? Will Tig just be in a complete bubble right now and not really know what's going on?
I think it's... yeah, I mean, he's obviously got rides coming up, so you know, obviously got remorse in the big race, so it'll be, you know, he'll be on such a high right now, and it always seems to take a little bit of time. You know, you're still sort of, you know, even weeks afterwards that we'd actually, when I won on Ronaldo, it was, you're kind of pinching yourself, did the night happen? And you then reflect on, should I have done things differently? Should I have celebrated a little more? Should I have been a bit more, you know, media friendly afterwards? And, you know, did I miss people out? And, you know, there's all things that sort of run through your mind. And ultimately, it's just, like I say, it's great for Ty, great for his family. You know, he's had, you know, Ty's, you know, got a lot of things going on behind the scene right now that people don't know back home. And I know he alluded to there in an interview coming off track, but he's a very, you know, he's a man that keeps his cards very close to his chest. You won't want to play poker with him.
No.
Because, you know, but he's a great man, and he's been like I say, look, he's on the verge of winning his 10th championship.
Just hold that thought a second. We'll hear from Mikey again.
All right, Bhupat Seymour, your first World Cup night win. You're the leading trainer in the UAE. You did it with your jockey, with a horse you have a lot of faith in. How does it feel?
It feels just absolutely fantastic, phenomenal. What a great feeling. When Ronaldo won, it was an incredible feeling, and to do it twice now, it just, I mean, I can't describe it. It's such an amazing feeling.
This is a horse that after Saudi, you said that he scoped bad. You know that you said that he was a much better horse than that, and he vindicated that tonight.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, Saudi, just nothing worked out for him, you know. And maybe something took out of him in the travel, and he was drawn 14. He's a horse who likes a bit of cover, and nothing worked out for him. But today we had a planned right, and I'm glad it worked out, because there was going to be so much speed in this race. And this horse has a cracking finish. So I'm glad when speed collapsed, he finished.
And especially to do it for these owners who have given you some great horses over the last few years.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, what a wonderful season Sheikh Rach has had with us, you know, and then to actually finish it off with a Group 1, it's just amazing.
Congratulations. We'll let you get to the back.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fabulous scenes. Congratulations to the team behind Switzerland, winner of our Group 1 Dubai Goldin. Shaheen, do we know if Ernst Ortel has got 57 Arabians lined up for Tig to ride tomorrow morning?
No, I think he'll give him the morning off, but he probably got a lot lined up for next week. I mean, we've still got Abu Dhabi and Al Ain to go, but I'm pretty sure after that one I don't think Tig needs it now. So yeah, he's 8 clear, and like I say, going back to what I said before, you know, he's on the verge of his 10th championship, which is unheard of, and he's you know, he's been such an integral part of racing in the UAE. He certainly made me raise my game when I've had to, and you know, we've had great fun in battles for the championship over the years. Obviously, he's got a new challenger now in the way of Antonio and Fresu, and you know, there's a lot of younger lads coming through now, so I've kind of taken a back seat on that front. But yeah, I think, you know, the longevity he's done, you know, over the years, and just kept, you know, finding a way when he's had to. And I mean, at one point Antonio drew level, and Tig was off with COVID, and you know, he still came back, and I think 2 weeks later he's 7 clear. So, you know, it's just the resilience of him. He's just, you know, he's great. He's great at mind games with people, and you know, he's been a great friend to me, and over the years, and you know, we sit next to each other, we go racing together. So, like I say, I've had many a good battle with him, and you know, that's the one I think that, even though the 10th championship, I said if you asked him now if he could give the 10th championship for a Group 1, he'd have done it before tonight, right? Without a doubt, because that's the one thing that's been missing on his CV. He's won Group 1s in Arabians, but the thoroughbred one is one that's I think it's just something. It's a little bit special, you know, when the thoroughbred ones, and to do it on the biggest night of the year. It's credit to him, and like I'll still go out saying he's one of the hardest, if not the hardest working person I know. I mean, he was still busy at the sales the other night. I think he was the busiest man at the sales.
That's one thing, Richie, that makes him great, actually. He's a people person.
He is.
You know, one of the things that going back to my time in Ireland, going through his apprenticeship and was with Mick Hagford, you know, he really is a people person. And he, as you say, Richie, he's there at the sales, he's going around amongst people. Knows everyone, never misses a face, never misses a trick. You know, he'll pick you out in the crowd, fist bump, mooch on, and these things matter in this day and age, and it's one thing that stood to him very well.
Absolutely, and you know, everyone warms to him. You know, he's just got that cheeky smile about him.
He has actually, he has indeed.
Babyface assassin, we used to call him. He's just turned 40 or just turned 39?
Well, I think he's 40, but he tells everyone he's 39.
We'll miss 2 years of COVID. We're all reducing the years, Richie. If the grey hair stayed in, so we'll allow him that.
We're having a look at the style stakes. Great to have that back again. You can win prizes. There's categories including best dressed lady, best dressed man, best couple, most creative outfit, I believe. So great fun element of racing. And lovely to see it so busy over there in Open Views. Of course, we've got our post-race concert to come. 3 award-winning acts. Becky Hill is headlining. Also Sigala and Rudimental. So that's coming up at around about 9:30, I believe.
You might even find Tig on the stage later.
We might find Tig on the stage later. Yeah, I hope you're not relying on him for a lift home tonight. What a great view that is. This place is just spectacular once the sun goes down. It's pretty spectacular in daylight as well, of course. And our 3 really big races are still to come, I think it's fair to say, with our Dubai Turf coming up. This one due off past 7. Horses are just coming into the parade ring for it. We're over 1,800 metres on the turf. $5 million. Bit of a disappointing race in terms of the non-runners. Such a shame we lost Lord Glitters and Finest Sound. Alfarique Group 1 winner. Colonel Liam also dual Pegasus Turf winner. Desert Fire for Sabin Saror. Finest Sound, as I said, came out earlier on this week. He's lame. Kiki Harrovian. Lord Glitters, Lord North. That means to become the first horse to win this race twice. A really talented horse for William Haggis, who also runs my Oberon. Panthalassa go from the front. The hot favourite is Schnellmeister for Japan, winner of the Group 1 Mile Championship over there. Japan have got a great record in this race. They've won it 4 times. Sabuska, Ursa Minor, Vandergaard second last year, and Saffron Beach, the only filly in the race for Jane Chapel-Hyam. Slightly idiosyncratic distance of 1,800 metres. I rather like it. Rich, this is Alfarique, a good winner of the Jebel Hatter, fully deserved that, but this is a big step up.
Yeah, obviously it was great that Dane got his Group 1 winner on this horse in the Super Saturday. It's very hard to see, you know. I think he'll run a big race, but it's hard to see him threatening the main protagonist in this contest. He's going to have to certainly up his game once again from what he did Super Saturday in the Hatter.
Here he is. He's drawn in 6 quite kindly. We'll have a look at Colonel Liam as well, Edgar. He's out in 13. He's probably one of the best turf horses in the States over this sort of distance, but the US have never won this.
Yeah, look, this is a horse I'm really interested in. I like him a lot. He's 7 from 10. He's won 3 Grade 1s on the turf. As you say, you know, turf racing, American form doesn't overlap coming across here, Laura. But what I like about this is it's the Fletcher factor. You know, Todd Fletcher sending one across. He doesn't come across for nothing. I know he's got the big horse in later on, but the fact that he's sending a turf horse means he's confident. There is a fair bit of talk about the horse. I like the horse as an individual. He's a good ride. He settles in well to put him. We have a bit of pace here, Richie. We've got 2 front runners in this, or horses that can run the pace, and Colonel Liam can sort of slot in anywhere. So he's a very likeable horse, and I think he's going to have a good show here, guys.
Sabin Saror's horse has performed well all evening. It'd be a surprise if Desert Fire can win this, but he did win the Group 2 Al Rashidia over course and distance, beating Royal Fleet, who's come out and won a Group 3 since. So that form is decent. Hakiki, notable because he's a first runner for John Hyde after years of pre-training for Shadwell.
Yeah, this was a horse that was, I think he won this time last year at Doncaster. He won the Lincoln, if I'm correct, for John Goldin. So he came out here, he recently won the President's Cup. He disappointed in the Hatter subsequently, but he's obviously got an invite for this. I think the way that, you know, Adju will ride him, he'll obviously ride him to run well, and with the strong pace could run sort of mid-pack, but he's going to have to improve on certainly what he's done so far.
He is. He had an abscess apparently after that run on Super Saturday, so there's a bit of an excuse. Arabian, keen to get on with things. He ran a super race behind Authority in the Neom Turf Cup in Saudi last time. He's got an interesting horse. He's never run in a Group 1 before, so in a way they're tilting at windmills, but it's John Goldin, the man's a genius, so who knows. Big contingent here with Ahmed bin Hamash. This is defending champ Lord North. Edgar, for me, it's a stronger race than the one in which he won last year.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Laura, because he's £3 less in tonight off 120 than the 123 he won with. And I'm a big fan of following the handicapper when it comes to things like this. He had his prep in the Winter Derby trial in Lingfield. It was a race with a strong field, with a course record on the day. He was beaten by Alan Core on that occasion, who runs in the Shima in our next race. And I thought it was a good performance, but nevertheless, the handicapper did drop him. His last year's winner, he's certainly in with a shout, but maybe he's just a little bit under the horse he was last year. Runs well fresh.
Well, Hartheth is a gorgeous horse. Really interesting from William Haggis. The horse was a rig. He had an issue that they've corrected, and William felt that he wasn't seeing out his races, so therefore, bearing in mind he was able to finish 4th in a Jubmon, this is a good horse.
He's actually my pick. I really like this horse. I like the way he went through the grades last year. I think he won 4 on the bounce, and then, like you say, he ran. If you watch back that judgment run behind Mishrif, he went through the race, travelled through the race really well. Interestingly enough, like they have removed, it's been documented, they've removed the testicle that was obviously bothering him, and I think this trip is certainly going to suit him at mile 1. I think it's tailor-made for him. He looks great. I know the Haggis stable are very keen on him, and he'd be my idea of giving the Japanese the biggest threat.
He's a horse who's just kind of bubbling under that top level, isn't he? This is Panther Lassa, who goes for the all-conquering Yahagi team. He won the Nakayama Kinen last time, the same race that Just Away won before winning this. He'll go from the front, and the Dubai Turf isn't often won from the front, but looking at this guy, he wants to get going right now.
Yeah, look, he's a front runner. There'll be a lot of pace with him, and the thing going through the formula, Laura, I just felt that he had his chances in Group 1 level. For me, he's more of a Group 2, Group 3 horse. The ground and distance will certainly suit him. He looks up for the game. Again, a little bit of talk about it, but that might be just the fact that the Japs are in such great form. But for me, I just think on the night there'll be a few just a little bit better than him.
Potentially this guy, Schnellmeister, proper Group 1 horse, 4 from 7 career. There's an awful lot to like about him. Last time we saw him, he was second behind Gran Allegria in that mile championship, which was obviously a very good run. That was back in November, though. He's got a layoff to overcome.
He has sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
We're all mad for talking about the Jab horses with the form. Yeah, look, he's the mile championship. He was second. It was a good run last year, and Grand Allegra, as you say, Laura, a multiple Grade 1 winner. So look, he's a worthy favourite. There's very little wrong with him. There's not a clink in his armour, and I think he's one of the big, strong Japanese horses here tonight.
Yeah, I said Schnellmeister won that mile championship. He didn't. He was second in the mile championship. He won the NHK mile. That was beating Songline, of course, who won over in Saudi. That was back in May of last year. This is Ursa Minor. It's great that he's earned a spot in here, Richie. He finished third behind Al Farik. He's got a fair bit on his plate today, though.
Yeah, he's got a lot to improve on the bare form, but he's been running well all year. He's gone through the ranks, and rightfully so. He got an invite, and Ahmed bin Hamash has had his team in great form all year, and great for Ray Dawson, his first season over here, and he's got a couple of nice rides on night itself.
And their other runner, recent world runner, cracker finishing fifth. This is Van der Garde, second in the race last year. He has been quite well beaten in all of his starts since, albeit there's only been 3 of them.
Yeah, look, he's had some big tasks, Laura. I mean, he was 6th behind Golden 60 in the Hong Kong Mile, and 12 behind Space Blues in the Turf Mile. So he's had some big tasks to overcome, as you say, second here last year. But he's probably struggled a little bit stepping up in grade, and has probably seen his mark a little bit on this horse. So of the Japanese contingent, I think he's probably one of the lesser hopes in it.
Holly Doyle got married on Tuesday. It's some week for her as Saffron Beach can win it. She's a very talented filly, but she does face the Colts here, which is never easy.
Yeah, I mean, she was second in the Guineas. She then, I think she won her last 2 in England. She won a Group 3, and then she won the Group 1 Sun Chariot, I think it was, at Newmarket. So, she beat Mother Earth by 3 lengths. The only blip actually in her copybook is when they stepped up to mile and a half and she ran in the Oaks, and she was very, very disappointing. But Jane Chapelheim has been a fantastic trainer at travelling her horses around the world. You know, I think she's had runners in Korea. She's always supported the Dubai Carnival. Like I say, it'd be a nice wedding present. Hopefully she doesn't get up and beat Tom on the line, because I think the quickest marriage ever.
Win this.
I think Tom is used to getting on the line. But look, I think this mare has a big chance. You know, Jane Chapelheim, Have Horse, Will Travel. She's a globe-trotting trainer herself, and this is all the girls, the female trainer, Jockey, and the filly herself. You said that blip. I don't think she stayed that day, Richie, and definitely didn't handle the course. And had a little knock-on in the Falmouth with her. She ran no race at all. Probably came up a little bit quick, but she was bloody good in the Sun Chariot. She bounced and back to her best on that occasion.
Yeah, I think when I say blip, it was the only, if you go for her form, it's the only time she's disappointed. And like you say, it was purely the fact that I think the mile and a half just stretched her. But it was worth having a go and having a crack that time of year. But yeah, for Jane to get her back to winning ways and then going on to win a Group 1 in impressive style. She could throw down a challenge here. She could be a dark horse.
Do you find sometimes, Richie, when they go in those races and they go beyond their trips, that something has an effect? Because she didn't do a no-show in the Falmouth at all. Does it always leave that much mark on them? Because they had to rethink plans completely after.
It's when they've had a hard run, their second run it's kind of like a bounce. It's like horses that have had a layoff that run well, then their second run after a layoff, you actually expect them, but the public would actually expect them to run well. Often they tend to bounce because they put so much effort into that run, and it does have a slight knock-on effect. But like I say, it's testament to the connections that they're able to get them back to where they wanted them and where they were in the springtime. And for Jane to have she was in great shape in the spring. Obviously, summertime she kind of hit a bit of a blip, and then she got her spot on again in the autumn. So she's a filly that has had a bit of a break now. She was running well in the spring, last year. So, like I say, she's one that I wouldn't rule out of throwing down the gauntlet to these.
Yeah.
Well, she's bidding to become the 5th filial mare to win this race. Is Saffron Beach. This is that Mahafath run.
He went and look back at it, was the right thing. He went to Ascot and won the Hampton Court, but he missed the Eclipse. I mean, they said he'd go to the Eclipse again. So there's been a lot of changing with this horse, a lot of changing of plan, changing of routes. Maybe it was all because things showed up at home. I don't know. But for me tonight, he's just a little bit short in the betting for me. There's no doubt he's a talented horse. I think we were in Ascot, Laura, when he actually ran and won that day, and he's a very impressive horse. But is he one of these horses that can be impressive when everything's right and can be a little bit disappointing? I don't know. I just think we might find a couple better here tonight. I think there's a lot of sentiment around him being the Shadwell horse. I think they want him to win. They need him here. I think he's good, but he's a third or fourth type of horse for me.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think it might just be a race or two too soon. I do have him down as a future Group 1 winner, though, as we look at the track 4-hour Dubai turf. I think we've covered most of them. I just think Chanel Maestro, I love how lightly raced he is and his profile. He's the one I'm going to stick with. Which one did you come down on in the end, Edgar?
Well, as an outsider, and one we didn't get to talk about, was Sir Busker. I spoke to William Knight the other night, and he fancied him a lot. He got in here at the 11th hour. It was literally the Monday after his good run in the Jebel Hatta. He was 4th, and he got in by the skin of his teeth. But he said he's been improving out here with every week. It's done him better. Remember, he is 3rd in a Queen Anne to Palace Pier, which is serious form bringing to the table, and a previous handicap winner in Ascot. So as a real long shot, I like him. Apart from that, I'm going to take a wild chance and go with the Fletcher horse.
Okay, you really are going for a couple of outsiders. Richie, you're sticking with Mahafath?
Yeah, I just like his profile. I think, like Ed said there, the stop-start campaign would have a lot to do with what has just happened, and the Haggis team are very shrewd on this horse, and they obviously think obviously sentimentally wise, it would be a great result for the Shadwell team as well.
It would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Shaker Hissa been here looking at her horses earlier on in the week, and she's a lady with a lot of support, a lot of sentiment towards the Shadwell team, who also, of course, have that horse in here, Hakiki. Good luck to John Hyde, his first runner on this card. They're nearly all in then. It's our Dubai Turf of 2022. Can Lord North win it for the 2nd year in a row?
Al Farik wins, and Lord North will complete the lineup for the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World. Up goes Lord North. Set for a start. Gates are back, and they fired away, and Mahafath didn't get away well. gave away a couple of lengths. Panther Lasser, first one to break, goes off to the early lead. Colonel Liam will try and get across. He's second for now. Then comes Arabian, who races away in third. Desert Fire hugs the rail, got a nice position in fourth. Saffron Beach is in the red colours in fifth. Myoba on the yellow, races away in sixth, half a length in front of Schnellmeister. Then comes Lord North, the blue sleeves with the white chevron, racing a little bit deep for now. Al Farik is in and amongst runners. Ursa Minor, white sleeves and cap, is at the wide outside. Van der Gaard was next best. Then comes Mahafad, who's recovered. He's not at the back of the field anymore after blowing the start. A length and a half away to Hikiki, and Sir Busker happy to watch on from the end of the field. Well, Panther Lasser loves to let rip, but he's just keeping a lid on things by his standards. He's a 2-length leader at the first turn, 1,000 metres out. Colonel Liam races away in second. Desert Fire, the all blue colours, is third. Saffron Beach at the outside of Harrovian. Then comes Lord North, who's trying to get a wriggle on. Myoba on the yellow colours in a bit of a pocket. Schnellmeister also tries to work into the open. Ursa Minor being nudged and nurdled along. Then comes Mahafad, who's 3/4 of the way back. Sir Busker, Van der Gaard, they next best. Mahafad, and further back in running then we find Hikiki, but they're homeward bound, and Panther Lasser in front by 2, balances up over Colonel Liam, who's second. Then towards the outside, Lord North, Saffron Beach, Schnellmeister, red cappers towards the outside. They reach the final 200. Panther Lasser in the lead. Lord North on the chase. Van der Gaard is third. Panther Lasser 2 lengths in front. Lord North trying to double the dose. Van der Gaard not without hope. Panther Lasser crying for the line. Here is the line. It's desperately close. What a finish. Panther Lasser, Lord North, Van der Gaard, a 3-way go. Fourth also tight. Saffron Beach, Sir Busker. Then in behind them was Al Farik. Towards the inside was Myoba on. Schnellmeister didn't lift. Further back to Colonel Liam. Then came Harrovian. After them were the likes of Ursa Minor. Hikiki was next to finish. Desert Fire and Sir Busker. One for the judge. Panther Lasser, Lord North and Van der Gaard. I don't actually have an instinct. It's desperately close. Panther Lasser, head down, head back up. Oh, I can't tell. That is so close. Paul Devlin, the ball's in your court. Panther Lasser, Lord North, Van der Gaard, fourth, goes the way of Saffron Beach. Sir Busker was next to finish. Then came Al Farik, Myoba on. Schnellmeister got into the clear, didn't lift. Then came Colonel Liam. They were ahead of Mahafad. Ursa Minor was next best. And no numbers in the frame just yet. Panther Lasser got away. He grits his teeth 100 metres out. He heard the hooves of Lord North and Van der Gaard closing in. It's Japan, or the UK. That is as good a finish as you will ever see. Has Panther Lasser held on?
What a finish to our Group 1 Dubai turf. Did it go to Panther Lasser, Lord North, or was it on the outside last year's second, Van der Gaard? Brilliant finish, Richie. I can't tell. You think Panther Lasser's hung on?
I'm not sure. Looking at the still frame, it looks like the inside horse. I think either way, it's a Japanese horse. Oh, I don't know on that frame.
That's not necessarily on the line.
Well,
it says unofficial for a reason. That's not what the stewards are looking at right now.
Well, I thought it. Yeah, one way or the other, we thought it was a Japanese horse, but I kind of thought my first thought was the inside, but on that still frame, Lord North has got it.
This is a race that's thrown up a dead heat in the past. Paolini and Right Approach way back in the day. So you never know.
Here we go. This is a good angle.
Hilary Udale, our judge, will maybe take a little bit of time over this, because the image on the big screen and our image on the TV are not the official photo finish camera. That's the crucial thing you've got to remember. The crowd are cheering. I'm not quite sure for which horse. It was a brilliant race anyway. Panther Lasser, we knew he'd be the speed. I didn't think he could last home, but maybe he did. And then what a performance. Win or lose, to get Lord North back from nearly a year off the track, tremendous.
Well, the handicapper got it slightly wrong, dropping him after. But they said that was a really good derby. It was course record, that winter derby in February. And we've the good form update now for Alan Curran our next. I thought the outside bobbed. I dismissed Lord North completely in that. I thought it was a bob of inside-outside, but I don't know. It's one thing for sure. Oh, here we go.
All they've done is put up a photo between Lord North and Panther Lasser. They've made Van der Gaard third, so they've decided Van der Gaard a third. But I think because they put Lord North's colours up first, which is alphabetical, I imagine, the crowd have decided that means he's won. That's not the case. It's just photo, provisional results. They are still looking at between Lord North and Panthalassa. And we wait a little bit longer to see if Frankie Dettori has won this race for a third time, and if Lord North enters the history books as the first dual winner, or whether Panthalassa, whether it's just a dream night for the Yahagi team, whether they get a third win. Yutaka Yoshida, the jockey on board this one there, he is. So the judge is going to take a fair bit of time over this. You don't want to be getting it wrong when it's a $5 million prize. Vandergaard one spot worse than last year. John Goldin probably doesn't know either. Saffron Beach is fourth. Jane Chapelheim, I imagine, will be over the moon with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll set her up for a big campaign in the summer back home and around Europe. I think she's run a cracking race. She was always well positioned by Holly. She was just tracking, I think it was Todd Pletcher's horse, Colonel Liam. She was in the right spot, and I'd expect her to improve from that run. So first run of the year, very good run, and like I say, I think there's exciting big things for her going back home into Europe.
Also would open up possibilities of her going to 2,000 metres maybe as well. Sir Busker, fifth, Edgar. The syndicate will be so happy with that, Kennett Valley.
They're such a fun syndicate. They're fabulous. They cheer and they enjoy it. And you've always been such a campaigner for syndicates and a big pusher of them.
It's only because I can't afford to own a horse outright.
Well, whether it's that or otherwise, the point is they're part of the modern game, and it's very important that they do well, and they're represented well tonight. He tucked out as he always does. They've gone a good clip. I was a little bit disappointed with Colonel Liam. He flattered to deceive at top of the bend, but Sir Busker ran exactly the race that William Knight thought he would. He said to be pace, he'd drop him out and he'd stay on home, and he justified his place here tonight. I'm glad they got in. Big run.
This is quite interesting because this is Panthalassa. The jockey stayed on. The jockey looked to me as if he was headed for the winner's enclosure, and then one of the paddock stewards said, it's not decided yet, you need to circle here. Whereas Lord North tack off all sorts. It's almost like they've resigned themselves to second the Gosden team, which is quite interesting. But
I think it's wise after such a hard race that they unsaddle him anyway. Frankie Wisely's jumped off Lord North and he's getting his customary cool down. I think that's just a safety factor. The stewards have asked both jockeys to get off and let the horses cool down. I mean, they've put everything into it. It was probably one of the greatest finishes we've seen in racing in Meydan in recent times. I think the last one was possibly on to Peter in the World Cup when Gloria de Campio won. So I don't think we've had...
Don't forget Thunder Snow, Gronkowski was pretty close.
I think, but a three-way photo we had.
A three-way photo,
I think we had... there was a horse of Mike de Kock, Gloria de Campio, and I think Ahmed Ajtebi was on the inside of...
Ahmed Ajtebi was there on cart.
Ahmed was on the inside, so it was a three-way photo.
I'm too young to remember all that.
He is catching up.
It was heartbreaking because Kevin Shea thought he'd won on Lizard's Desire and celebrated accordingly. It was very heartbreaking.
I think that's because Ahmed told him he'd won.
We have had one dead heat if I remember rightly, here at Meydan. Came in a local race a few years ago. They're not commonplace, and I'm not necessarily expecting one here, but judges are taking their time. And obviously, Rich, in your career, you've won plenty of races by short heads and noses and things. How often do you know you've won? Do you think that any of these jockeys will know?
I think I've got beaten more of them than I've won. There's sometimes you'll go past the line and you'll have an idea, you'll think you've won. And there's been many a times, I think I've been beaten in 2 photos this year. I thought I'd actually won, and I'd questioned the photography. But there's other times you kind of know deep down, and certain tracks that the angle of the track, it favours horses on the inside. Abu Dhabi, for instance, always favours the inside horse in a photo, even when you have one flashing home. So here I think it's a tough one, and that was a tough photo. It was hard to... My first thoughts were the Japanese horses held on. So as a jockey, you kind of have an idea, you think you might have done enough, but then you would always side on the air of caution and not go into the winner's enclosure until it's called anyway.
That's exactly what we've got here. 2 horses circling behind us. Connection's waiting on nervously. John Gosden looking not particularly nervous, to be honest. He's a confident chap. But either way, these horses have run brilliantly. Super training performance by all concerned. Panthalassa had come in here off the back of a win in the Nakayama Kinen, as we mentioned last time. The same race won by Just Away. And Lord North came here off the back of that Winter Derby. I mean, it does move up Elenqua in the next race a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, regardless of what the photo does, it's just form. It's just an unbelievable form because he's given him 2 lengths in the Winter Derby and given him a good victory that day. And it was his prep coming in here. And we know Lord North runs fresh, but Allegra, probably needed that run. So yeah, and remember that was a mile and a quarter on the dirt as well. So Alan Corr is going, farther. He's going to the mile and a half next, which will suit him even better. So he was at a disadvantage against Lord North in Lingfield on a very sharp, fast speed track like Lingfield over a mile and a quarter. So yeah, it's a big plus in a few minutes.
2004 was that dead heat in this race, right approach and Paolini.
I think we could well have this is going. The longer this goes on,
way, yeah.
The longer this goes on, I would be airing for the side of a dead heat at this stage because generally they will normally have the photo by now. And in fairness to both horses, I think if you ask both jockeys, they'd settle for a dead
Frankie
heat.
Dettori's already been asked and said, I'll settle for a dead heat.
I think they'd settle for a dead heat. And like I say, the longer this goes on, I think
it's announced.
Dead heat. It's a dead heat. Fantastic. Yeah. Lord North and Panther Lasser, UK and Japan. We will have 10 winners on Dubai World Cup card. On the Dubai World Cup card this evening. Brilliant stuff. Neither horse deserved to lose. Fantastic training performance by John and Thady Gosden. And just as fantastic by Team Yahagi. Their 3rd winner of the night. Tremendous stuff. Panther Lasser. He's a very popular horse. He's a son of that great Lord Kanaloa. Let's hear from one of the winning jockeys.
Yoshito Yahagi, congratulations. Dead heat victory. 3rd win of the day. What a day for you. He went to the lead. That was the plan the whole time. Did he give you a bit of a nervous ending there, a bit of a thrill?
最後、作戦では逃げっていう形だったんでしょうか。最
後
すごいスリルでした。
もっと逃げるつもりだったけど、ナイターを気にしたのか、いつもほどの行きっぷりじゃなかったですね。
Our plan wanted to go more far in the front, but I think horse a little hesitate in the light, so it was that much lead.
Yeah, he didn't. He gave them a little less distance there. So this year, this past 6 months, it's been huge for you. You've obviously Breeders' Cup, Saudi, Dubai, and Hong Kong. Like, what is the key? What your yard has done so well.
いろいろそれを聞かれるけど、俺にも分かんないし、俺に教えてほしい。
Honestly, I don't know why. Just please tell me what is reason.
Well, congratulations again. Big victory.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
What a night for Yoshito Yahagi. Many thanks to him for talking to Mikey there. I suppose we were a bit too late here for our winning jockeys because they'll be preparing for the next race, which isn't a million miles away. That was great fun. Waiting for the results of this photo finish. Totally contrasting paths through the race. Edgar, of course, Panther Lasher, as we expected, was on the speed.
Yeah, on the speed the whole way. Jumped out, and I actually thought he was going probably quick enough. Especially when I saw Colonel Leem off it at the top end, I thought this guy is, he's really gone fast. But Lord North tracked him there. He's in a lovely position in the middle. Colonel Leem on the outside and going, but he flattered it very early and straight. Saffron there tucked in about 5th, so all the main horses were just tucked in. She's watching Lord North and a lovely ride, as you said, Richie.
That's Harrovian, yeah. Lord North's in about 8th there, I think.
Yeah, coming through.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, well,
it's the same colours, but it's a white cap. It's James up in, I think he's sitting 2nd or 3rd, is he?
3rd there, yeah.
Yeah. Frankie's further back. I think Frankie's sort of keeping an eye on was it Christoph that rode the other Japanese runner, Schnellmeister? He was just in front of him, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, they looked like they went a nice pace, and I think the pace kind of eased off around here. They were able to get a breather into them, which allowed the rest of the pack to get back into it. But like you say, they're all,
so Lord North is coming between just coming into midway now, is he?
Yeah, he's just in front of Mohafa at the back. Yeah, he's just through the middle of them there. He just kind of switches out now.
Yeah.
I thought your Mahathis travelled really well, Richie, for a long way.
Travelled really well, and yeah, we're kind of going back to, is he one of those horses that travels really well and doesn't seem to find anything? I'd give him the excuse that it was his first run of the year. it got a little bit messy when the pace slackened off around the turn. You know, there was probably an excuse that, you know, this is a stepping stone for things to come, but ultimately he's looking, I'll agree with Edgar, he's looking like a horse that seems to travel extremely well, and when push comes to shove isn't really finding what we're finding. Ultimately, is he a horse that they eventually decide to come back to a mile? I'm not quite sure, because they skipped the Derby, whether there was problems or whether they thought he wouldn't stay.
Funny, William Haggis actually said that after the Hampton Court. He actually made that comment when asked, because he was in the Derby, which way they go, and he said, well, one thing for sure is we won't be going up.
Yeah.
Do you know, so that's an interesting angle, Richie, to come back with him a little bit.
I'm just looking at him now and I'm thinking potentially he's probably a miler.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, he travels extremely well, and isn't really, is he finding that, or is he just emptying out and you know, he's running out of oxygen, running out of stamina late on? So I certainly wouldn't be worried coming back to a mile the way he travels through his races.
And then of course when you're looking at him if you're at the wrong trip in a grade 1, you're going to be doubly exposed. I mean, if he drops back to a mile and maybe comes back in grade a little bit, I presume he'll get him back there around May time, and maybe drop him to a grade 3 and get that confidence back up, because that's what he's showing.
He could do, and the interesting thing, it'd be interesting to see if he doesn't aim him at something like a Lockinge. You know, the first Group 1
coming up in
the
the start of May, middle of May, yeah.
Straight mile, he might be better on a straight track as well.
That's true,
yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go with him, because I think William Haggis is got an embarrassment of riches as it comes to his older horses, and obviously you try to separate them a bit like Charlie Appleby with his 3-year-olds last year. You're trying to sort of separate them, so whether he's the one that he thinks, right, we'll come back to a miler, we probably don't have a miler going forward. This horse shows all the signs and all the right credentials that he travels well through the race, and like I say, if he doesn't, then he's looking quite vulnerable at this stage.
He is, yeah, looking quite vulnerable. I think it'll be a lot of thinking, but he's a thinking trainer, William Haggis, and the team will work it out, and they'll come back to a plan. The one thing is for sure, he has ability.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Speaking of William Haggis, he's got a couple of runners in our next race, the Dubai Shima Classics, coming up in a few moments. Charlie Appleby as well, one more runner on the card. Richie, you've obviously been based with the yard all season. They've run really well. They'll be disappointed. Manobo, of course, things just didn't pan out for him earlier on, did they?
Yeah, and I think, you know, the horse should take a lot more credit than I know he's got beaten, but he was very, very gassy early on, and it was a very strange race. We went quite quick going into the first turn, and then the pace slacked off, and we were, you know, it was very muddling down the back, and like I was talking to William afterwards, he said, you know, the one thing I think the horse will have done tonight is learnt a lot, because he's had to settle. He hasn't, you know, he's ran very, very keen, and the fact that he's still able to finish second. But I've always felt, looking at him, look, I don't really know the horse, I've never sat on him, but I think he could quite easily win a Group 1 over a mile and a half. He has that much pace, natural ability, and it might be a blessing that he got beat in this 2-mile race, because they can decide to come back to a mile and a half with him. Yeah, I think if he'd have won, he might have ended up running those Cup races and, you know, not quite getting over the line, staying that longer distances. So I think I'd be very surprised if he wasn't able to win a Group 1 over a mile and a half.
2 sets of winning connections then going up there to receive the trophy for our Dubai turf. And this is Mr. Abdullah bin Damithan, the CEO and Managing Director of DP World, UAE and Javsa. And that looks like Hugh Anderson picking up the prize for connections of Lord North, who, of course, is owned by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's son, His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Mohammed. So congratulations to him. There's Thady Gosden sharing the trophy with
who gets to take the trophy home?
And I suppose what they do with the prize money, they join together first and second, don't they, and split it?
Split it, yeah.
I don't think anyone will be complaining about the prize money, but
I don't think
but typical jockey wants to know where the trophy's going. They're never happy, Lorna. 10% of millions
I'd
say never enough.
I'd say Frankie might let him have the trophy.
I'd say, well, Frankie, this is Frankie's third win in the race. It's the first win.
Just extra baggage to take home.
Ever in Dubai for Yutaka Yoshida, the jockey there. It's his second ride here, so congratulations to Yutaka Yoshida. What a night for Japan. 4 wins. And with a formidable team to come now in our Shima Classic. They could well make it 5. They've got authority, they've got Glory Vase. Wow. They got Shaheen.
The Saki will be flowing later on, and it won't from the hills.
This is great, though. This is really good fun. What is it about the Dubai turf that throws up dead heat? Second one of them. No other race on the card has thrown one up.
It's been a great race for the Japanese horses, haven't it? I think that's 5 from 8 wins in 3 seconds or something.
Even back in Nadal Shiba days, it was when it was the old duty free. It was a race the Japanese and Hong Kong, dominated for quite a while. That and the Shima, the races they've really gone after it. But they bring, the one thing with the Japanese, they don't bring second-rate horses here. They bring their top draw horses, and the Middle East has been a great hunting ground for them in the past few weeks anyway, with Saudi and then again here. So.
And it's remarkable for them, Richie, because it's not like, we'll say, for instance, when the Hong Kong horses were coming a little bit more, that it's their season, that they catch it in the spring of the year and they're in it. Like Japan, these Japanese horses, like their big races are in the summer as well. They're finishing off with Japan Cup in the autumn, so it's not necessarily a pinnacle, and still they're able to keep them going into Hong Kong, into Saudi now, and on into, Breeders' Cup before that, and on here. It's remarkable training, really.
I just think it's the whole thing with Japanese racing, the whole setup, it's just very, very professional. You see them, the horses look amazing. Their training facilities, I mean, they've got, I think, undercover gallops and there's no stone unturned. The crowds they draw in, week out, it's, and they've just got better and better, and their breeding operation is phenomenal.
We've got no seconds. It looks a bit strange, our graphic, doesn't it? I don't think we were prepared for a dead heat when we made these up. And I've just seen Steve, one of the owners of Sabusca, giving me a thumbs up over the hedge. They are very, very happy with picking up 5th in a race of this magnitude. The entry fee for the race cost them more than they pay for Sabusca, and they've picked up $150,000. Let's reflect on just how our Dubai turf was won. If we see a better finish than that all night, we'll be surprised. But we've still got 2 very good races to go. There's 5 Group 1 winners lining up in our Shima Classic coming up in a few moments. And then we have 6 Group or Grade 1 winners in the big one, the $12 million Dubai World Cup. Pretty busy down there. A lot of people moving over to look at these horses in the parade ring. 15 of them line up.
I think it's great having the crowd back as well. It makes such a difference. It just felt a bit strange last year, having everyone back, and there's just a buzz around the place all week with everyone coming in, and the media from around the world. So getting everyone back has just been, it makes that difference.
Hakam Kasper, pile driver. A nice international cast for this. Kasper trained over in Saudi, pile driver in the UK, Hakam in the UK. Without a fight in the UK, Alenquo, UK. Burgas, Turkey, their only runner on the card. He's a massive price, this little horse. He's got a big following. You never know. DubaiWorldCup, Shaheen, the 4th Japanese Derby winner to run here in this race as a 4-year-old. None of them have won it. Stella Veloce, Yubia, the Breeders' Cup Turf winner, and Nuba Laban, the Japanese Oaks winner. Second longest race of the night, the Dubai Shima Classic. And this is a look at number 1, who is Authority Egger. This horse has a huge chance.
Yeah, of course, he won the Nemo Turf in Saudi Arabia there, beating Pile Driver on that occasion. Second in the Japan Cup before that to Shaheen. And he's just an improving horse. There's a lot to like about this horse. I was a little bit surprised he was, shall we say, in the betting and the form, the second string, we'll say, of the Japanese, because a little bit more talk about the 12 Shaheen, but Authority was a big pick for me, and I was very impressed with him in Saudi.
Yeah, I was very impressed with him in Saudi as well. He was a bit of a certainty, to be honest, having finished second in the Japan Cup. I wouldn't totally rule out the second either. Kasper was pretty effective over 1.5 miles in Germany, that horse. Albeit on a lot softer ground than here. That's Dubai Future. He's probably up against it. The Sabin Straw has won this race twice with Stowaway and Suleimani. For the top, kind of just in it because they wanted to run. He is a Grade 1 winner, Richie, but he's never won on turf.
No, and he sort of bounced back at the beginning of it. I think it was just before Christmas we had that. Yeah, he won the Entisar. Bounced back, hold-up tactics as well on that occasion. They had been making the running with him. That was on dirt as well because he had been running on the turf. So, yeah, he's obviously going to have to up his game here. I think there's 4 or 5 horses.
Glory Vars well capable of winning this, though. I think Christophe Soumillon, he won this race back in 2015 on Dolnia. This horse has won 2 Hong Kong Varses. He's a dual Group 1 winner in Japan. Mile and a half is his trip. Edgar, he has a huge shout.
Yeah, as you say, a dual Hong Kong Vase winner and previously second to Love's Only You in the QE2 in Hong Kong. He's 7 now and maybe getting a little bit older, but 123 he is the highest rated horse in the race, and I like him. I think he's a good, solid international performer. I think he's got a good chance.
Yeah, I think he's got a huge chance. I think all the Japanese horses in this have a huge chance. This is Huckham. He won the City of Gold last time. Hawkbill won both races a few years ago. He was probably a bit better than the Bear result. He only got home by a head from without a fight, but he went quite wide and Owen would have left a bit to work on, but all the same, he's going to have to improve a lot to win this, I think, Richie.
Yeah, I think he's you'll be looking at him if he runs and he's improved from the City of Gold. I think he has place chances at best. He's obviously got to improve a bit. I think Owen would have left plenty to play with going forward from the City of Gold, but like you say, I think he's got to raise his game 7 or 8 pounds to be challenging for this.
Pile Driver was stuck very wide in Saudi. He's a Coronation Cup winner in the UK. This is a very good horse, Edgar, who always seems to go under the radar. He's got the ability.
Yeah, it goes on the radar with everybody bar his trainer, Willie Muir, who sings them from the rooftops. Every time I bump into Willie, he no matter what I go to talk about, he brings them up. He's very bullish about him again this week. As you say, second in Hong Kong the last time. He said completely dismissed that Saudi run. He didn't handle it, and he said Ryan Moore even said, told him not to go in the first place. But look, dismiss it, a Coronation Cup winner, probably didn't stay in the ledger, to be fair to him. It was only a bad run, but look, very positive vibes about him. Big loss for Mark Dwyer, Richie, not to be here today. Give him a little accident on the gallops during the week.
Yeah, horrible, and it's a shame. Martin's been an integral part of this horse's career from day one, and they rightfully got their Coronation Cup win. Things obviously, didn't go right in the ledger. Then they obviously didn't go right again in Saudi last time. But he's drawn 1 as well. I just think Frankie will park him up box C. He's after dead heat in the last race, so he'll be full of confidence as well. I agree with you. He was only just behind Glory Vase in Hong Kong in the Vase. So, if we're talking about Glory Vase being fancied, you have to fancy this horse. And I think, like you say, he is going under the radar, but not from connections. I think they're very bullish. No, and like I say, our best wishes with Martin, who'll be watching it at home, I think, with his leg up. He's not in a great way. I spoke to Claire, his wife, the other day, and she said it was a nasty fall on the gallops. And like I say, Martin's been out here for many years, and he's ridden big winners on the international scene. And like I say, this will hurt.
Wasn't it brave of him though to make that decision early? I know he's had a fall, and you probably, as an athlete like you'd know when you're injured. But nevertheless, not to delay with anybody, not to keep anybody waiting, just to make that call. Yeah, he rang Frankie himself by all accounts. He just made the decision. I'm not getting there for the horse.
Oh, well,
brave call as a rider.
A great call, a brave call, but I think the injury was a lot worse than was probably first. Okay. And I think Martin knew that, and hence why he didn't want to mess any connections round. Williams, his father-in-law, he'd have known, and obviously the connections. Yeah, no, of course, and the last thing you want to do is be hanging people on till the last minute. But I think Martin knew after the fall that it was, it was quite bad.
1 second, chaps. We can hear from Mikey in the parade ring.
We got Ed Crisford here. Without a Fight is coming into the race as a bit of an outsider, but we've seen some surprises tonight, especially on the grass. Do you think he's up to the challenge today?
Yeah, he obviously on a Super Race Super Saturday. Just being beat by Hookham that day and ran a really great race. Obviously today is a really, really high quality field with some fantastic 1.5 horses, and so it should be for the Chima Classic. But he's got a good draw. He's in great form. He's training fantastic into this race. And, I think we'll be doing all our best work at the finish, and I'm sure he'll run a big race.
He's shown a bit of tactical speed. He can be a little closer. Do you think with the lack of pace it looks like in there, does it play to him a little bit more?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think he's got a good draw, and I think Andrea will use that, and hopefully he can go forward and you know, set his own fractions, and we'll see where we are. But no, look, he's in great form. It's a very, very good field, and we just hope for a good run.
I wish the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just looking at the big screen, Alenka, Tom Markander's got off him. I'm not sure why, whether it's a shoe or something like that.
He's looking on the ground, so I'm just wondering whether the horse has just slipped a shoe or something.
We can't pick it up on our camera. We're looking at something completely different. But yeah, Tom off Alenka at the moment. There's a look at Authority, obviously one of the leading contenders for this race, following that dominant victory in Saudi last time out. He was really very impressive. Richie, we must talk about Yubir. Is he? I guess you wouldn't have much to do with him because he's only just arrived here in the UAE.
I literally have nothing to do with him. I've seen him from afar. He goes out. The two horses came over. Yubir and Creative Force came over late. Shaheen that rides Yubir. He actually, I was talking to him the other day. He is a very, very difficult horse at home, and he has been in Newmarket. But he said, surprisingly, he's actually settled into the training over here quite well, and I think the fact that there's only 3 of them go out early in the morning, or like before the rest of us are out on the track. But it's just, I just think the American tracks suit him so much better, those tight tracks. So I was talking to Jamie Spencer earlier. He said he had to get an outrider to pull him up after he rode him in Belmont. He said you literally drop him in behind, he won't pick the bridle up, but if you can get led into a false sense of security with him. If you put him in the race, he just turns it on very quickly. And I think that showed his only bad run really was in Goodwood. I think it was in...
Yeah, he was really
very, very keen.
He ran across. No, he wasn't gelded at that time.
No, and he was very, very keen with William. I think that was in the Goldin Stakes. And,
they tried him in all the classic trials at the start of the year. I mean, they obviously knew he had ability.
Yeah,
they tried him, and he went everywhere bar forward. And in fact, I think, Laura, we were in Ascot in the pouring rain when he was meant to run after being gelded, and we fancied him a lot that day, and he withdrew. But ever since then, and they've done a lovely route with him too, because he's come along, he's gone into the Vulture, which, you know, so they're giving him a chance, a little bit less pace. They've gone to America to the Belmont Derby, which is, you know, it's a conditions race, and it's a very winnable race for the Europeans. And then they stepped him up in the Breeders' Cup, and he was nothing less than awesome that day. He really showed the horse he is.
This is Authority and Casper clashing in the Neom Turf Cup over in Riyadh. This is over 2,100 metres, which is obviously short of today's distance. Look at the way Casper finishes. I think this is a good horse. I'm interested to see how he gets on here. He's 3 times Group 1 place in Germany over 1.5 miles. But Authority was far too good here, and I think I can't decide between him and Shahriar. I think they both have absolutely huge chances.
I just think he was given an absolute peach of a ride in Saudi. You know, it was a bit of an exhibition from Christoph that afternoon, but he had things very easy that day. That was, I think that Neon Turf was 1.25 miles. It's interesting, this is 1.5 miles. He actually finished, I think he was third in the Japan Cup that Shahriar won.
Shahriar was third and Authority
Shahriar was third. Authority was second. Contrail, the great Contrail, won the race. So,
Triple Crown horse.
You know, a line through that, you know, that's probably the strongest form coming into this as well.
Update on Alenka. Tom Markan was walked him all the way to the start, and William Haggas went over and said something to him, which resulted in a thumbs up. So I think Tom's just got off him maybe because the horse was just getting a little bit too fresh with him, perhaps.
Yeah, it was interesting because we didn't see any incident that had happened, but whether he just got a little bit toey and because you have to canter past the stands, there's a lot going on further down the stage and everything.
Tom's gone onto the rail down there. He's actually left the horse.
Oh, that's not so good.
The horse has gone in behind the tape, and Tom he's actually coming across the parade ring here to us. We'll see him. Is there a problem with the saddle or anything?
Well, Tom's sprinting back in towards the...
Has he done an iron or anything? I wonder would that have happened. He's gone to
It could have been. You'd think, Richard, if this happened to you at the start, could you not send somebody to get
I'm not quite sure if you can replace... I know...
would you?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works with saddles and that, because obviously if it's an iron or a leather that may have broke, is he able?
It has to be tacked, doesn't it?
It has to be. I mean, the only way, normally with bridles, if it was blinkers or something, the guys at the start generally have a spare set of something. But it's interesting. Tom's ran back into the weigh-in, so whether it's an iron or a leather, I'm not sure you can actually change and it's never happened. So I've never
Now,
seen
it
it
was
before.
in Italy that changed the jockey and everything. they're happily take jockey off, re-way out, go again. But they could hardly stop him, Richie, could they, with a leather? Surely they'd have to...
Well,
it is a big night.
Yeah, because it's a big night. But you would imagine if it was a stirrup or a stirrup leather that you would have to replace it, but then you'd have to re-weigh. I
Would
don't.
there be enough difference in we're talking ounces?
Well, it depends.
Well,
If it's the same, it's the same
but
iron, then no, it doesn't weigh any different. But
I suppose it depends on what the saddle is. Whether
it's
a
whether
small one
you
or-
know, rightfully so.
Here we go. He's definitely lost it, guys.
Yeah.
We can't see.
I
No.
think
He's got one there.
Maybe
but
the other side, but whether look, I
let's
think
have a look. If he turn it politely for us. to
Whatever's
do.
happened, it's going to result in a delay because we should have been off a minute
there
ago.
doesn't seem anything wrong with the horse's
horse seems
bridle,
fine,
so
which is
it's,
the good
it's
news.
obviously
Tom's now
something
back
with
with the
Tom's
horse.
tack.
It would be nice if we could show you this on our camera. There he is. There's our link up.
Just before.
And Tom's now going back round. I'm not sure what Shane Ryan's doing there to help. Probably just overseeing things to make sure that everything's efficient and all the rest of it. So not sure what's gone on there. But there is a Lenker at long last. We can show you him. We've been relying on the pictures from the big screen
side,
so far. Far side stirrup iron is what we think has happened.
Well, they're definitely doing adjustments on that side, aren't they? Far side.
So
it
Tom
must
had
be.
to run all the way back to get it himself. Seems a bit bizarre, but I suppose that's the best way.
Maybe he gets his own. Maybe it's way of.
And also to ensure no one's tampering with it. Something like that,
that's a good point. Laura.
Well, I think it's fair that the stewards have actually, because some stewards would, and some authorities might not be allowed to adjust or change any tack. So the fact that they've allowed the horse to run is a good move.
It's like
because
a girth almost or something.
No,
like
I think
that.
they actually had to loosen it. It'd be so tight on him that you wouldn't be able to slip in the leather against the skin. So they've had to loosen the tack to slide it in. I mean, they might as well take it off him there completely.
Yeah.
But
I think if it was a girth, the starters normally have a spare girth or a single anyway. So.
Hopefully no harm done. The horse is all right and actually behaving very nicely.
Yeah, and it hasn't affected him at all. Maybe it's even got a little bit of weight off his back.
Probably a lot better than losing a shoe, something like that. When obviously you've got to have the horse stand with his foot up to have it replaced. So hopefully all right regarding Elenco, because he does have a leading chance in this. He's a horse who's really very much, I think, regarded as a future Group
It's
1
just
winner
interesting
by
how
the
it
Pakistan.
affects other horses when there's a delay like this. It's always good to keep an eye on. They all seem to be pretty calm, but they're all professional. They've all ran at the highest level for
and
quite
we're right
a while.
up on top of them here, Richie. It's a great position for us. They're just behind us here in front of the stands and all behaving nicely. I can't see anybody. A little bit of jig jogging from the number 4 horse I can just see, but apart from that, everybody looks fairly content and behaving well.
Yeah, we have had issues with this start before on the pass. There was a horse called
Glory
Empoli,
Pass.
I think he was called, trained by Doug Watson, that
getting edgy.
really lost the plot when at the start. DubaiWorldCup, the other run of the Haggershard, is wonderfully relaxed. We didn't talk too much about him. He's a smashing horse, Richie. Won 3 in a row last year. Finished up the season with a super 4th in the Hong Kong Cup behind Love's Only You.
I'd actually put him in front of Alan Kerr as far as the Haggis horses go. I really like this horse. He won 2 Group 2s in France, last year. A huge run in the Champion Stakes at Ascot behind Sealaway. And, there was excuses in Hong Kong as latest behind Love's Only You. I think he's actually got a big chance, and I think he's a horse that's improving. The older he's getting, I think he's got whether it's tonight, but I think this season coming, he's got a big future. And I think travelling around, you'll see him. He'll be one of those horses that'll be campaigned at the highest level, in Europe and across the globe this
He's been
season.
handled very well, Rich. I mean, this horse didn't win his maiden until September in his 3rd start. He was beaten after that. Came to himself in midsummer last year, and then he, as you say, won the Prix d'Or in against the older horses then in the Champion Stakes, and a good run. So I think there's a real Haggis type animal, a real bit of thought in him. He hasn't exposed him early, as I say, as a 2-year-old. No big aims. And I'm on your side here, Richie. I think this is a horse that we haven't actually seen the best of.
Yeah.
I think this is a horse for the future.
So they're heading in. Who are our picks? Are you both with DubaiWorldCup?
I'm going for DubaiWorldCup to run a big race, but I think that whoever finishes in front of Shahriar wins it.
Okay, well, Shahriar was my pick, but I think Authority has a huge chance as well for Christophe Lemaire. So could it be 5 wins on the night for Japan? They've got 5 in here. Christophe Lemaire won this race with Heart's Cry a few years ago. They're nearly all in then for our Longines Dubai Shima Classic.
Shahriar and Yubia. 7 runners left to take up their position. They're down behind Ibia. Winton for the top will be next. Glory Vase, Dubai Honor, Burgas, Dubai Future, Shaheen still need to come in. There goes Glory Vase, Burgas, Dubai Honor. Dubai Honor now loads. Dubai Future, Shaheen, a class renewal. The Longines Dubai Shima Classic. Handlers get away. All set. Gates are back. And they fired away. Stella Veloce a step slow. Ibia happy to race towards the end of the field along with Glory Vase. They're going to bank on a good pace. Pile Driver one of the first to break, but being restrained. Shaheen gets forward. Then Authority in the light blue cap going around, and Authority picks up the lead out of the straight. Shaheen races in second. Then comes Alan Kerr, the light blue colours in third. One off the rail for the top, takes a tug at the outside. Hukum's in the white and blue colours with Pile Driver for company. Burgas a lot closer, but is 3 deep at the outside. Then a length away to Dubai Honor, now being joined by Glory Vase against the inside rail. After them, Dubai Future off the course, blue jacket and white cap, half a length away to Dubai Honor, then comes Without a Fight. There's no real pace on. Stella Veloce 3/4 of the way back, half a length away to Uber Lieben. Then comes Casper, who's won from last, and Ibier's got the entire field to get past. Now they're on the back straight. Pace is a little bit more genuine, but certainly not record-breaking. It's Authority in the lead by just over 1 length. Shaheen races at the rail, and the leader's back in second. Then comes For the Top, who just tugged out of the straights and now races in third. Alan Kerr, lighter blue colours, is in fourth with Pile Driver a length behind, the white sleeves and the red cap, and in a good rhythm. Burgas is in the open. Then comes Hukum, midfield, white and blue colours, kept company by Dubai Future, who continues to travel at the outside. Glory Vase, light blue colours, and the red cap also midfield. They all in a bunch. Dubai Honor just tries to get a little bit closer. Stella Veloce's got nowhere to go. Then comes Uber Lieben, Without a Fight, the first to come off the bridle. Ibier's not at the back of the field, but will make a move at the outside of runners, and that leaves Casper at the end of the field, 700 metres out. Authority guides them along. He's led most of the way. He's in front by 1 length, and every time you look, the pace is even better. For the Top is second, Shaheen third. Then comes Burgas into the home straight in the open, in striking distance, but covered ground. Further back then to Alan Kerr. Pile Driver makes a run towards the inside. So too does Glory Vase. Dubai Future, Uber Lieben towards the outside. Authority in front. Now being asked the question as Shaheen goes on the attack. Pile Driver, but tight for room. Glory Vase. Then comes Alan Kerr, and Ibia is taking off towards the outside, but running out of real estate. Shaheen the leader. Authority now being passed. Shaheen, the drive to the line will seal for Ibia. Shaheen wins Japan again, incredible. Ibia second, then came Authority, Pile Driver, Uber Lieben. Hukum was next, Alan Kerr, Glory Vase, Stella Veloce, Dubai Honor Without a Fight. They're ahead of Dubai Future, Casper, Burgas, and For the Top.
It's a fantastic 5 for Japan, and another great finish. It's gone to Shaheen, just holding off Ibia, who's flown home under William Buick. But Shaheen has done it. Third win in the UAE for Christian Jimura, a first here at Meydan. What a night for Japan. They're unstoppable, Richie, although Charlie Appleby tried hard there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very messy race. They went very slow. Christoph went to the front on Authority, and he just stacked them around.
You were loving that, Rich.
Well, Shaheen was just, yeah, but I just loved where Shaheen was. He was right behind him, so he was well aware to, you know, Christian was well aware when Christoph let the handbrake off, he was going to try and pinch 2 or 3 lengths. I was just happy where he was. You know, there was a lot of horses in behind him, but very, very free. Pile Drive was a little bit gassy with Frankie, but I take full credit to Ibia, because where he's come from in such a slowly run race, you could see William make his move slightly earlier than he wanted to because of the way the pace was going. He had to attack it earlier than I think ideally would suit him. I think a stronger run race, I think we'd have seen a different result.
Yeah, it did level off, but you hear, I didn't even see him till the crowd roared.
No.
I was watching the first 2. I said, oh, he's good, quirky tonight again. Next minute into my left ear, whoosh.
Yeah.
The crowd has spotted him down at the furlong pole, and he's come down. What do you think, Richie, with tactics, given that there's so many Japanese horses in this race? would Christian De Miro know what Christophe Lemaire is going to do? Like, he's knocked in behind him. These guys are riding against each other. They're local jockeys as it is. Even though the European jockeys, they're both based in Japan. Would that be a big effect on how tactics are played out? The fact of watching, they know each other.
Well, as a jockey, you're going through your dangers in the race. So ideally, one of your biggest dangers is authority. He's going to make the running. So that's your pace angle. So, you're always wanting in a race to look which horses you want to follow. Your beer is a danger, but he's going to be dropped out last, so you're not going to be following him. So Christian had a good break, good clean break, was able to get right in behind authority, so everyone else is then watching those two, and then Christian's thinking to himself, we are hacking around here. I'm in the right spot, because when Christophe lets the taps on, he's going to get away from us, and then the horses are behind all of a sudden are having to make up 6 lengths. They're going to have to make up 9 lengths because Christophe's going to get that turn of foot. He's going to get away.
And of course, he's on his shoulder just to pull out. It's a great angle here, actually, we have, and he's in the right place. It's almost like a little bit of work for him. Frankie, teeth grinding down the back. Literally, Frankie had his, he was hating it, wasn't he? Frankie doesn't like that.
And Frankie, that horse was quite keen with Frankie. There's not many horses you see keen with him. He's got a wonderful pair of hands, but that'll just show you, if you look back through the race, there wasn't many that weren't actually keen in the race. I think Yabir was probably the most. He is the gassiest horse, but because William had to drop him out, and when I say he's in behind, he switches off, but he's a horse that turns it on very quickly, and you could see the ground he made up from that race. And that was just, William was, it wasn't ideal for him, but he couldn't ride the race any different, because if he put that horse in the race, all of a sudden he does too much and he doesn't get home. So he's had to ride the race accordingly, and he's probably thinking to himself, them on the front end, I'm going to have to make a lot of ground up. So I think full credit goes to Yabir. He's only been come down a neck. I think this is a horse that's starting to hit really good rich trainer form, and he'll be contesting all the big races. I think even from a mile and a quarter to a mile and a half, I think Charlie Appleby's just got so much ammunition at that middle distance range.
It's going to be a fantastic summer, isn't it?
He's got Hurricane Lane and Adyar, and he's already said that Yabir will be the one that they, because he's a gelding, he'll be the one that they send on his travel. So I imagine he'll be
and
back
he's got Manobo as well. They just got so much ammunition, and I think William's headache will be with Charlie. Where we're going to split these up.
Yeah, and where he's going to go, because they're going to be travelling, whether he'll have to stay at home. Big run from the 15, the mare. She hasn't won a race since May, since she won the Japanese Oaks. Big run for her. So even the Japanese outsiders are having a fantastic night tonight.
And Pile Driver in 4th, fantastic result for the team there. Proves that Saudi run was not
good. And like I say, I met Willie Muir the other day, and he was adamant the horse was in better form he's ever been in. Like I say, he had the gate one. Like I say, probably didn't suit him either, the slow pace. So he comes out with it with plenty of credit as well. And Frankie was right behind Shahriar, so he was always in the box seat. It was always going to be a struggle for anything that was further back than mid-pack to make up ground. And that's why I think, Yabir comes out of the race with a lot of credit.
Actually, another horse that, given that he had so much room to make up and that I thought ran a better race than I expected, was Hookham. He actually ran really well at the dead. He's just got to Alakir's nose, and he's not in the 6th there on the screen, but I thought he's ran a real big race.
Yeah, I think that it's a race that we could analyse over and over again, and there's probably there's a case for 7 or 8 horses that will think, if there was a stronger gallop, that could have ran well, but it's one of those races when it's the old adage saying, when there's a slow pace, you've got to be on the front end of things, and unfortunately, a lot of the lads were just, they were kind of
victims to the skill of Mr. Lemaire.
No, they were just victims to the way their horses are ridden and the way the race panned out. They were just victims to where they were positioned early, and it was just you can't criticise anyone because that's where you are. You can't go making.
Well, they expected a little bit more pace, given there was 2 from that yard. The gold, the second string dropped in. Would people have anticipated more pace and gone wrong from what happens as a jockey when you jump out? You're in a Grade 1 race like this. It's so hard. Do you really sit and suffer?
You have to sit and suffer. Like I say, a lot of hold-up horses, you have to kind of sit and suffer. And like you say, Williams made his move earlier than he'd have liked. The likes of DubaiWorldCup, James, he's a hold-up horse. He's had to sit in, and you are you are a victim to what's happening around you. So there was nowhere he could go. He was bang in the middle of the pack there, and you're then just trying to pick your way through it and hoping that it pans out. But like I say, when there's a slowly run race, you're so condensed turning in, and when the taps are turned on, the fronts get away and you're all on top of each other. So when there's a genuinely good gallop, everything is strung out, so the gaps come a lot more easier. Like I say, there's 7 or 8 horses that will probably, lads will be kicking themselves in there thinking, if there was a strong, but they couldn't go.
Yeah.
They were just, like I say,
it keeps us on our toes anyway. We've more to talk about, we've more to analyse. Nice simple straightforward race for us, kicking clear wouldn't have been. No, we've got plenty to analyse out of that. But look, fantastic race. We're after seeing 2 major international races here.
And we're talking about horses that have finished in behind, but we can't take anything away from the winner.
No,
he's a genuine Group 1 horse.
Yeah.
He's behind the Great Contrail. He was behind Authority in the Japan Cup. He's reverse form with Authority, have it be only half a length. But and the Japanese have just
Doesn't that really keep the Japanese form strong? The 2 placed horses behind their champion, their unbeaten Triple Crown horse, come out here tonight and represent again. It's just awesome form, isn't it?
And that's what
we'd be all
go
proud
back.
To have
that's what you have to admire about them. They don't bring their second-rate horses here. Apart from the Americans in the big race, they bring their top draw horses. But in the substitute races, they're generally they're second and third division horses. In the sprint, in the mile, they never generally top class. But the Japanese never shy away from bringing their top draw horses out here,
and they're being rewarded, and that's probably good.
And they're being, the frightening thing is how many they're going to bring next year, because I think they've brought 22 this year. They'll probably double that next year.
Well, we can hear from our winning jockey. Christian Demuro has followed what his big brother Mirko did and had a winner on this card. He'll be with Mikey very shortly.
All right, Christian Demuro, we'll walk with you. When we talked earlier, you seemed quietly confident about this one, and he proved it for you.
Yeah, I have a really good race behind the leader. The horse he beat already in Japan. Yeah. I follow him, and when I come out, he make a good turn of foot. When he take a lead, he stop a little bit, but then he come back again.
And the last couple of years have been huge for your career, obviously with the Arc. But the Arc, you weren't able to be with a big crowd. What's it like to win a big race like this in front of a crowd?
For one jockey, it's what we dream to win every time. The Arc was one dream. I win now. I show you in every war I can win good race. So today I win again. For me, it's amazing for my career and for everything.
Well, congratulations. We'll get a quick autograph from you if you can.
Yeah.
Wait. Don't you want an agent?
Great scenes. Big congratulations to Christian Demuro and to our winning trainer Hideaki Fujiwara, his 3rd runner in Dubai, his first winner, and this is quite an appropriate horse really, Shahriar, because his sire is a great deep impact. His dam was called Dubai Majesty, and one of her other foals was a horse called Alain, who is a Group 1 winner as well, so she's a very good producer of talented horses. And we look at how it was won again, and as you say, it was messy. It wasn't panning out that well for anyone, least of all William Buick.
No, and like I say, William, you can't ride that horse. I mean, I don't know him, but from what I gather and speaking to the people that know the horse better, you can't ride him any differently. And like I say, Jamie Spence was telling me when he rode him in Belmont, you sit last on him, he doesn't pick the bridle up, he's nice and relaxed, but when you switch him on, he turns it on, and he had to get an outrider to pull him up after the race in Belmont. So
it's remarkable, actually, Richie, when you look at that. We have a lovely drone shot of it. He hasn't just tucked him in off a slow pace, he's dropped him out. He's left 3 lengths off the heels of the last horse. That's brave.
I think as well, he's probably a horse that isn't sharp because they've been dropping him out now and getting him switch off, so you kind of let him just fall out the gates. I don't think he's a horse you could then go give him a squeeze.
If he got up on the heels,
and then
he might just
all of a sudden, all of a sudden. So like I say, he was probably the most relaxed out of all the horses.
That's what I thought.
If you look at him,
letting him bowl.
But I think he's a top class horse and going forward. But like I say, we're talking about everything in behind. But like I say, the winner is a top class horse. Full credit to Authority, who's come from Saudi and able to back up another good performance. Willie Muir's been
Yeah, he'll be thrilled with that, won't he?
He'll reap the rewards with Pile Driver, obviously from that disappointment in Saudi. So, you know, he's got another great horse going forward. And he'll probably target the Coronation Cup again this year.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's the target for him. I mean, and he's sure to win again. I mean, he's
lovely
a top
programme,
horse.
isn't the Coronation Cup, King George? You can look at it like that, and then maybe think about targets abroad. But Christian Demura, as I mentioned, he had a little spell here riding locally. That means an awful lot to him. Young man who's recently made all those connections over in Japan and been riding brilliantly. And this is a very special horse. He's only 4 from 7 in his career. He's been very lightly raced. Good training performance, as I said, by the Fujiwara team. First run since that Japan Cup in November, and that was his first run since September. So he's obviously a horse who goes very, very well fresh. And not too many disappointments. I feel like the form horses have come to the top here, really.
I think the only horse that may have been a small bit disappointed, maybe experience has come out with, is Dubai Honor. He's probably the only one that didn't really click. As I said, even Hookham, we talk about a few coming through and the mares ran well there. He's probably the only one, and just at that angle we saw him, he's never really got going. He's sort of 3/4 way back there. He's just in behind Pile Driver. He had every chance. I don't think anybody Pacific had trouble in running. Even so, they've gone slow. It appeared to open up. I didn't see anybody. As you see, they fanned out quite well. So I think everybody's had their chance. And we can just see him there. And he's sort of up and down the one spot today, Richie, isn't he? He was a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I think he's one that would generally appreciate more of a stronger gallop. But I think he's one as well. This race, obviously, look, they've come here. They haven't come here as a prep race, but it will be another stepping stone. And I do believe he's a Group 1 horse in the making, where that Group 1 will be. But yeah, there's I think
a little disappointing for William Haggis tonight with some of his runners. Alan Kerr is just there, and he's probably had a mixed night, I'd say. It's not been.
Yeah, he's another one that's come. He came here with a a team that were in good shape. Obviously, Alan Kerr won the Winter Derby, and obviously that form was franked in the last race, so he'd be slightly disappointed. Alan Kerr, you could argue, is he better with a bit more ease in the ground?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
Of course, we're different races. I mean, this standard of this race was, far superior to the turf, and that's no disrespect to it, but this was depth.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this was the strongest race on the night by far.
Oh, yeah, because later on we've an American race really coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, there was 8 or 10 genuinely good horses.
Yeah.
You could argue, you could make a case for all of them. So, like I say, I think going forward there'll be a lot of winners come out of the race.
Yeah, that's what's most important.
I think so as well. It looks strong. It's often one of the strongest turf races in the world when they do the end of season rankings. Authority, who absolutely turned for home bundles of running, was really hard to peg back by Shariat. And I think we've got a very good horse has won this, a horse that will go on and you'd imagine target the Japan Cup at the end of the year, unless they look to targeting the Arc, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's one race that the Japanese, I mean, they've been dominant everywhere they've gone, but the one race they really want to win is the Arc. Yeah. And the interesting thing with that, I'm just looking at that still frame we saw there. I think there's probably only 7 or 8 lengths separates the whole field, so that will tell you exactly how fast they went, because they weren't spread out at all. They were on top of each other. It was a bit like watching racing from Hong Kong. The handicap has got it literally spot on.
Yeah.
But I think that will just show you, because generally this race, there's probably 20 lengths separates first from last, but I think there's probably only 8 lengths separates first from last. But yeah, going back to this horse, it'd be interesting to see whether Christian, who rides in France predominantly, is why he's on the horse going forward. They're going to target the Arc. I know last year they bring them out a lot earlier than they used to, don't they, to get them settled into the environment in Chantilly and the training in Paris. But it's the one race that I think if you ask the Japanese connections that you could give back all your Group 1s you've had in the Middle East over the last sort of 3 weeks.
The Japanese public want it, don't they?
They want the Arc,
be pushed,
and they they bring a huge contingent of supporters even to the Arc.
I think it'd be good for the Arc.
I think
it would make, not that the Arc needs any help in publicity,
no,
but I think it would just be probably the icing on the cake for the Arc.
I think, and the world of racing in general. I think, when the filly won the Nassau Stakes with Oshin, that was huge for racing in Japan to have a winner in the UK. But I think the Arc is the one
it's a big
thing.
step
I think it would just global. I mean, they are a global giant on the horse race in front, but I think that will just epitomise everything they've done if they're able to get that over the line.
This guy could genuinely be the one to do it.
Yeah, he could.
Not
well
that they
be.
haven't had genuine contenders before, but this guy just looks. He has it. He has it all. Doesn't he
looks good, but I just think this division at the minute is so strong. From there's about 10 horses that we could, I mean, there's 3 or 4 that aren't even out here.
The trainers will be going home now looking, where can I avoid? They'll be trying to get to different places and different angles now.
There's 3 or 4 of them that aren't actually here this weekend. So, I think that European campaign is going to be so strong this year at that middle distances. Yeah. Like I say, they'll be trying to avoid each other, I
suppose, just going back to the individual horses, I just reminded myself there that Alan Kerr, the last time he disappointed like that actually was in the Arc. He was very keen in the Arc, so maybe they'll have to think about a little bit of pace for him.
Possibly a pacemaker.
Twice now we've had a disappointment from him when there's been no pace. He was very keen in Longchamp. I'm not saying he was over keen here tonight, but it doesn't suit him. So maybe a little bit of a rethink with him.
He could be a horse that may come back to a mile and a quarter as well. Something like
that
the Champion Stakes end of the year with an ease in the ground.
And of course you'll have the Ballydoyle contingents there, and they tend to give you
he might well be a horse
automatically.
Yeah, he might be a horse that they might let him just point his toe as well and let him bowl along from the front. Coming back to a mile and a quarter could be an ideal tactic to do.
Lovely scenes there. Christian Demura's young daughter helping him collect the trophy from Patrick Ayoun, who is the regional brand manager for as sponsors Longines. And would you believe the horses are in the parade ring already for the $12 million Dubai World Cup, the pinnacle of the whole season here in the UAE. Edgar, you're going to leave us, but many thanks. It's been a very enjoyable hour with you and 2 fantastic turf races, of course.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Enjoyed every bit of it and really looking forward to getting up in the stands there and looking at this race. I think it's going to be like a monster truck carnival here with the Americans just getting on top of everybody. I think it's all about what Life is Good does. He's going to jump, he's going to dictate, and if he goes, it depends on how fast he goes really, because who can latch onto his tail. But it's an awesome race and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, of course. Many thanks to Edgar Byrne being with us for the last hour or so here on the channel as we have a look at the down to 8th order of finish in our Dubai Shima Classic. 1st, 3rd and 5th for Japan, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 7th for the UK. How come finishing just outside the prize money there? Unfortunately for the Owen Burrows team. Only prize money down to 6th this year. We had prize money down to 8th last year. It's just the story has been Japan, hasn't it? They have been absolutely on fire. The brilliance that they've shown this evening. 22 runners, 5 winners. They're down to just 1 now. It will be a surprise if they win the $12 million Dubai World Cup with Chua Wizard, but he was 2nd in the race last year, so we can't diminish his chance too much because we know he likes conditions here.
Yeah, I mean, look, he ran. I think this is slightly a stronger race than last year's renewal. He ran 2nd last year behind Mystic Guide. It would, you can't rule anything out from the Japanese tonight. It just sets up to me, Life is Good is very good. He's a very good horse. The way the track is riding as well this evening, it's very pace orientated, so it's kind of in his favour at the moment. I just think when you come down the field, I just think it's going to be Life is Good, Hot Rod Charlie and Country Grammar, Midnight Bomb. It's going to come to the Americans. I can't really see anything really upsetting those.
It's a good job there's a small field for this, because we need to have a look at these in the parade ring, because they've actually rung the bell for the jockeys to mount. They are extremely good at going off on time here, but they are in danger, I'd say, in this race, because the off time is, as you can see there, 8:30. And we are now at 8:24. So we need to get a wriggle on and have a look at some of these in the parade ring. As we mentioned, a very strong field for this 6 Group or Grade 1 winners. Already been a brilliant night for Bupat Seameyer, but it would be a surprise were Remorse to win this. Real World, you never know. Been quite a few shots on tonight's card. It will be a surprise if Life is Good is beaten, but it's been that sort of night. Dubai World Cup Group 1, $12 million. There's Aerotrem going out first. They've done quite well to keep a lid on him in the parade ring. He's a horse that they do like to try and keep quiet beforehand if they can. He ran a fine race, finishing fifth over in the Saudi Cup for trainer Antonio Sintra, who said he was so happy it felt like he'd won it. He's up against it here. I think it's realistic. He's 3 from 4 over this trip, but I know they feel he's probably slightly more effective over the 1,800 metres of the Saudi Cup. But he did win one of the biggest races in South America, the Gran Premio Latinoamericano, beating a Group 1 winner over 2,000 metres. This is country grammar for Bob Baffert, 3-time winner of this race. Ran a great second in the Saudi Cup last time, Richie, and he's a Grade 1 winner as well. As we mentioned, this
huge run behind Emblem
huge
Road.
Run, wasn't it?
Yeah, huge run. And I think this track might suit him slightly better than what I gather from Saudi was quite stamina sapping. I just think, and the way the track is riding this evening, it's going to be speed orientated. He's going to be up there with the pace, and he's going to be close to challenge.
Chad Summers is back with us for this final race this evening. Here's Hot Rod Charlie. He's got a huge chance, hasn't he? If there's any chink in the armour of life is good, he can exploit it.
Every year there's a horse from America that comes and turns into like a different horse. It turns a different color. That's Hot Rod Charlie this year. He looks amazing since he's been over here January 18th. Richie, the prep couldn't have gone any better.
No, absolutely. And I looked at him just there. He walked by me in the paddock. He looks so much fitter than he did in round 2. And I know Doug O'Neill was saying he was only 70%, but if that was 70% of him, I'd hate to see where the other 30 is. And like you say, he's got the dapples on him. He looks amazing. You know, there's a lot spoken about life is good and how good he is. Yes, he's been very good over a mile, the 1 mile in the Pegasus. This is an extra furlong again, and he could quite be vulnerable. And, you know, someone like Hot Rod Charlie, he's been here. He's been here for, 2 months now? He's settled into his campaign, trained very well. He's had that prep. He's ran under the lights. He ticks all the boxes to cause an well, it won't be an upset because he's a good horse, but it'll be an upset in the eyes of life is good being defeated, you know.
That's hypothetical. Winner of the Group 1 Maximum Challenge round 3 last time. We're going back to 2006, an electrocutionist for the last time a horse won Maximum Challenge round 3 and this race. This is real world, Chad. I can't write him off because it's that sort of night and you just never know. So he thinks he's got a chance.
Well, if Chua Wizard doesn't win, right, I think we're all going to be surprised the way the Japanese have dominated the night. But look, real world, Saeed bin Suroor won the Dubai World Cup 9 times. He did it when everybody thought he couldn't do it again with Thunder Snow, went back-to-back with Thunder Snow. He's here again. Yes, is he up against it? Is these proper American horses? Absolutely, but Saeed knows what he's doing.
0 from 5 on dirt. Real world, including in Saudi last time, as we take the trophy over to the presentation dais. There's so much riding on this. Might not be the richest race in the world anymore, but it has an awful lot of prestige, and this is a proper top-notch renewal of it. Such great international representation from Uruguay, from Japan, from France, and of course from America, who won it 12 times before. And life is good. I haven't seen him in the parade rink. He's in there. It's just our camera didn't pick him up. He's generally a fairly easy horse for them to manage from what we've seen this week. Life is good.
He can be easy when he's on the track. In the stalls in the afternoon, Todd Pletcher walks all his horses. The hot walkers aren't walking this horse in the afternoon. The groom is, Martine grabs a hold of the horse and he walks him, makes sure he gets a good 30 minutes. He can get a little cantankerous. He can get a little warm. It was good to see how he was here in the schooling, and it was so important, I think, Todd Pletcher on Tuesday brought him over here for the schooling session.
Let's hear from Mikey.
All right, we got Doug O'Neill here. He is obviously ready, and you've put this horse through a system that ever since the fall you've been aiming toward this race. You've stuck to every day. How do you feel?
I feel great. I know you usually make a plan and God laughs, right? But yeah, the plan so far is really working out well, and win, lose, or draw, couldn't be happier with the way things are coming up.
You've won 2 Kentucky Derbies, you've been through the Triple Crown, you've gone through the many Breeders' Cups, won a few of those. What's the pressure like compared to those?
You know, it's a lot of excitement and just a lot of energy spent on just making sure everything goes right. So we're so blessed having Leandro Mora, who's the main man. He's an unbelievable horseman, and having him be here the whole time and overlooking everything is a real blessing. So it's just a lot of excitement, but you know, with Dubai putting up $12 million, there's a lot of stress there, that's for sure.
Got the trophy going right by you right now. It's so close, you can almost taste it. You know, looking at the shape of this race and watching the races earlier today, you can read races. You know how these sort of lay out. What do you think is going to happen early?
Obviously, Life is Good should go to the front, and you know, Flavian and Charlie hopefully will be right in pursuit. So Flavian's one thing, it was he wasn't going to let Life is Good get away. So that's the plan. We'll see what happens.
Best of luck to you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Is he vulnerable over this distance?
There is Life is Good. I read Ortiz just got his feet out of the irons to try and keep him calm. Alexander Thompson, the outrider, helping with that as well. Nothing to alarm anybody at all, I wouldn't say. Richie might have got a bit warm between his back legs, that's all.
Yeah, I think it's starting to cool off a little bit now, but yeah, look, he looks the utter professional. You know, this horse is still very lightly raced as well. I think he's only ever been beaten once. I think that was behind Jackie's Warrior in the Alan Jerkins, was it?
But the thing was, that was the one time he didn't make the lead.
Okay.
And he was battle for the lead, and he ended up getting just a neck. I mean, it was a great race, but today in this race, he's got brilliant speed. He's got sprinter speed for a route of ground, which is very, very unusual. But there's others in the race that have it as well, including horses like Hypothetical. Who is naturally fast, especially on this track on his day.
Yeah, and he knows his way around here, and there's no way Breeden Mikel is going to take him back. He's going to have to work very hard for it, you know.
This is Hot Rod Charlie winning Maximum Challenge round 2. I'm not going to say this form's been knocked because Alneford never went a yard earlier.
He pulled up lame as well. So,
oh, did he? Okay, well, that explains it. What I thought was great is the further he went, the better he went. Chad, he's going to love this extra 100 metres.
And this was a prep. By all means, do you want to win this prep? Absolutely. But they did it knowing that they had 6 weeks rather than wait till Maximum Challenge 3 or the Curlin or something like that. They ran him off the plane knowing, let's get it out of the way and then let's prepare. And that's what they've done his entire career, is give him those 5-6 weeks rather than run them on top of each other 3 or 4 weeks. And it's worked out really well.
Yeah, I really like the way Doug O'Neill's campaigned him. Like this campaign for this World Cup race, that 6 weeks, you know, the fact he brought him here for round 2, you know, was just testament to him, because you don't see some of the top class horses coming here for a calm. He could have quite easily stayed, ran the Pegasus, ran in some of those, gone to Saudi, but the fact that they've given him that 6-week break as well, Chad, it just tees him up really nicely.
This was a huge run from both Country Grammar and Midnight Bourbon. And Aero Trem as well in fifth. The winner, Emblem Road, came from further back. I just worry that this has left its mark on Country Grammar.
I mean, for Country Grammar, this is back quick off not running in 250 days, running his absolute eyeballs out, almost winning a $20 million race. And Jimmy Barnes, Bob Baffert's assistant, famously said, oh, it was a $20 million prep, and that's cute. But we've seen the horses that have run hard on Saudi, and other than really Stay Foolish, the form at Saudi has not really come back as strong.
Not the dirt form.
And
it
hasn't for many. It wasn't just this year. I think previous years that the form in Saudi has taken a knock. Pinehurst was the prime example there in the Derby. You know, he won the Derby in Saudi. He came here, he flattered. The one thing with Country Grammar, I think the track will suit him better. I think the Salmon Stappen track in Saudi kind of just took its toll. But like you say, has he got over that? You know, that, like you say, was a hard race for him. And Midnight Bourbon was in third, I think.
And look, jockey Antonio Frezzo came out and breezed all these horses on Saturday morning. And of the horses he breezed, I think it was 7 on that Saturday morning. He said, Chad, Hot Rod Charlie was the one for me.
Well, they're loading very quickly. There's Midnight Bourbon going forward. I'm not going to take on Life is Good. What do we all think? You gave me Life is Good, Richie?
I think Life is Good is a very good horse, and it'd be great for the race. I think for the way he's been campaigned, I'd love to see Hot Rod Charlie just for Doug O'Neill and the fact that he's brought him here as a prep. I could see him just upsetting the favourite.
Just one more to load. It's Real World 2022 Dubai World Cup is upon us.
US dollars, they all set. Gates crash open and they're racing in the Dubai World Cup to a rather untidy start. Real World was a little bit slow to begin. On the other hand, Life is Good got an absolute flyer. He didn't miss the start, he's in front. Midnight Bourbon is second, then comes Hot Rod Charlie racing third, now fourth as Country Grammar slipped along the inside to get a bit closer. Hypothetical at the outside, the lines of blue colours couldn't get to the lead. Real World, the all blue colours got shaken up to hold the rail. Then comes Aero Trem, the black and white colours with Remorse a further 2 lengths away. Chewer Wizard and Magni Core are the last two as they now go towards the back straight, and Life is Good is in front by 1 length over Midnight Bourbon, who races away in second. Country Grammar is third. Hot Rod Rod Charlie in fourth, just got shaken up for a few strides. Hypothetical makes him racy at the outside. Then comes Real World, the all blue colours, racing a good 7 to 8 lengths off the leader. Aero Trim, Magni Cause in the blue body and the white cap. Remorse in that group, and Chua Wizard has got it all to do. Life is Good got the softest lead you could imagine, an uncontested lead. Life is Good is in front by just over 1 length. Midnight Bourbon in the maroon colours is second. Couple of lengths away to Hypothetical. Some of these runners are badly off the bit. Country Grammar's against the rail, now third. Hypothetical drops into fourth. Alarm bells are ringing for Hot Rod Charlie. Then comes Real World. Remorses in the gold silks. Couple of lengths away then to Chua Wizard. Magni Cause towards the end of the field, and they're about to spin for home. They go to the top of the straight. They got just over 400 metres left to run, and Life is Good guides them into the home straight. Now gets asked a question, but he's kicked 2 lengths clear of Midnight Bourbon, who's second. Country Grammar third. Hot Rod Charlie's towards the inside rail. Then comes Chua Wizard, 200 metres out. Life is Good is the leader. Country Grammar second. Hot Rod Charlie continues to gain ground towards the inside. Life is Good with a target on his back. Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his dates with destiny in front, a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup. Hot Rod Charlie ran second. Chua Wizard third. Life is Good didn't go the 2,000 metres, ran fourth. Midnight Bourbon. Then came Remorse, Aero Trim, Hypothetical. They were ahead of Real World and Magni Core. Country Grammar and Frankie Dettori for Bob Baffert wins the 2022 Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. His date with destiny. He's now won the big one after a cracking run in the Saudi.
Frankie Dettori, Bob Baffert, Country Grammar has won the Dubai World Cup. That's a 4th win in the race for trainer Bob Baffert. What a victory. Great celebration from Frankie. Wow, that would have felt like a long last couple of furlongs for a few of them, Chad. Life is Good. He got very tired.
And really no excuses. He got a clear lead. He set reasonable fractions, and he saw out the 1800, no problem, like he did in the Pegasus. But after the 1800, he started getting a little bit late, and the cavalry was coming. Country Grammar from the outside, and Hot Rod Charlie somehow got back in the race on the inside, but Country Grammar got out in time.
Yeah, it was interesting because Hot Rod Charlie swinging in. We were kind of going, he's suspend force. He dropped back to 5th or 6th and managed to get back up there. Charles the Wizard, I don't know where he came from. He ended up being 3rd, 2nd or 3rd, I think. Yeah, it all happened quite late on. There was a lot of horses, stamina-wise, that were just getting tired.
The one thing that Bob Baffert has said since the beginning, though, is this horse wants 2 turns. The further the distance, the better. Life is Good. There was questions about the distance. There was never questions about the distance. It was just whether or not he can replicate that form from Saudi, and boy, did he.
Yeah, he did. And like you say, there's been question marks over that Saudi run. I just felt the track here would suit him better. You know, he was always beautifully positioned by Frankie.
You see here, Life is Good is drifting out again like he's done in so many of his races. I'm not saying that's going to cost him the race, but it might cost him second here. He just can't maintain that straight line in the stretch. He's done it every time in America.
It's interesting that you say that. He drifts out to the right. And Irad Ortiz has got his, I don't want to criticise him, but he's got his stick in his left hand. So it's kind of as if he's hitting him that way.
Hot Rod Charlie finishes second. That's in a way the worst place to be, really. But beaten by this horse, and we've got to give the horse plenty of credit. He was coming back off a 9-month absence when he ran that excellent second in the Saudi Cup. Prior to that, he was a Grade 1 winner. It came in the Hollywood Gold Cup, and he's done this again for Frankie Dettori, who of course has a great record in this race, mainly for Saeed bin Saror. And this will mean an awful lot to him, you'd think, because he's had so many big days in Dubai, but to come back and do it again at the age of, 52, he's going to be pretty chuffed.
Still the greatest, by far. He's still the greatest. He was the greatest when I started riding, and he's still the greatest now. I don't think we'll ever see anyone match him, not only his riding ability, but his personality on a racetrack.
He's actually his 4th win in the race, equaling the record held by Jerry Bailey for most wins. It's his first since 2006, though. That was on Electrocutionist. And this horse only had 10 starts now, won 4 of them. And where will he go now, Chad? I mean, there's so many big races in America for them to target. Will they work back from the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, I'd say he won't run for the next 90 days, right? That's for sure. Look, the fact that Bob Baffert's been able to do this with the cloud that's been hanging over his head back in America with everything that went on, and to just maintain business as business is. He sent Jimmy Barnes out here. He sent his best exercise rider out here. They went from Saudi. They've had this targeted the whole time since Amr Zenden bought into this horse back in December, that they were going to go take on the Middle East. And look, he ran second in Saudi. He wins this race here. You really do have to tip your cap to Bob Baffert, because it's not easy to train when you have so much going on in your head. And to compartmentalize what he's been able to do is really, really amazing.
Yeah, I think as well. And full credit to the connections, because I saw an interview in Saudi. The owner was fully behind Bob. And like I say, it's very hard for him, like you say, with everything that's going on over his head, and, to prep these horses in the way he does. The guy's a genius. I mean, he's won this. I think that's his 4th win now. So
Ahmed Zidane is here this evening. I'd be surprised if he isn't. Big supporter of equestrian sport in the UAE with polo as well, and a very eloquent man, a very nice man to talk to. I'm hoping he's here enjoying this victory. And you feel a bit for Flavien Prat, perhaps, ridden this horse his last 2 starts?
Look, it wasn't necessarily a difficult decision for him. And look, Hot Rod Charlie, and we'll watch the replay back here in a little bit, he got the worst of the kickback. He teched himself out. I mean, Hot Rod Charlie runs an unbelievable race to get back up for second. So, yeah, Flavien will be a little bit upset for a second. That's a big purse, but no harm in the ride there from Hot Rod Charlie at all.
No, and you say Flavien will probably be kicking himself. I don't think Frankie was first choice when Flavien didn't ride this. I've got a funny feeling William Buick was booked to ride this horse, and then he obviously had to ride the Godolphin horse, and then Frankie got taken off Real World, so it was like a jockey's merry-go-round. So I don't think they actually had a rider up until the 12th hour for this horse.
Look,
so
there was a long time where Luis Saez thought he was going to ride the horse as well. He ends up sitting in the hotel now watching the World Cup from home. But look, at the end of the day, this is a really, really nice horse. It was always meant to be a nice horse. This horse started his career with Chad Brown. So 2 wins on the night for former Chad Brown horses with Switzerland and Country Grammar. Unfortunately, the owner of this horse, Country Grammar, Paul Pompa, passed away. And Paul, looking down on us, was one of the biggest supporters of racing, the nicest people in the world. And just so happy for all the connections that were involved in this horse from the very beginning to get here, because it takes an entire army to win on this night.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of work goes behind the scenes. Like you say, Jimmy Barnes walking in there. He's been an integral part of Bob Baffert's barn for years and years. But I think this is the greatest result, because it's the first year we got the crowds back in, and the greatest man, the man Mr. Showtime, wins the race. So I don't think people were even bothered about the horse winning. It's more fact that Frankie's just won the World Cup.
He didn't hop off last time. It was a photo finish. He went back to the judge room. He's 52. Eventually, these hop-offs are going to lead to some problems with his knees.
I'm just going to see how he lands this one.
It's all about if he takes his feet out before, he's doing a flying dismount. No way he won't on this horse, of course. And there's probably the biggest reception of the night, just beating Tig in that particular race. And it's all about Frankie. It really is. He has to get everyone out of the way before
I think he might get an
horse.
extra bit of spring on this one.
There we go. Fantastic. Really brilliant. 189 wins here in the UAE for Frankie. Double on tonight following Lord North earlier on in that memorable Dubai turf. Dead heat.
It'd be interesting to see how many Group 1s Frankie's had. I think he could be... it must be a huge milestone. I think he's probably nearing 1,000 or something. He's just he's definitely had over 100. I think he's probably nearing 200. He's just been a marvellous servant. He's carried racing on his back for a long, long time. When racing was down, Frankie picked it up. And he was down on his feet. A few years back when he lost the job with Godolphin. And that just shows you what a true champion is. He was able to get himself back again with obviously the John Goldin stable.
Hold that thought. We're going to hear from Frankie Dettori himself after he's weighed in, of course.
Frankie Dettori, that was your 4th win in the race. First one at Meydan, as they mentioned earlier. Take us through the run. It looked like it was one of the most patient rides I've seen in quite some time. You got it done.
Yeah, I've been studying the horse for a long time. I've been pestering Zidane and Bob to ride him. I knew he stayed very well. It was question mark about the favourite, but to be honest with you, at the half mile pole, he lost me. The favourite got 3, 4, 5 lengths from me. I thought, well, sit quiet. Guy's second or third.
Yeah.
He's lots of money. I made him fill his lungs up again, and I saw the strikes in the first two. My fella knocked him down, and it was a surreal moment because inside the furlong pole I knew I won. And just to take it all in, I thought, oh my God, at 51, win the 4th World Cup is so surreal.
And it looked like during the stretch did you know within you were going to get there?
About this, my son.
Oh, congratulations.
I passed the quarter pole. I thought maybe I get him.
Yeah.
At the furlong pole, I thought I knew I had one because the first and second they were good. And
did you see Hot Rod Charlie coming up the inside at all?
I did saw him, and I thought, well, it's between me and him. But my fella kept on galloping. He's got a massive stride, and he just kept to put one leg in front of the other, and he got to the line.
What did Jimmy and Bob tell you before the race, as far as like what to expect from him?
So with Bob.
Yeah.
Well, he's been ringing me at stupid hours. I got a missed call at 4 a.m. this morning, and I didn't answer. But I know he gave me plenty of info. He told me, be patient, the favorite's going to run off the fence, stay on the inside. I did. But in the straight, I was trying to find another leg, so I pulled him on the outside, and it worked.
Yeah, well done. Let's get your signature.
Frankie Dettori, the man again. 4 wins in the Dubai World Cup. 4 as well for Bob Baffert. 4 career wins for Country Grammar. What a lovely horse this is. A son of Tona List, out of a Mary was a 6 furlong winner on the turf. Who'd have thought it?
These Tona List run all day. It's what they do, and it's good for me because my value on my Philly Truth Hurst just went up, so that's good.
Yeah, this horse costs $110,000 over at Keeneland. He's a lovely horse, actually, isn't he? And his run in Saudi was so big, I just worried it left a mark, but it just shows. Listen to what connections say.
Well, and this is a horse that he hasn't had the easiest of times. Chad Brown had him for a while. He had a kind of on-again, off-again career. He had to go to Windstar Farm to prep for the sale after Mr. Pompa passed away, and he was purchased by Windstar, and they kept him and sent him to Bob Baffert. And when everything was going on with Life is Good and everything, Country Grammar actually went to the barn of Todd Pletcher, and Todd had him for a month before sending him back to Windstar. And at that point, Amar Zendin kind of bought into the horse and everything else, and it's one of those things to where everything kind of comes full circle. But Windstar, who co-owns this horse, they own Life is Good. They were so kind of excited about Life is Good all week. They're still going to end up walking away with their second Dubai World Cup as well.
Where did it go wrong for Life is Good then? Was it a stamina thing? What happened?
Had to be a stamina thing because Ortiz had it so easy, I felt, up front. The fractions were, like Chad said, they were slower than, we were talking about off air, and they were slower than when he won the Pegasus. So,
but is there something to be said on a free-running horse? Sometimes you overthink it and you slow it down too much. Just let him do his thing. We saw it with Knicks Go. When Knicks Go used to slow down, that was how he got beat. When Joel Rosario finally just let him go, and he'd go halves in 45, 46, he won the Breeders' Cup race. He won the Pegasus. Is this something where maybe Life is Good is at his best, just letting him do his thing?
Yeah, there is, and I'd agree with that. There's a point where you do overthink it and you try and take a horse out of his comfort zone. But I didn't ever feel that he was taking him back. He just looked like he was in a relaxed rhythm. I'm not sure if this horse ever ran under lights or not either. So that could be a factor that he was just kind of, and interestingly, his brother was just in behind him. He wasn't really taking him on too early. It was just he was in the perfect place, and he had the race at his mercy. And like I say, I just think it's a stamina thing. And I would say, ultimately, he's going to be a very, very good miler. I think he might struggle to win over 2,000.
And is any of this to do with the fact that the track maybe isn't playing as it did earlier on when we had the UAE Derby?
Not really. This is a speed track, and it's still a speedier track. I mean, look, it's suited Country Grammar because obviously Saudi was a little bit deeper. I would agree that it's slightly quicker than it was earlier on because the temperature's dropped and it gets a bit cooler. But I don't think there was any excuses for. There was nothing in behind that you would say, oh, he should have. We were looking at Hot Rod Charlie and we thought he was beat. And he ended up staying on. And like Chad said, how he got down the fence, I don't know, because he looks a spent force turning in.
He really did. He was being hard-ridden for a while. Incidentally, on the question of Frankie in Group 1 wins, our producer Mohammed tells me that's his 200th.
There you go. What a way to get your 200th.
What a way to get your 200th.
I think he'll keep him going for another year anyway as well.
I don't think there's any sign of him going anywhere just yet, and thank heavens, because as Richie says, he's the most recognisable jockey in the world.
I think a big shout out as well, Laura, goes to Remorse. I said to Tig earlier in the day, I said, he'll pick up a check because he gallops all the way to the line. So by rights, he shouldn't, on all known form, he shouldn't be threatening anything. But he's ran sick, you know. The Zabeel stable had a fantastic night.
And while it's a day for the international contenders that had so much success, Bhupat Simar, in his first try here as the trainer and the license in his name, walks away with a win in the Goldin Shaheen, a 6th with remorse for next year. And his horses in the UAE Derby showed up as well. I mean, Summer Forever running 2nd and Bendug running 4th is certainly something that you're going to look forward to. Look, the season's almost over here in Dubai. Bhupat's got time to think and relax and figure things out for the future. He's going to have a long career here as well.
He won't do any thinking or relaxing. He'll be straight off to the sails.
He won't be relaxing. But I think he'd have been under the back foot from the second race, because their biggest ammunition was in the Godolphin Mile, and I think they were last and second last. So, you know, for the things to turn around so quickly as they do in racing. But yeah, like I say, great night for everyone at Zabeel as well.
Wonderful to see our trophy presentation coming up in a moment, and Amizadan is here, which is fantastic, picking up the trophy from the Crown Prince, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Such a big part of racing here, sadly his own hypothetical out of the money in the Dubai World Cup, but Amizadan, say only his first runner here. He's got a polo team and does, as they support a lot of things, and I was lucky enough to interview him last year, and what a gentleman, really lovely and extremely helpful with his time, which I appreciated. So big well done too. All connected with Country Grammar, winner of our 2022 Dubai World Cup. And it's going to be a while before we see another jockey beat Frankie's record and Jerry Bailey's record of 4 in the race, because Jerry, of course, no longer riding. There's Jimmy Barnes. A bit on him, Chad. He's been Bob Baffert's right-hand man for a long time.
No, his wife Dana was a cog in the operation as an exercise rider. Now she's since retired, but Jimmy has always stayed by Bob's side. They've had 2 Triple Crown winners together, 4 Dubai World Cup winners, countless others in between. I mean, it's been a partnership it's just easy. Bob Baffert can stay in California and know that everything is getting done the same exact way that it would be if Bob was here himself. That's so crucial to have when you have a team like that.
He knows how to get the crowd going. It's been a long time since we've seen this. 2006, my first World Cup actually. Electrocutionist was Frankie's last win in this race. Of course, won it on the Great Dubai Millennium as well. What an amazing, iconic trophy. One of few trophies that are instantly recognisable in the world of horse racing. And Frankie will be so on a high for days after this. We are getting a national anthem from America and the UAE, I believe. That was, of course, the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for Amizadan, the winning owner. And now we can hear the UAE national anthem. Wonderful scenes here at Meydan Racecourse. 2022 World Cup has felt like a proper World Cup. We didn't have the crowds last year, they're back this year. And this is a very popular winner. Bob Baffert, okay, maybe not as popular as he once was, but he's still got an awful lot of fans, including me, to be honest, Chad. He was very kind to me when I went over there to watch Justify's Triple Crown. And he's, no matter what you think about him, he's able to produce them at home and over here in the UAE.
And that's not easy to do. I mean, we see here trainer Todd Pletcher going to go back to the drawing board again. He thought he had the right horse to do it. He thought Life is Good was the one, and it just wasn't his day today. And maybe, like you said, maybe just the 10 furlongs just a little bit too far.
And you know Frankie very well, Richie, and he he'll know how to celebrate this, won't he?
Oh, he knows how to celebrate. You know, like I say, we'll have to deal with him for another year. I think he'll keep him going, but he's just been fantastic for racing in general. Not only in the UK but worldwide. He's just like I say, at times he's carried racing on his back. He's self-promotes racing in Great Britain, in Europe, you know, worldwide. Everybody knows it. I mean, he's probably the only person in racing that is a household name. You know, he's had his ups and downs, but you know, like true champions, he's bounced back, and it's, you know, it's a great feel. A lot of people might write in now and argue with me, but I think it's a feel-good factor about this win. I mean, obviously people have got their own opinion about Bob Baffert, but you know, you've got to take your hat off to him. The guy is a phenom, you know, with what he does. Frankie riding it, and we were just seeing there when Jimmy Barnes collected the trophy, it was very emotional. It was an emotional thing for him because he's been an integral part of that outfit. So he's been there when things are going bad and when, you know, Bob's been under pressure, obviously, with what's been going on. So it affects people in different ways, and you know, people have lives to live, and they have people outside of racing as well. So, you know, it's a great win, and like I say, you know, Chad says the horse was in top Pletcher's, but there's always a story behind a big win, and like I say, the whole night has just had that feel-good factor, from Tig winning the Golden Shaheen to Frankie winning his 200th Group 1, back where it all started, really, in the Emirates, you know.
And behind us, it's safe to say that the Hot Rod Charlie people are okay with second. We have the Let's Go Chuck chants starting behind, even though they've run second.
Well, that's what they were saying. Yes. I thought they were saying, let's get something.
No,
let's go Chuck. Okay, that's better.
That's been their go-to. They carried it through the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont, the Breeders' Cup, and they've now the boat racing guys that own a piece of Hot Rod Charlie. They're young kids and they love it.
Chad, Rich, it's been wonderful to have you with us. We're going to pause for a while and bring you what I'm sure will be a spectacular closing ceremony to this 2022 Dubai World Cup. Well, they've kept it quite strictly under wraps, what we're going to see, but Mohammed Issa, the general manager of Dubai Racing Club, said to me last week, it'll be something like you've never seen before. So we'll bring all that to you here on Dubai Racing Channel as we take our helicopter shots from this fantastic track, which has really felt like it's been back in business this evening. A lot of people crammed in here, and 1.2 kilometres from one end to the other, and there'll be a fair bit of celebrating going on tonight, notably in the Japanese corner. I'd have thought, after their fantastic 5 wins. I guess that has been the story, hasn't it? The Japanese dominance, I suppose we can say.
It's kind of been a continuation, though. I mean, we saw this in the Breeders' Cup with their 2 wins, the 4 wins in Dubai, and now what do you call it? 5, 4.5, whatever you want to call it. Call them winners.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. They did so well over in Saudi. Of course, there's more races to plunder here, but still, they've just shown they've got so much versatility. They can do it on the dirt, they can do it on the turf, they can stay, they can sprint. They've done less of that tonight, but still absolutely brilliant. And it has been a really international night as well. Of course, Richie, we had the winner for Qatar with the Arabians right at the start. We've had the British win with Lord North. We've had 10 winners on a 9-race card, which is unusual.
yeah, exactly. It has, like you say, you know, it kicked off with the Qatari horse that obviously has a French connection. Then they kicked off with the Japanese winning the mile, and then, you know, it just seemed to be a continuation of Japanese domination. And then obviously great for local trainers, you know, Bupert, first season training with the license under his name, first Group 1 for Tig. That was just a real good feel-good factor about it. You know, I'm forgetting the Alquois Sprint, Ronan Wheeler and Ado McGuinness, you know, great feel-good factor there. I mean, the horse won the Prix de l'Abbé, ran here Super Saturday, Ado McGuinness has been here all carnival prepping this horse for this night, and you know, Ronan Wheel is a young jockey with a huge future, so it's great for him to get his I think it's probably his second Group 1 after he won the Abbey. Then it continued with French domination again, Japanese domination again. Frankie tried to get in on the act with a half a point and then it caps it off with Bob Baffert, Frankie Dettori. You know, it's been a great night.
The thing that's amazing to me that you look out and you walk away from the 10 wins is that you can come from anywhere, you can prep here, you can prep abroad, the best horses show up here, and you've got to bring your A game, whoever you are. But the preparation and the way to get here, the map is different for everybody, and it leads to treasure one way or the other. Holding up that trophy, it's a remarkable thing to be able to win here on World Cup night. It's very emotional. Even thinking back now, 5 years ago, 6 years ago when I did it, it's something that you'll just never forget, holding it up in front of that crowd and the culmination of all that hard work that comes into it, and you see it with each and every one of these winners here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing that sticks in your mind, like you say. I mean, you were lucky enough to win it twice. I won it many years ago, Ronaldo, and people still talk about it. You get emotional thinking about it. He was actually 16 the other day. It was his birthday last week, and you know that still makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck, remembering how long ago it was, and you try to think, oh, should I have done things differently, and you know, and it just, I think the whole night brings so much joy to everybody, because there's always a feel-good factor about it. I mean, last year we had David Egan winning, the you know, it was Mystic Guide coming out. There's always a feel-good factor about World Cup night. There's a lot of disappointment, and I've been suffered under that over many years. You go into it with such high hopes, and bubbles can be burst. But like you say, there's no rules to training a racehorse. There's no rules to getting them here on the night. You know, you follow your own path, and I'm not a trainer. You've trained, Chad, so it's. I think the main thing is you stick to your plan, stick to what you know, and the main thing is knowing your horses.
And we know that 365 days from now, we're going to do it all over again.
I'll probably be here talking again next year.
Can't even begin to think about next year. But you know what, the Dubai World Cup rarely lets us down. I'm not sure we've ever had domination by one country like this. Maybe in the early days, the UAE horses, the Godolphin horses would do it. Very rare to go through the night without a Godolphin win. Charlie tried very hard and obviously had 2 seconds with Manobo and Yabia. That might have been one missing element that would have got the crowd going even more, but they really embraced the Frankie win and the Tiger win in particular, didn't they?
Yeah, I think as well, obviously Godolphin will go back and they'll be disappointed with obviously not having a winner on the night. I think that's probably a rarity. I think it's probably a first, to be honest. You know, but you look at those two horses, they're two very smart horses going forward. So yes, on the flip side of that, you would say it's actually good for Dubai, the World Cup, that they haven't dominated and they haven't had a winner, because it then encourages everybody else, we can actually compete with these guys on their home turf. The frightening thing, like I say, is how many Japan are going to bring next year.
That's a good point, actually.
When I made up room in the quarantine barn.
Well, a lot of us did think that everyone was competing for second in the Gold Cup, in particular with Manobo, and we thought Charlie probably had a stranglehold on the Alquois. Just going back to Switzerland a second, Richie. Obviously, Reynaldo, the Wizard, who you went on, was a very fragile horse. There was never really any serious talk about him travelling. Switzerland, is it something they might consider, do you think? Sheikh Rashid's a very sort of forward-thinking owner.
I'm not sure how well he actually travels. He's a very difficult horse in the morning, and I tell you, you know, a lot of credit goes to Yakko that rides him out. I mean, he's ridden him from day one, and he is a very tricky horse. He started his career off here. He came over with Steve Asmussen for a carnival. He then was switched to Doug's. I'm not sure if he even had a stint at Salom's, but he ended up in Zabil. He's a very tricky horse. He's a very difficult horse in the morning. I'm not sure whether Saudi is ideal. I mean, obviously it was only an hour's flight, but I'm not sure how well he actually travels and settles into. I think he's in a routine now where he's quite comfortable. But like you say, these sprinters are just amazing, because, you know, the older they get, they seem to get better. And yeah, for Zabil to turn him out and win a gold, Shaheen, was probably the best feel-good factor of the night, but probably the biggest surprise as well.
Let's bring in Michael, who's back with us and has been working hard all evening getting the interviews. It was well received, this win, wasn't it?
Obviously, there's lots of subtext back home about this, but tonight, this crowd, everyone loved every moment of this. The horse earned it. He came into the race the right way. We love that he came here and trained this entire time, and apparently he's flourished this entire time as well.
It really has been a great night of racing. As far as we're aware, everybody's home safely. We'll find out a bit more of that. More on that tomorrow when we get the steward's report. So I did hear a couple of blames, but
the
nothing
only
serious.
thing we heard, RB Rich Like Me lost the shoe.
Well, that's it. We'll leave you with the closing ceremony.
مختلف الشاشات في شتى أرجاء العالم. نبارك للخيول الفائزة والتهنئة موصولة للبطل الذي فاز بكأس النسخة 26 من كأس دبي العالمي. والآن آن الأوان لوقت الإبهار والإمتاع مع حفل سيأخذكم إلى آفاق المستقبل الذي أوجده قائد علمنا بأن المستحيل كلمة يجب أن نضعها في طي النسيان. Thank you for gracing us with your presence this evening. We extend our gratitude to the millions who are joining us through the screens from around the world. Congratulations to the winning horses and to our champion for winning the trophy of the 26th edition of the Dubai World Cup. And now it's time for you to enjoy the ceremony that will transport you into the future and bring alive the vision of our leader, a man who taught us that nothing is impossible. We wish you everyone an evening they will never forget.
الحياة سباق نحو المستقبل. وهناك فارس واحد يسابق الزمن. بكل عزيمة وقوة يمتطي الأجود والأفضل، متحديا التحديات وقاهرا أصعبها. نحو تحقيق الريادة والوصول إلى المراكز الأولى. تفوق، علو، ريادة، شموخ، قوة، عزة، تميز، ثبات، إرادة، والإصرار لتحويل المستحيل إلى حقيقة. تتناثر حول الجميع. وهناك من يتسابق نحوها. تبدو بعضها بعيدة المنال. حتى تجد حالمها. ليترجمها إلى واقع. لجعلها وقائع ملموسة. تلامس الحياة. وتلامس واقعنا. لم لا؟
Why not? I want my people to live better life now.
يا من علمنا حب المثابرة والإصرار. بعيدا بآمالنا. محلقين إلى أبعد الحدود. بكم جميعا في المستقبل.
celebrating years of witnessing magic, witnessing the epic clash of the champions as they sprint ahead towards victory. Behold, as we approach the end of another season of one of the most coveted trophies, we thank you, we thank our partners, we thank our participating horses and their owners, and every team member. As we look forward to yet another season, the cup shines bright until we meet again in 2023. نحتفي بالمستقبل في دبي. Dubai is where the future is celebrated.